Good evening, guys. Welcome to this Saturday evening stream. I hope this week has been good for you guys. So what are you saying? I hope everything is okay with you. And I worked the last day yesterday, and now I have vacation for 4 weeks, which is really nice, which means I can focus on other things than I couldn't do when I work at my normal work schedule. So guys, thank you for coming. I appreciate that. And oh guys, now I forgot something. I'm too confused. Well, I guess that it's the heat again. And let's do this. I forgot that to put up the StreamYard link. Let's see now. Yeah. We mute that. Yeah, heat fanatic. It has been pretty hot for me anyway. For others, too cool. Hey, ladies, crazy life adventures. Good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? And we pinned that one. Yep. There we go. Hey, fanatic.
There I am, finally.
I'm surprised that you popped up. I didn't expect you this evening.
Oh,
But it's always good to see you.
exactly. Last night I was actually on Core Clubhouse's panel, and I was like, "Oh, ShadowScoutSwede is live tomorrow," and so
Okay.
I dropped the link in their private chat because Core Clubhouse didn't make me a moderator, so I just put it in the private chat instead, so all of them could view it.
Well, that's good. We have Tammy Eisenblatter in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. Annie Kaka Stewart. You're also very welcome. Yeah, I'm glad to see you too, Tammy. Long time no see, man.
Exactly.
Well, I have great people that following my channel, so that is awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I try to figure out and with the Nightbot, and I have some problems with that to make Nightbot drop the links for people if you type in the specific word. I failed that. I suck really basically on that one. So I gave up on that one.
I just
actually.
haven't done it. I haven't bothered doing that yet.
Hey Thorhaven, good to see you, brother. Hey Thor, why don't you join me up here, buddy? I would like to have the same thing as Mike has, and Darren has it. But I follow video. I watched a YouTube video on how to set that up. I did what what they did in the video, but I failed that anyway. So I don't know what there must be something I did wrong,
Oh,
probably. So it doesn't work for my Nightbot. So people has to drop their own links.
well, for the time being.
Yeah, I let people do it because I don't have another way to do it. So it is what it is.
Exactly.
Yes, Shadow. My phone was out of commission for a few weeks due to being in a remote area with bad communication connection. Ah, yeah, that sucks. That sucks, really. Well, that explains why I haven't seen you for a while. But it's good to see you anyway. Rosalie Green Blogs. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you too. The interesting thing is, if you look at those who follow my channel, between the male and females, men or women, well, I have higher numbers of females or women who follow my channels than male. So,
Huh.
yeah. And the age span is some are between 35 up to 45. I think they rate it that way. And most of them are 45 to 55 or something around there.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's quite interesting, actually. That is more females who follow me than males.
Do I get any snow? Yeah, I get snow. But I get less snow than he does.
Yeah, I got a lot more snow. Thor, if you are still here in the house, you know the drill. Just click the link and join me up here, buddy.
Is it? Yeah, it is pinned.
Yeah, I pin that. I pin it because it's easier. I realize that. Otherwise, I need to copy and paste it every time, and it's
Yeah, exactly.
waste of. It's too much work. So I decided to pin it instead. It's much easier.
Exactly.
8 people in the house already. Okay, buddy. You can join us when you have finished what you're doing. Well, I'm doing good, but it's pretty hot, especially in my apartment. But it is what it is. And I have a co-host, Fanatic Guide. Never thought him show up today. It's always a nice surprise.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, it is. I always take a couple of minutes to just rambling around. on normal things before you head to the topic or whatever you have. Thank you, Rosalie. It's always nice with shout outs. And don't forget to hit the thumbs up too. That would help. And I will be happy.
I already did that. I think I did that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 11 thumbs up at the moment. Hawaii never gets snow. The only island that gets snow is Maui and Big Island Oahu and Kauai. Never get any snow.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, Hawaii is not famous for having snow. It's basically hot and most of the all year round.
Yeah, you'd think. But
Well, they have rain probably instead.
you wouldn't be surprised about that.
Yeah, probably.
And volcanic eruptions, maybe earthquakes, but I don't think. But those aren't weather related. Those are just naturally occurring things.
Yeah. Yeah, Hawaii has a lot of volcanoes. I think Hawaii has a pretty big one, volcanoes,
I think so.
And a fewer smaller ones. But
Volcanoes in Hawaii. There are. Hmm. There are currently 6 active volcanoes in Hawaii.
six active, that's a lot.
Exactly.
And if all these six would erupt, it would be a problem.
Yeah, really.
Hey, Anne, good to see you. How are you doing, Anne? I got a text message from my wife. She wished me luck on my stream, so that's nice.
Exactly.
The way the world is going, I'm surprised we haven't had a big eruption lately. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
That could cause really create a really bad mess all over the world. Because it's not only Hawaii, we have on Iceland as well. And Iceland is closer to Norway and Sweden. So I know a couple of years ago, Iceland had one of their volcanoes had a pretty big eruption. Uh, and they had to cancel all flights on Iceland, even in Norway and even here in Sweden, because there was so much ash in the air, so they couldn't fly any planes, because if they did, they would crash.
Ooh.
Yeah. And that is the first time I heard, in modern day anyway, that a volcano had a big eruption like that.
And even imagine if the one below Yellowstone went out, went, if that one erupted.
Yeah, that's a big volcano.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There'd be ash everywhere.
yeah. They say that is the mega or super volcano, right? They classified it like that one.
I believe they call it a caldera.
Yeah, but that would create a global mess
Exactly.
if they those so-called super volcanoes, they can make the whole world to a, well, global wasteland basically.
Pretty much. I
Yeah,
basically.
and that would be definitely hard times for everyone
Hmm.
if that happens.
Exactly.
And the problem is you never know when that will happen.
Exactly. Because the last time it happened was like 600, 700,000 years ago. That's what I
Yeah,
want to say.
yeah. So 600,000 years ago, the world was not that much populated back then. So,
The last
well,
eruption, from what I'm seeing, is 640,000 years ago.
yeah. So that would definitely create, kick us back to Stone Age if that
Exactly.
happens. In that case, that would be a huge problem for every one of us, and it would be a really hard times for those who survive it.
Exactly.
The problem would be water and water and food, and probably a big eruption like that would lower the temperature on the planet. So the the temperature would drop.
There'd be
So
another ice age. Probably.
probably, yeah. So most people, those who manage to survive it, will suffer from starvation, and many would probably die of thirst because they get dehydrated.
Exactly.
So that is a nasty thing. That is a nasty scenario.
Yeah. One that I don't really want to think about.
But the sad thing is, it is a realistic scenario. It is because you never know when an active volcano erupts. You never know. Well, you can. The scientists can predict it, but because they monitor those volcanoes. When volcanoes erupt, they also create earthquakes at the same time. So,
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
We just had one of our large communications giant have an internet outage, basically shut down the country for a day.
Oh,
Okay, that is not good. Well, it's bad when they shut it down for a day.
yeah, really.
Yeah, most people are used to have internet, and they are used to because it all works all the time. But when they shut it down for a day, everybody gets panicked
Hmm.
because they are so dependent on the internet.
Well, especially nowadays.
Yeah, you you use internet for, well, most people work from home and they use internet for that. Uh, so everything is basically online. Screwed up gas, banking, border crossings, work, etc. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, Thor, that mess things up really bad when that happens. And the sad thing is, everything is computerized these days. The banking system is computerized, gas stations are computerized. Everything is computerized these days, even border crossings. I don't think there is a work that are not computerized or have or online on some at some level. There, every company and every people are connected to internet,
Exactly.
and Sweden, we have a very high percentage of our population who use internet. That is a small percentage that don't have internet. So Sweden are the most connected to internet country in the world.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know how a U.S. Um, are on that scale,
neither do I.
but anyway, it messed things up. Everything is so sensitive these days. Even the security systems is computerized. Everything is computerized these days, and
Exactly.
that makes us very vulnerable to disturbances in the systems,
Hmm.
in these systems. And the more technology we put into in, into the community, into the country, or whatever, the more highly advanced we get, the more vulnerable we will be. Hey, Two Beers, good to see you, brother. Well, I'm a little bit tired, but and sweaty, but I'm doing fine. So everything is used that. Even the alarm systems are more or less computerized. It is basically a small computer itself. Well, it depends on which kind of alarm system you use, but
The one I have on my nightstand is I have an alarm clock on my nightstand. The only other thing that it has is just a radio. It's not connected to the internet, nothing like that.
yeah, I use my phone. I set my alarm on my phone. I don't have any alarm clock, but I might get one.
I could do that because the alarm clock I have on my nightstand is like over an hour ahead, or an hour fast, rather.
I survived a whole day without cell phone and internet. Well, I don't have any problems to be without phone or without internet. Well, I can go camping in middle of nowhere and without no signal or no internet, and I do just fine. But if you take someone that are younger than me, that are grown up with this technology, they are not used to it. They are not used to it. They get nervous. They get everything. I need to check that. I need to check my mail. I need to check my social media.
It's like someone who is a cigarette smoker who hasn't had a cigarette in a week.
Yeah, I'm a security expert and have been installing them for 47 years. In my expert advice, the best security is a big, mean, vicious dog. Yeah. Hey, Guardian Prepping. Good to see you, brother. Hey, Guardian, do you want to join me up here, buddy? I pinned the link in the top of the chat, so you know the drill, buddy. We have 3 major providers in Canada. The one that I use went down all across the country from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. Whoa, that's a long time. From 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's a really, really long time.
Oh, really?
Hey, Bang Romy Channel, good to see you. Well, 2 beers, that is good. You are a security expert. Well, I'm doing just fine, Bang Romy. It's hot here and I'm sweating like a pig, but that's me. And the air in my apartment are really dry, so I have a air moisture that are running at the moment. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's a
Well,
it's a low.
no, I cannot hear it.
No, good. Guardian, do you wanna join me up here, buddy? I don't know how many degrees we have today, but I can check that up. we had today. Well, actually, I have no idea. I believe it's something our landlord provides. Um, we had today about 15 degrees today.
Oh,
I don't know the English word for it, but I'm gonna check it up and Google on it a little quick.
okay.
Um, because I know the Swedish word for it, but I don't know the English word for it. So I need to. Ah, I think Two Bears asked me what type of heating do you have in your apartment. I think it's district heating, so they use here. So and we don't have any AC in the apartment either, so that sucks. At summertime, I can have over 30 degrees in the apartment, so that is not nice. What you can do is take old soup cans or such, clean them out, put them in the front of your heating source filled with water to increase the humidity. We have a ventilation system, but it's and we have the radiators, but these are not on at summer times. So they turn these radiators off automatically at the summertime. So that's and I plan to buy me a portable AC or something, but those are expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can a cheap one I can get for about maybe 3.5, 4,000 in my currency. So that is a lot of money. So that would be around 350, $400. I am lucky in the fact I don't have to pay for electricity to power up 2 TVs, 4 computers, 3 air conditioners. You don't need humidification in the summer, just for the winter.
What is he powering with? Solar? Is he powering his house with solar panels or what?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Oh, okay.
Or if he has a small for wind power or things.
Yeah, that was my second guess.
Welcome
Or,
to
or
beers.
cigarette smoke.
Yeah,
Suck it in, suck it in. I got
well, I
some.
can hear loud and clear.
I got some marijuana too. If you want some of that smoke.
Hmm.
Well, I don't smoke.
Maybe some Pall
Listen,
Mall.
listen. Shadow Scout. What's your name?
My real name.
Yeah. What should we?
Oh, you can't pronounce it probably.
Oh, what should we call you?
Well,
The
my
Shadow.
real name is Göran.
Yoran.
So
Okay, I can
yeah,
pronounce that because I had a boss that was named Yoran.
okay,
My name is Dennis.
yeah, that is a pretty common name here in Sweden too.
Or actually, it's Denis. Dennis with one N. Listen, if you're going to get yourself a portable air conditioner for your apartment, get the two hose one. Don't get the single hose one.
Okay,
The reason being, the single hose one takes air out of the room to cool the condenser.
okay,
So what it does, it creates a vacuum in your apartment, and guess what that does? It sucks in all the hot air from outside through all the cracks under the doors and around the windows and so forth.
okay.
Where the two hose one takes the air from the outside to cool the condenser, then shoots that hot air back out through the other hose.
Hmm.
Okay.
And I've got three of them in my apartment, and I found that I have to take them apart at least once a year because I keep them going all year round. But unfortunately, I can't control the heat in my apartment. So even if it's like 30 below outside, it'll be 28, 29 degrees in my apartment, which is, it's hot as hell.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here as well in my apartment.
And I'm being in a corner apartment, and I've got three bedrooms that are facing the east side. The living room's facing the south side. So depending on which way the wind blows, say if we go to sleep with the window open, it might be comfortable, but in the middle of the night, if the wind shifts, all of a sudden it gets really cold. So I just leave the air conditioners running all year round, and I find I have to take them apart about once a year to really really clean them out because the way they work is you get a lot of condensation inside the air conditioner, right? When it cools,
Yeah,
well, it's got a little pump at the bottom that takes that water and dribbles the water over top of the condenser. That's the heat exchanging part of the air conditioner to assist in the cooling. So what happens? You also get a lot of dust that in the air.
Oh,
It
what?
accumulates on the top of the condenser, so you got to take it apart about once a year to really really wash it out. I find the easiest way is you take that hose off of the that little pump at the bottom of the air conditioner and hook a hose into that to shoot a stream of water onto it for. I leave it sitting in the bathtub for about 45 minutes an hour to wash all the gunk out of it, and you wouldn't believe the amount of dirt that comes out of the inside of the air conditioner, which really really affects its efficiency.
yeah. Thanks for the tip. I will take a note on that, and so I remember it.
They do have to be cleaned out once in a while. Also, what I do is I get industrial HEPA filters.
Yeah, I'm HEPA filters. The same filters they use in the hospitals.
Yeah, the exchangeable ones like this, and stick that on the back of the air conditioner where it's sucking in the air to cool the room,
Okay.
and that really helps keep the dust down.
Yeah.
Even though I'm living in the big city of Toronto and I'm up in the 14th story, you wouldn't believe the amount of dust that comes in here.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I live on the top floor myself, and it's a lot of dust. Too much.
Yeah.
Those HEPA filters are
Yeah, I have a
Pretty
security
expensive,
system in
if I
my apartment.
remember.
I have a security system in my apartment. It doesn't do anything other than make noise. I don't have it hooked up to a monitoring station or anything like that, but usually the noises of the siren going off is enough to scare anybody out.
Yeah. Yeah, I should get me a security system myself, but it's a little bit difficult to do it here. It depends on what landlord says about it. They wouldn't probably like it, but
You cut out.
hey, Corner Clubhouse, good to see you, brother.
No, I've got a burglar alarm in my apartment. All the contacts and the motion detector are all wireless. The keypad is wireless.
Yeah, that is good. Mick Angel 69 vlog, good to see you and welcome. And feel free to get to know each other, guys. Um, so you work with security daily, or
I just retired in December, 2 days before
okay,
Christmas. I've installed probably over my lifetime, probably at least 6 or 7,000 alarm systems, several hundred access control systems, a couple thousand cameras.
that's a lot of systems you have installed, man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm doing pretty good, McAngel.
I started off in broadcasting. My biggest
I.
mistake was leaving that industry and going to work for RCA Commercial Systems in Montreal.
Okay,
And when I started, they paid me 25 cents an hour more.
Ooh.
That's back in the 70s.
yeah,
So 25
Oh.
cents was a big deal back then. But
it
I
doesn't
should.
sound much there today.
Oh,
Yeah, really.
25 cents.
I had a job interview a couple of years ago, and the guy offered me $16 an hour, and I said, "Listen, I want to even put the fucking key in the ignition in my truck for $16 an hour. Forget about it." He says, "What do you earn now?" And I said, "Would you try $75 an hour?" He goes, "Oh, I can't afford that." And I said, "Well, you get what you pay for."
Yeah,
But when I was at RCA Commercial Systems, I quickly found out they would only allow 3 guys in my division to touch test equipment. And then one of them quit, then another one quit. Then they asked me if I wanted to take it over. And I did. Then the third one quit. And then I was doing all the service inside the shop and on the road by myself. And most of the time I was servicing the equipment on the spot rather than pulling it apart, taking it to the office and fixing it up and bringing it back. Then
10
management
seconds, Star.
and management decided, because they didn't know how to classify us in the pay grades in the union, so they decided that they were going to send us over one at a time to see the technician in the consumer group who was testing would test us to figure out what our pay grade should be. I was the last one. Most of the guys were only over there for half an hour. They kept me over there for half the day. And at the end, the guy looks at me. This is the chief technician of 45 service technicians. He says, "You know, every single piece of equipment that I've given you to fix?" And I go, "Yeah, what about it?" He says, "That's stuff that all of us decide that none of us could fix." And I said, "Oh, that's great." Management went ballistic over that because I went from the second lowest level in the pay grade to the top level pay grade in the building. I had an instant $45,000 a year raise.
Ooh.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's a big raise.
Yeah, it is.
From
Yeah,
18,
really.
yeah, from eighteen
And your
thousand
wallet will be happy.
from 18,000 a year to $68,000 a year. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was a big jump from 19,000 to a year to 68,000 a year.
Yeah. But I always had problems with certain customers. They'd always call and complain as soon as I'd leave. Yeah, and the boss was reading me the riot act one day, and the guy who answered the phone comes in knocking on the office, and the boss says, "I'm busy talking to Denny." And the guy says, "I don't want to interrupt you, but it's exactly what you're talking to him about." He says, "These people are calling, complaining about Denny." I said, "Yeah, what about it?" "They're telling me specifically, send the Anglais, don't send the French guys." We go, "What?" He says, "Yeah, this is these ones that are complaining are telling me, don't send the French guys, send the Anglais." I says, "But why are they complaining?" He says, "He doesn't speak French."
Yeah,
I could
actually, I wish I could speak French, but I don't.
I could understand it, but I can't speak it. I have a mental block against speaking it. That was pounded into me by the nuns when I was a kid in school.
Yeah,
I spoke French off the office, get the leather strap, and that was like a twice a day occurrence.
I could choose between German and French when I was in school. Uh, but I wanted to learn French, but I got German instead.
Uh,
Uh, and in my opinion, I don't have any use for German. English works just fine in Germany. But French, I consider you have more use of French than you have of the German language.
one of my favorite expressions in French is what they call a hangover.
Ooh,
You know what that is
a hangover?
in French?
No.
Mal aux cheveux.
Oh,
Exact translation: your hair hurts. That's what they call a hangover. Mal aux cheveux.
really?
That's interesting.
Never heard of
I
that
didn't know that.
before. I've only heard of drunk hangovers, and those aren't good. Even though I've never drank any kind of alcohol before, except for only this much. That's just an approximate.
I'm
That was
66. I've been
like
66,
five
and
and a half years ago.
I've been drunk maybe about that many times in my life.
Well, I've been drunk never, so. And the only
I have
time I drank alcohol was when I was 15. I was looking for sparkling cider.
Yeah,
okay.
I literally mistaked a bottle of red wine for sparkling cider. There was barely anything in the bottle.
yeah,
This actually happened.
like 5% alcohol.
I don't know how much alcohol content there was in there.
It's not much alcohol
No,
in
no.
not in sparkling cider.
But I mistaked a bottle of red wine for sparkling cider. I poured what was remaining in there into my cup, thinking it was sparkling cider. And then I drink it, and it tastes very sour. And I'm like, what the hell is this crap? And I'm like, oh, it's red wine. I just drank alcohol illegally.
It's like drinking seltzer water.
No, it's not. It's not nearly as carbonated.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is like seltzer water tastes terrible.
Oh, I haven't I haven't drank any alcohol since then. That was literally the only time I drank anything with alcohol in my whole life.
Well, the taste on wine and whiskey, vodka, whatever, it has a special taste, and some people don't like booze because they like wine better, and there are those who don't like wine, they prefer beer, they prefer booze instead. So
Yeah, I can't stand beer.
Oh,
To me, it tastes like dish soap, like dishwater.
oh,
It's maybe because I have a severe allergy to sesame, and if I eat
okay.
anything with even the barest amount of sesame in it, the first sensation I get is a burning effect in the back of my throat. And when I drink beer, after I've had about half a bottle of beer, I start getting that tingling sensation in the back of my throat. And that's why I don't drink beer.
Well, it's wise decision. Guardian says depression is usually a side effect of intelligence, and alcohol is a depressant. Most intelligent people have little time from alcohol abuse. However, everything is fine in moderation. I
Uh,
agree.
as I told you guys, I worked on a ship for a couple of years, and for 1 year, I captained their tugboat. The Coast Guard gave me a special dispensation to captain the tugboat after the tugboat captain rammed into the Coast Guard ship. The Coast Guard captain said, "Who's that young fellow who brought the tug in here?" He says, "Oh, that's my electrician." He says, "Really?" "Yeah." He says, "I want him driving the tug." And the owner says, "Well, he can't drive the tug. He hasn't got the qualifications." He says, "Give me his seaman's discharge book." And he drove from Quebec City to Montreal, which is a 2.5 hour drive one way to go to the head office of the Canadian Coast Guard to get special permission for me to captain the tugboat. Comes back, goes to the owner, says, "Here's your fellow seaman's book back. I want him captaining the tug, nobody else maneuvering that tug around my ship anymore." That was fun.
Yeah. Um, I got actually a nice title on my stream for today. So it's just a Shell Shed Saturday, July 9. But I did a backslash for the topics. So security in a SHTF event.
huh.
That is the topic. Or in the beginning of an SHTF event. SHTF event. Because the security can be a really problem, especially in the beginning of it.
I
Exactly.
was working.
Because
I was doing
go
work.
ahead, 2 beers.
I was doing work in this trucking yard. Uh, have access control on the gates. I was doing fixing the access control, and I was sitting there with the guy I was subcontracting to, riding around in his car, and he always talks on the speakerphone. And he was talking to the owners of a very major trucking firm, and he suggested to them that they get the trailers. Yeah, so here I am. This is about then to find. And I'm working on the security gate, and I see as this is a truck heading out of this trucking yard on Dixie Road, just south of the 401 highway behind the Ford dealership. And he's got about 3/4 of a kilometer to go before he gets on the highway. So I'm pretty positive that that is a stolen trailer. Well, by the time he got out to go exit onto the roadway, the police were there, intercepted him, had the driver turn around, go back to the security office, and they're questioning the security guard. Didn't have a clue what the hell was going on. And by that point, I had finished my work. I would go walk in his office. Okay, sign here. And I looked at the cop. By the way, I'm the one who called you. He says, well, what makes you suspect that that trailer's been stolen? Because those fluorescent numbers on the side of the trailer are all brand new. They were stenciled, with the stick, with the paper that you take off the sticky back and put on. Trailer. Seriously? And I said, yes. So they go and look, and sure enough, they can see a cut line in the middle, like a 9 had been changed to look like an
Hey,
8.
Guardian, good to see you.
And a 6 had been changed to be look like an 8. So then they went and they had the security guard cut the security lock off the back of the trailer. Sure enough, they were stealing the trailer.
Ooh.
Well, that's a big problem all across North America, is having trailers stolen.
Yeah, it's a problem here
I
all
had
over the world.
I had one customer. They had 40 loading bays and about 20 trailers parked overnight on a weekend in the loading bay. Only one was loaded. Out of 20 trailers, only one was loaded.
Okay.
They broke into the yard with a stolen tractor that they stole from another business down the street. Go straight to that trailer, cut the hydraulic hoses that held the mechanism that hooked onto the crash bar in the back of the trailer to hold it to the dock. Went straight to that trailer, cut the hoses, hooked up. Only one trailer. Think about that.
They steal trailers that contains some value.
Exactly.
They didn't look at any other trailers. They went straight to that trailer.
Huh.
It sounds like an insider job.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's an
really.
inside job. Both the guy I was doing it for and the private security contractor, who was the guy I was doing the work for, he was a retired homicide cop. And the private security investigator who looked after their business was also a retired homicide cop. Yeah, so they've been police for a long time. And we were comparing notes. We can't go and accuse the guy straight out without any evidence. So every time I walk in, this guy's got this squirrely look on his face the next morning. And they start saying, yeah, we noticed that too. Yeah, that's the cocksucker who's doing the inside job. But anyways, now I'm retired, so I don't know if they ever nailed him.
Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey there, Shadow. How are you doing? Are you well?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's hot here. As you see, I'm pretty shiny on my forehead, so
You said it was 15 degrees over there, and you're hot?
Well,
15
outside,
degrees Celsius?
outside, inside
Yeah.
the apartment, it's a lot more.
You on the top floor?
Yeah, I'm on the top floor.
Flat roof,
Yeah, flat roof.
black tire on the roof. Yeah, they get hot when the sun beats down on it. It retains the heat all night long. Do you have a neighbor across the hall from you?
Yeah.
What you got to do is make a deal with him so you keep your doors open so you get wind going right through the whole floor.
Well, I don't talk to my neighbors that often. I only say hi to them if I see them. Otherwise, I don't talk to them.
Well, my apartment's on the southeast corner of the building, so I get the sun in the morning hitting the bedrooms, and then in the living room from about 9 o'clock in the morning till sundown, beating in here. It gets hot.
So, Guardian, what do you think about today's topic for today?
That's pretty good. There's so much in it. There's actually it's a pretty interesting deep dive if you really want to look at the reality of it. Unfortunately, the older I get, the more I realize how much I love animals.
Security
And
when shit hits the fan.
yeah, so yeah, that's exactly right. So the thing is, like, people are amazing, and I absolutely love human beings. Simultaneously, though, as one gets older, you learn that a lot of people aren't really worth trusting. A lot of people will pretend to be your friend, like at face value, and then kind of do you in at the first opportunity that they get to kind of, raise their own, whatever it is, their own standard of living, whatever it is. People will definitely jeopardize you. So just be very extremely cautious who you. I think that's unfortunate. That's why security, it's such a big and important thing. Almost every single time, it's people that will be the biggest problem. Sure, in different habitats, animals can cause a bit of, issue as well, but and the elements themselves. But people will be a lot of people's downfall, is all I'm saying. Be extremely careful in who you trust.
Well, if you have problems with the animals, do you know how to fix that?
I was raised on a farm. I was raised on a homestead here locally, throughout my life. That's pretty much my background. And so very much so, animal husbandry as well. We not only that, but I come from a family of hunters. So yeah, there's no problem when it does come to things of that nature. And also, one of my wife's close friends are a veterinarian. So we have people in the right positions for assisting where I'm unable to.
I found one very good deterrent for wild animals is turpentine.
Huh.
Well, that's really comical. They get a sniff of that about 2 feet away. Really, like you see a raccoon do a backwards somersault and start walking backwards while he's batting his nose.
Well, the raccoons and such aren't as much a threat like in southern Africa here. We have mostly our concerns are snakes. Dangerous snakes are a big threat. Certain baboons can pose a problem as well. But when it
Well,
comes down to it, food scarcity can also be a problem. Go ahead.
same with the baboons. A little bit of turpentine, they'll get a sniff of that and they'll run away from that real quick.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's actually a good strategy around your base camp, to actually put turpentine down. Like, that's actually something that I haven't really heard many people speak of, but something that I could definitely implement. I think it's interesting. Thank you.
I discovered that years ago by accident. I had a dog that would chew on the corner of my couch and chew my shoes and piss on the corner of my speakers. And one day I came home from work and I had some old heat rub, Mignard's heat rub, and had this 7% turpentine on it. And I had been working on a big flat roof of a factory all day servicing their cameras, and it was about 30 degrees outside. So you can imagine I came home, my feet are fucking freezing, they're cold. So I rubbed some of this minion heat rub as soon as I took my socks off before the dog had a chance to come over and lick my toes. And as soon as I had done that, put my feet on the floor, he comes running up to lick my toes. He got about 2 feet away from me, did a backwards somersault, started batting his nose and sneezing. I said, aha! I had tried every single cat and dog repellent you can buy at the pet store to try to stop that. None of that worked. Aha! Put a couple drops into each of my shoes. Never chewed the shoes again. Never pissed on the speakers again. Never tried chewing on the couch again.
Yeah, you froze just for a second there, but I think that's something where I don't know if
when I moved into a house, we had a raccoon that actually was chewing right into the plastic garbage bins.
What's up, by the way, King Pooba? In the chat, just wanted to say hey to you.
The raccoon comes slamming on top of the fence.
Baboon in the trash can is a bad day.
Yeah, it's true.
They can't. Animals can't stand the smell of turpentine. Well, humans can't stand the smell of it either. It only takes a few drops.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Though obviously, their sense will be able to pick it up. Like they'll be able to pick it up way more easily than we will. They're way more receptive to it, which I imagine as well. But just as a general outline, like the smell of terps, I mean, is really not something all that nice. But I hear what you're saying when it's just about moderation. You know, using a slight amount and using it strategically, I guess too. Is like the main point.
You gotta put it in strategic places.
It's nice to. It's sorry that I didn't introduce myself properly, but it's nice to see Fanatic God. It's nice to meet you, man. Like it's cool to see a new face. Yeah,
exactly.
It was nice.
Yeah, Fanatic are usually on J Mike's and Darren Dobson's live streams, so you can see him there.
Yeah, I'm actually usually I have my camera up a little bit more often as well, and CR would laugh at me. Creative Redundancy would laugh at me for saying this, but I really am working on doing a bit better of a studio look right now. And I want to, where I'm at right now with my channel and stuff, I'd like to get to a point where I can also, I feel that the people that also are following me at the moment deserve a little bit better of a background in what I have, because it's been completely just bland, like you guys, all three of you have nice looking backgrounds. This is what I'm working with. I'll show you.
Well, that's just my wall.
Yeah, but your wall looks nice though.
With the painting in the back.
Well, my background is a bunch of stainless steel storage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, but that is a nice looking artwork that's at the back of Fanatic there as well.
This is my cluttered living room.
Well, you have a lot of stuff there, Two Beers.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at my ceiling.
I love the airplane.
Direction. Move this way. And maybe that should be moved down a bit.
Yeah, that looks awesome. I love the coast. I'm a big fan of marine life and ocean life in general, so that's also why it appeals to me, because I love the ocean and the freedom that it represents. It's really precious. Do you have any news, Shadow? How have you been otherwise? How's the health been? How have you been with preps? Any new preps come your way?
I haven't get any new preps yet, but I will get some more. I have a vacation now, so from Monday, my first day in vacation day of 4 weeks, so that's nice. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I will probably get something done when it comes to my YouTube channel as well. Me and my wife are going for camping one day. Um, and she told me, "Hey, why don't we do a video when we're camping?" Well, sure, why not?
Why don't you make the 1-day camp into a 2-day camp? Are you able to do that?
The problem is we have two cats, and you can't leave them for more than 12 hours alone.
Yes, no, I understand that. That's a good. I'm very happy that you consider it in that way. Specifically
So
regarding
that
animals.
so that's why we can be away from home for 12 hours. Over
Yeah.
12 hours, it's illegal. And if someone find out, we get some serious problems for that.
So I'm taking it from the comment that you made earlier and from the stage that you're in right now that you really don't trust your neighbors. That like the neighbors, that the neighbors feeding your cat's not an option at all.
I don't trust my neighbors. I don't trust my neighbors that well, much that I would let them in my apartment, especially when I'm not at home. I don't trust them.
Okay, no, I understand that absolutely. Yeah, you have. I mean, a lot of people have different lifestyles and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, in my lifestyle is that I don't trust them. They are nice, but I don't trust them that much. I don't know them that well either. So
Yeah, I think the difference in the side that I'm coming from when it comes to trust, as you might recall, like right in the beginning when I joined, I spoke about trust and like in security situations that trusting people would be of the highest concern. So obviously, I understand it in an apartment type of scenario as well, but it's like you should also like I don't know, just myself personally, I try to be a minimalist in a lot of ways. So a lot of the preps that I have are in caches, not like right at my main location. We have a homestead and a farm, so we have that which is not near the house whatsoever. But like in my house, I try to have as little that is as little valuable stuff around as possible, so that in the case of being people invading or people going through any of my stuff, that if they had to, it's not like they're going to find anything really that interesting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
This little
and
thing.
besides, if I would let one of my neighbors to take care of my cats and feed them and fill the water bowls, and I don't I don't know them. So if me and my wife are gone for camping, and they walk around the apartment and see that I have a lot of food in the kitchen, how can I be so sure that they don't take some of it when they supposed to take care of the cats? I can't.
That little thing I was holding up. That's a
Oh, we lost you there for a second, two bears.
yeah. This is a little Wi-Fi camera. 1080p with sound.
Huh.
Battery runs this for about an hour and a half.
Yeah,
That was a small
yeah,
one.
that's a good idea. You could just have like internal recording, and then if they did catch, if they did steal from you, then you would know, and you could also potentially, like just make sure that any of your stuff you'd be able to get back. And you'd also know if your neighbors are trustworthy. And then if they were trustworthy, then you could go back on what Two Bears said earlier and perhaps have a bit of ventilation so that it's not as hot, because then you solve the heat problem.
I might be a little paranoid. Well, some people would probably say that I'm paranoid, but in US you can have a gun for home defense, but we can't have that here in Sweden. Okay,
We can't have that either in Canada.
we are not allowed, not allowed, not advisable either. So because we have so strict gun laws here in this country, so
It's only
well, it's
only the bad guys that have guns.
yeah. Uh, And the problem is I can't. The only option I have at the moment, I can get several options. I can get self-defense spray, which colored the person's
Yes.
face. That kind of spray I can buy without problems because it's legal, and I have the right to carry it on my belt without problems.
Exactly.
But if somebody would break in to my apartment when I'm sleeping or something, I and and I really need to defend myself. Well, I have one option,
There's a
and
baseball
that is
bat by the
this.
door.
And this is an expandable baton, 26-inch.
It looked like something
Yeah.
else when you pulled it out. So I was going to laugh really hard. Like if you.
This one,
Just the shape of it. Like,
this one would hurt really, really bad if you hit somebody with this one. And the handle is pretty, as you see, pretty long. So this is basically, you could use two hands with it. But I would recommend to use two hands.
Those are illegal here in Canada. I had a security guard hit me in the knees with one of those.
These batons are, as a private person, as a regular person, you can buy these and have these at home. But I can't wear these on my belt because I break the knife. It's a violation against the knife law we have here in Sweden. So I can't get arrested for to wear this in public. But what I can do is put this in my backpack. I can carry it around that way, no problem.
I had a security guard hit me with those across the knee about 4 or 5 years ago. And what I did next, he wasn't expecting it. I went charging at him. And at that time, I was 295 pounds, and he was probably like 110 pounds. Scooped him up and went crashing right through a plate glass window with him in front of me. I was arrested. And, the detective comes. He says, you've been talked to a lawyer? And I says, yes, I have. He says, well, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. And I says, I got nothing to hide. Told him what happened. He sent two cops back to look at the security surveillance tape from the shopping mall. And he's talking to the cops who brought me to the station. He says, there was no mention any time of this baton that security guard hit him with. And I said, yeah, those are illegal, aren't they? And they went and arrested the security guard.
Yeah. And the interesting thing was I talked to my parents' godfather about this, and he is a cop. And I told him, I said, I wish I had, I wish I could have a 12-gauge shotgun as home defense. But as I told him, because we can't, we aren't allowed to have one here, so I use this one for home defense. And he said, would that be a problem? No. Use it for home defense. Fine.
Yeah.
So it's
what led up to this security guard trying to detain me? I was walking in the mall. 3 women were walking towards me. There was no room to go around them. So what the fuck? Go right between them. And the security guard was trying to. Apparently, that's a very common thing now in Toronto. Like, say you're getting off of a bus and you bump into a woman that's behind you or in front of you, and the next thing you know, they're complaining. It's mostly the most Muslim women. They're complaining about sexual assault. So boom, they're plastering these people's faces on the news and on TV, wanted for sexual assault on a TTC bus, blah 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 blah.
What the?
Oh yeah.
This sounds extremely suspicious.
Well,
Very
the
situation
security guy was trying to detain me for sexual assault because I walked between these fucking girls. They wouldn't move. They weren't moving out of my way, so I said, "Fuck it." I walked right between them.
I don't know. I think I'd have to be there to make a judgment of the scenario. Obviously,
Well,
like,
they made the
situation.
judgment reviewing the security surveillance of the mall. Yeah,
yeah.
they weren't moving.
Did you
I
make
wasn't moving, so I
did
went right between them.
Yeah. Did you make physical contact as you moved past them, though?
No.
So not at all. You didn't even touch them. Like you just walked through them.
Well,
Near them.
I bumped between the two of them.
Yeah, it was an aggressive bump or just a slight tap.
They were moving east. I was moving west. And I just went right between them.
Yeah, you see, it is a lot more in context. Like you need context, and you kind of that's why I say to be there would be able to, like, you know what I mean? Like it's it's just those scenarios such as that I usually like won't touch with a 10-foot pole, even like debating or talking about kind of thing, because I just usually take like. We live in crazy times. It's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm just always hyper cautious because I am somebody that like I don't know, like there's a lot of abuse in the world, and also I live in a country that has one of the highest rates of abuse against women in the world, and you can look into this statistically. So I do have a certain bias, like so you hear where I'm coming from, like, and I don't even know the full scope of the scenario, so I wouldn't be able to give a judge. That's why I said initially that it'd be impossible for me to pass any sort of like, you know, you might be a great person that could have been potentially framed. You might be in it wrong. You might be at fault. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be able to make a judgment if I wasn't there. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I've gotten to the point after this incident. I have a ballpoint pen that has a surveillance camera built into it. So I clip that into my pocket when I go to the mall now.
Well, that's good. I heard about those. I heard about those pens that have a camera in it.
So that brings me to a conversation, Fanatic. I'd like perhaps your input on this as well. When it comes to surveillance and like mass surveillance and that type of thing, I always was underneath the impression that it can be used against us, like it can be used against the public, if because we've got to be cautious how much power we give them, the people that would be in control of such systems. But it's like in those type of scenarios, I also think that a lot of criminals could be detained if there was persistent surveillance. Do you have thoughts on that? Are you on the side of like that they should be able to monitor everything at all times, or is it limited? Like, do you have any opinion on that, bro?
In terms of monitoring, I am for monitoring in the case of surveilling in terms of crime, but not that position is very complicated. I haven't really thought it through. But in terms of like surveilling in order to prevent or alleviate crimes, I'm totally for it. So that said store can send that footage into whatever police department or prosecutor necessary, and then they can go from there.
No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I think that obviously. Yeah, go ahead.
If actually, the target that's closest to me actually has a security camera that has a TV in front of it that displays the security camera below it. That I don't know what I'm saying. There's a security camera that faces the front. The front entry is actually connected to a TV,
Yes.
and some people tend to look at themselves in that TV. And I was one of those people when I was a kid,
Yeah.
like maybe not even 10. That's an approximation, but that's sometimes what stores do, including that
Yeah.
one Target.
I get it, and for those reasons, yeah, like they're also putting more security surveillance footage in our local area as well, like the street cameras basically to see who's coming in and going out. And I think that, yeah, I think that is good. I am quite cautious over giving them complete, I don't know. It's a challenging topic. The reason why is because I think that a lot of crimes could be prevented and a lot of suffering could be prevented. Human suffering could be prevented if we had cameras everywhere at all times. But then the problem is that you get people that'll be able to infiltrate those cameras. You get people that'll you hear there's much more problems that end up coming from that. Hello, by the way, CR. Good to see you, man.
Well, I'm letting you guys
Good to
do
see
the
you,
talking.
TR.
I'm letting you guys do the talking because I have lots to talk about on this topic.
Do all
Yeah.
stores even have security cameras everywhere besides just the points of entry?
No.
Well, you imagine like the back storage area. There's
Okay, be
our
savage.
loading
Take
area.
care.
Well,
Thanks for hanging out.
there are quite a few stores like here. They have in our grocery stores. There's a camera in each aisle.
Yeah.
Camera on
For Haven from has a
back
question.
doors. Camera on the garbage bin out in the back.
Thorhaven has a question. How do you prevent crime by surveillance?
Like I
Isn't
said earlier,
it
the best
just
security
solving the
system
crime
is
after the
one that
fact?
just makes a lot of noise, and a big, mean, vicious dog.
Yeah, like a pit bull
Yeah, but
or a
I hear,
Doberman.
sorry, go ahead, Shadow. I apologize. Go ahead.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a pit bull, even a small dog if he doesn't like strangers.
I believe pit bulls are banned in some places anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my God, don't get me started on that debate because I do have a controversial opinion. And I honestly think that the statistics speak for themselves about that topic. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Well, I was just
There's
saying.
there's no such thing as a bad
regardless of
dog, just
opinion.
bad owners.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct with that breed. That breed is responsible. That breed, I think there's like 8% of dogs are pit bulls, and something like 80% of attacks on humans are done by pit bulls. So you look at those statistics, and it's kind of skewed for a good reason. I think that there are great pit bulls out there, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, that's not the case across the board, and people get them for the wrong reasons. They get them as a kind of a token of and a symbol of kind of like that they're badasses, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like that's the absolute wrong reason for getting a dog. And I think that it is true that you can nurture a pit bull and that type of thing. But the problem is when they do crossbreeding and interbreeding, and then they bring out even more aggression within the breed. And I'm sorry that too many kids have been attacked by pit bulls for me to be okay with that breed. Across the board, I do not approve of the pit bull whatsoever.
In North America, #1 for bites on humans are Doberman Pinschers.
Yeah, but you've got to look at global statistics. You can't really like focus out one area, you know?
Yeah.
Well, my neighbor, who's like a block away from me, if you go down there's a walking path behind my house. If you go down that walking path, like way down there, like a block away from my house, there is a house with signs that say "Beware of dog" on their fence. And those people who live in that house own 3 dogs. I don't know if they're boxers or pit bulls or whatever. And 2 of them bark like crazy. And 1 is much more docile than the others.
Yeah, temperaments do occur, and personalities are obviously a factor. I agree with that as well.
I had this dog that would chase me on my motorbike every time I went by a particular house on my street.
Yeah, like, so I just wanted to, Thor Haven raised a question that Shadow asked earlier as well. I just wanted to,
Looked at me, growled, and walked away.
sorry, a lag spike there. Sorry for double talking. I apologize. But yeah, Thor was asking a question. So, and you answered it pretty much right there. The question that you posed was, how do you prevent crime by surveillance? Isn't it just solving the crime after the fact?
Well, first time I did it, I installed cameras in an apartment building. Up to that point, all of the security systems I'd done were in big shopping plazas, on the highways, in the penitentiary.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, so I get that. I get 100% that some people can raise very sweet pit bulls that are family dogs, and that they do occur. I'm not saying that every single pit bull is a bad dog. That's not what I'm saying. Like 100%, but I'm just saying, like, statistically, like, it is a very concerning breed. So you've got to know exactly what you're doing. But this is the thing. So Thor Haven, the question that you were posing, and I wanted to answer that very quickly. And the way that I was going to answer that by the fact is that locally, a large amount of crimes that are committed by using a stolen vehicle. And quite often, because of the way that the camera surveillance is set up, it can register as soon as there's a license plate that is picked up, that is of a vehicle that's been stolen. It goes into a registry data bank, and then what happens is, as soon as the vehicle is picked up on that surveillance entering an area, it indicates to the local crime prevention group and the police of the area and the security groups that a stolen vehicle has entered the area, and they immediately start tracking it and know which street it entered in from as well, and they can essentially make sure that they can deter that crime from occurring.
It definitely was the dog was chasing the bike, not me. So once he finally got a hold of.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a few things to say in here. I've been letting you guys talk. I'm being nice. I have lots to say in here, like I said.
But anyways, like I was saying, the first time I installed cameras in an apartment building, I was supposed to also hook it up to cable TV. And it worked fine.
You know, surveillance is like a record keeping of it, right? Because you get to you get to slow it down, and
let me finish. Let me finish the story.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is the first time I did an apartment building. I put there was a camera on the front entrance, camera on the elevators, camera on the mailboxes. So I hooked this all up to the cable TV.
Are we losing him here? Looks like he's breaking up or something.
Residents can see them. So he's all up in there. No, I only want the front lobby camera on there. So okay, did that. A week later, he calls back, wants all the cameras back on. All the residents are complaining. I says, well, take a look outside. Wouldn't that give you a good idea of what's going on? And he goes, what do you mean? I says, all the buildings around you have been tagged with spray paint. There's no spray paint on your building. And he found out like half of the residents had two TVs. One, they're watching TV, and the other TV, they're watching all the cameras.
Okay. I've seen places like that before from friends.
That's my story.
Yes.
I get how that's live surveillance, how you can interact with the community and respond directly. I completely understand that. Yeah, that's that's without even using computer, like that's without even reaching into the data bank or anything like that. Like that's just people being able to spot things that are amiss, But that's why I say that locally, with crimes being committed by stolen vehicles, it's easier to track that way.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's got those front door cameras now,
Yeah,
where you can come in. All of a sudden, you're late and be like, oh, this is who's coming to the door. But that's if you're there. You're going to be there at the same time. Or else, if you're like, 10, 20 minutes away, you're still 10, 20 minutes away. And surveillance only works at a certain point of view. It's only a certain point of view. there's always those blind spots and stuff like that, and it doesn't. And the resolution and stuff like that, and convenience stores usually have those markers on them now by the entrance, by the exit.
I bought a Jeep CJ7. I bought it brand new. The exact day I made the last payment on the damn thing, it was stolen.
Ooh.
Yeah, that sucks. I've had things stolen too. It sucks. So, prevention's usually still a better thing. Well, I mean, like locking it up and stuff like that. Putting the passive stuff like lights, deterrents like that. Even mirrors, right? Mirrors are very common to see in, like, let's see, like in a parkade or something like that, where there's like, where it's darker and so you can see blind spots. So it's hard. Like, let's say you're walking, harder for someone to sneak up against you because you can see a mirror, those convex mirrors in front of you. So it's harder for someone to sneak up. For example. In spatial awareness, right? Because a lot of the time it's because it's dark out, there's no surveillance, right? It's easier, right? There's no mirrors, cameras, the lighting's crap, so stuff happens like that.
That's especially the case at night.
Yeah, exactly. One of my buddies got jumped in 2020, actually. That was a dark area because someone came out from an alleyway, and that was a dark lit area. So, spatial awareness again, because my buddy had headphones in. Because if you're alone at night, maybe that's not the time to just listen to music and zone out. It's one thing if you're in the middle of, if you're in the middle of nowhere, no one's around, you're in an open field, yeah, that's one thing. But you're in an alley, you don't have no idea who's coming around the next corner, right? You don't know if someone's actually tailing you from behind and just waiting for that opportunity. Sometimes crime is all about opportunity. If the opportunity is easy, they might be like, yeah, okay.
More than 95% of crimes are crimes of opportunity.
Yes. So that's why I always keep that in mind.
Like you're standing at a checkout or something with your wife beside you, and you put your wallet down on the counter, and you turn for a second to talk to your wife, and you look and your wallet's gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, places like bars and nightclubs are like that too. Those are opportunities.
Yep.
Because usually people aren't paying attention. It's not as lit as well because it's a party type of atmosphere. Lots of noise, so you can't, you can pickpocket someone and they wouldn't even notice it, for example.
Exactly.
You read that? Did you hear about that one yesterday from? I think it was American Airlines. They were flying from Brazil to Miami, and this guy stole $10,000 from various other people on the airplane.
Mm.
Yeah,
that was a lot of money.
That was from more than one person, and the stewardess noticed him acting kind of strangely, and sitting beside somebody and taking an empty seat beside somebody that was sleeping.
A
little while later, the stewardess asked, when that person woke up, asked that person to check your belongings, please. And they radioed ahead and had the police meet the airplane at Miami and arrested the guy. Yeah, he had stolen goods from about 5 other passengers on.
Yeah. Oh, why do you have this person's ID and wallet?
Welcome to the USA.
Exactly.
Go straight to jail.
But then again, it comes back to being proactive versus reactive to that. Because, it's nice when people help you out like that, but you gotta be proactive.
He ain't getting out of jail.
You gotta be proactive on that kind of stuff. and try to avoid the situation in the first place. Whatever it is, secure your belongings and stuff like that. Even when I used to go to a bar or something like that, I remember this, like, I don't do this whole gambling thing anymore, but what I did, well, one of the last times I won, it was a major amount, lots of people. What I did was I made sure no one was seeing what I had, right? I went into the washroom so no one would see. I put my winnings somewhere else on me, not just in my wallet, right? Stuff like that, right? And be proactive about it.
Yeah, you just keep 30 or 40 bucks.
Good
in your
evening,
wallet.
Becky.
Yeah,
Good to see
exactly.
you, my friend.
Hi.
Hi. So,
Hello, my
stuff
dear
like
friend. Hey,
It's good
everyone.
to see you.
It's so good to see you, too.
It's nice to hear your voice again, man.
Yay.
Oh, let me, mute one of my channels. I'm getting the feedback.
Yeah, YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, be right there.
No, but stuff like that, right? It's just like, that's why when I see people like win something major, right? It's like, you become a target, or you could become a target. It's like,
And especially even more so if you've been drinking.
Yeah, because you're kind of loose, right? You're not thinking as straight or as clearly.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying your friend would steal from you per se, but it could be that, oh, hey, someone just walked into the bar and it's like, no one knows this person, and then next thing, yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, we're just talking about the financial stuff or things stolen. There's other things that go on with security, right? It's not always assaults and etc. So, or sometimes it's all of it, right? Stuff like that. So you gotta watch your back, watch your six.
I feel a lot safer walking through alleys and that in the Philippines than I do here in Toronto.
That sounds like Bob.
You live in the GTA area? I've been into the GTA area before. It's been a while.
Yes,
so.
yes, I do.
Yes, I've been down Yonge Street.
That's
I remember
a couple of kilometers west of me. I'm right by the Don Valley and the 401.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's been a while. Even when I was younger when I went there, so I didn't really personally go out at night, but still had an awareness.
My apartment overlooks a park and a community center and a swimming pool. Yeah, I've been living in this apartment for 10 years, and those 10 years have been 2 stabbings out by the community center and 3 shootings. 4 shootings. There was another one a month ago.
Yeah. See, and this stuff happens here in Canada too. It's just kind of not on mainstream news all the time. Like, But sometimes on the website, you'll actually see a report about it. It just doesn't end up on the main news of the day.
Yeah.
So I always keep tabs on that stuff too, because it's that kind of stuff. Just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just less priority compared to other things that have high priority, whatever it is. Yeah. And we're talking about security here. You gotta remember your online.
Well, here in Toronto, there's on average, I would say about 1 shooting every day.
Oh, from guns brought in.
Only one?
Yeah, illegally from, I guess I would say the United States, probably.
Well, yeah, because the border is not that far out.
Exactly.
You go down to Windsor.
At least one every day.
Yeah, because the Windsor border entrance is not that far.
That's actually such a good statistic compared to so many American cities.
Well,
a lot of race crimes going on.
Hmm. 5 minutes and you're in Niagara Falls.
Oh, I'd love to see the falls from either side.
I've never seen Niagara Falls, not in person. I didn't have that chance.
Never
I've seen
have.
suburb like this though. I've been in Ottawa before too. I've seen part 1 too.
You guys have an extremely high assault rate in Canada. Like, you wouldn't imagine that you guys do, but you guys are actually, like, I'll tell you now, so your assault rate, you guys are ranked the 10th in the world. South Africa is ranked the 4th, but I mean, you can expect that from South Africa. But the fact that you guys in Canada are ranked the 10th, that's just ridiculous. Like, I can't believe how much, like, you guys have an insane amount of assault in Canada. Like, it's hard to believe, like, that it's that intense.
Is the U.S. number 1 or what?
That's an interesting question. I wonder if, because I'm looking at nationmaster.com.
I'd say probably a toss-up between America and Russia.
I really don't know. There's so much that is not getting reported about violence in independent states. No, that's not what I mean at all. Individual states.
Mm-hmm.
Sharon, I can't talk today. I can't spell
Well,
today.
yeah.
I'm
don't always
trying.
hear
It's
about
okay,
it, right?
it's okay, Becky. No problem.
Ms. Boo, you know, you don't always hear about everything, right? Because it doesn't reach mainstream. It doesn't reach
I just
everyone.
found out a couple of days ago that Portland, Oregon is still burning.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think
So
that
sorry, go ahead.
I just think that woke business is so much propelled hate, it's just not even funny. And all of the people that are screaming racism in America, it concerns me that they don't spend a millisecond to look at racism all over the world and how much worse it is in so many places.
Yeah. And the stories that you don't hear. There's always those stories you don't hear that don't make the mainstream. You don't hear from people.
Like, people will sit up there and talk so much about how much money you can make if you find work in Dubai. And there have been horror stories that made it all the way up to I don't know what the man's actual title is. I think he's like the top manager of all of the football clubs in the UK, and they took his passport immediately when he's just going over there to accept a job to oversee football teams now, threw him in prison, tortured him for over 2 years. This is not an uncommon story by any means. They do the same thing, pulling in help from people from the Philippines, people from various places in Asia, and they pay down the press to keep it quiet. Now, the princes, when I say the prince, that's the highest rated guy in Dubai as far as the big building push and all that, and the one whose wife desperately wants to divorce him and get the hell away from him. I don't know if they've completed the divorce yet, but she went to Britain just to protect her own safety. This has been ongoing story for a while. I used to do some work with Amnesty International, and the second most visible princess daughter has been put in prison twice for trying to escape the place. Princess Khalifa.
Huh.
Is it Khalifa, or is she the younger sister, the first one that tried to escape during a vacation to the UK? Because most of them have compounds in the UK too. But the sister directly because she was like 16 or 17 when she tried to emancipate herself, and that didn't go well. So the older sister, who was like maybe between 19 and 21 the first time that she tried to join her sister and escape, they flat out put her in an underground prison for, I can't remember if it was 5 years or it was 6 years, and freely admitted to how she was treated. She was tortured all the time and withheld from food and all kinds of stuff. Well, she tried a second escape with a Frenchman who had been a former person in the, not special ops, the word I'm trying to think of is, well, he did have military experience, and he would qualify as a special ops. He is retired, and her best friend, who I believe came from Holland, she was definitely blonde and had an accent, was just mortified that they almost made it. They were spirited away across a gulf, and they were going to reach the west coast of India. And right just when it's in sight, they're that close to getting her free and on this soil. At the last minute, she thought that she was safe enough to text her siblings and say, I just wanted to say goodbye. I made it away successfully. And they were able to catch her before she made it to the coast. They made the girlfriend and the Frenchman lay down and not look at them, and said, you're going to be dead in a minute. And if you look into the story, there is tons of information on it from both Sky News Australia, which is actually the first country that directed my attention, because she put out a 40-minute video that said, if you're seeing this video, I am most likely dead already. Well, some high-level people in governments got involved, and they were saying, we're going to demand to see her. This is after she's been imprisoned the second time. And when they finally got her in front of cameras, it was so obvious that they were keeping her drugged up to her hairline. So
hard to, just very unconscionable.
yeah, it is. Because the gentleman who is so high up in management of football leagues, he actually admitted that he was also submitted to something worse than sexual harassment. I'll put it that way.
Interesting story.
Oh, they're by no means alone. There used to be a statistic roughly 15 to 20 years ago that your average child in a Kuwaiti family would have like a bare minimum of 5 servants.
Oh.
And most of them were, oh, the ad looks great, the pay looks great, and the second you get there, they take your paperwork and basically imprison you. And I've got a very dear friend of over 25 years. His descent is Palestinian, but they won't even allow a Palestinian paperwork. They just say you're from Jordan. Israel can be really brutal too. And at the risk of sounding pro-Arab versus anti-Israel, I can assure you I'm not. I was once engaged to a rabbi. I kid you not. I think it was the shortest engagement I ever had, but a very nice person. We both moderated for AOL. You can't just moderate for AOL. They have to recruit you, and they put you through like 2 years of training before they'll even leave you on your own to oversee these things. And I forgot the point that I was going for. Oh, my friend from Palestine, his mother was walking one day past. They fled to Kuwait to protect their family, and his mom and her best friend were taking a walk, and they saw a woman on the third story of a mansion calling out for help, and she started an organization to start liberating these captured servants, and it's actually doing fairly well. You get a ton of paperwork because of going across various country lines and whatnot. I can also explain a little bit about what probably happened to, was it Two Bears who was talking about walking in between the two veiled women but not touching them?
Yeah, I
Yes.
believe it was Two Beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's real firm in their law that there's a big no-no on that. Depending on how closely you're entrenched into the Muslim religion, number one, they have a set of etiquette rules that is just foreign to a lot of people. And I'll give you a great example. If an Arab guy is walking down the street and he looks up and he sees a beautiful woman, whether she's wearing a veil or not, if he looks up a second time at her, that's considered lascivious behavior. And what they call the morality police that enforce Sharia law, they usually run around in bands of anywhere from 3 to 7 men. I mean, they're especially hard on the women. If you're exposing half of a centimeter too much flesh at your wrist point, they'll take out a type of billy club and beat you right in the street.
I've seen in Saudi Arabia. I spent 2 years there in the Al Qasim province. I've seen the religious police go up and start caning a woman from behind because she's either following too close behind her husband or she showed a little bit of skin on her ankle or on her wrist. Yeah, I've seen
You're
that.
right.
I've seen that.
I might be best versed on Saudi Sharia law over all of the Arab countries, but I'm happy that I spent time with a lot of them, and they're the most hospitable people I've ever met. I mean, they'll literally sit there and meet you for the first time, and by the end of a pleasant evening of many people attending, they'll sit there and argue over the honor of hosting you in their home.
Now, if you go to a Saudi Arabian's home, when you stare at something too long, all of a sudden they're offering it to you, and if you don't accept it, they get offended.
Oh, if you were to go to any member of that's connected directly to the royal family and say, "I like your jewelry," they
I've
have to
been in the
take it off
palace.
immediately and hand it to you.
I've been in the palace.
And I have a friend that says he was at one time in the line of succession. I do being His Royal Highness the Prince. I'm next, and he did not want that job. He did everything he could to piss off the royal family, and I was there to witness it. I was very sure that the royal family had his house bugged in Biscayne Bay, Florida. And he sat there and bragged about the fact that he had read the Bible 3 times. Then he met my mom, and she did so much extra work on correct interpretations of all of the original language that the books were written in, and she could show you this is really not mean what this main version of the Bible that's released is trying to say.
Yeah.
So and this guy would spend hours and hours on the phone with my mom discussing the Bible. That's a death sentence right there. And the royal family, they're constantly taking out hits on each other, and they want the public to know. Like there was one of the princes that was found out in the empty quarter. It's all desert and it's so much worse heat. It's like the worst of all the heat. He was found there, but his lungs were full of water, fresh water. A lot of that came out like within 2 years of 9/11.
Have you ever seen Fluffy? The comedian Fluffy?
Is his last name like Iglesias?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that guy.
Did you see us together when he went to Saudi Arabia?
I don't remember because like
on YouTube. It's hilarious.
I will look it up. I promise you that. And if you get a chance, if you haven't seen it yet, look up the one where he goes to India.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Fanta.
Number one comedian in all of Saudi Arabia. Jeff Dunhill. I kill you.
I love the dead terrorist. Heck, I do too. I think he's hilarious.
Or was that one where was he in Singapore? He wasn't allowed to use the dead terrorist. Yeah, I think it was Singapore.
Yeah.
So he used the son of the dead terrorist.
Oh, that is right. I forgot about that. Good call.
So you guys have to watch on YouTube. Iglesias goes by the stage name Fluffy. He's a Latino American comedian. He's quite funny.
He is awesome.
He had to travel all the way to Saudi Arabia before he got introduced on the stage, and they actually called him an American. Not a Latino American, but they called him an American.
Well, with all due respect, if you're born in the country, and you really shouldn't be anything but an American.
Exactly.
I love the people who just say, I really don't care what you think because I'm an A-list personality in Hollywood. I'm going to say what I think, and I personally don't think we should even have a Black History Month. Why? No. It's not Black history, it's American history. Or at least what he perceives is shown during the month of February. Now they're just... Well, everybody is so mad about everything.
And in Canada, here's one little peculiarity you might not be familiar with. You ask somebody what their nationality is, and the majority of the time they'll tell you it's not Canadian.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, I'm Indian. Or, I'm from Morocco. I'm Moroccan. I'm a South Africaner. I'm Australian. Even though they're Canadian citizens, they still refer to their home country.
Huh.
Did not know that. But I love the fact that Canadians, at least the Canadians that I've met and been on message boards with, have a great sense of humor. And even if you're like, I went to some pretty great lengths to create I recorded our entire chats, and then I kind of pumped up the wording that everybody was, everyone, not the two, because we had two Canadians, and I'd always put that picture of the two guys that played the Great White North.
Or how
Don't
about
remember their names offhand, but...
Oh, yeah. But they exaggerate it a lot.
Hello to comedy.
Like we say about, we don't say about, we say about. We don't say Z, we say Z.
I know plenty of Canadians that say a boot. Well, but it's not that. They don't put that much emphasis on it. I promise I can speak the English language. It's just not today.
Yeah,
We know,
Sorry.
Miss Boo. We know, we understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But yeah, this comedy bit would go on for like pages. Actually, everybody loved it because it kind of took the mickey out of everybody. So I did not just isolate our two Canadian friends, but I just kept putting them up there as the two dudes from the Great White North, and they both had great senses of humor too.
Well, how about red green?
Red Green.
Yeah.
Seriously, you
I've
just
heard the
mentioned that?
name, but
Even I know that. I think we're talking about the same thing.
Red green. He's famous for duct tape.
Yeah, it's a show. It's a show that aired on like CBC here in Canada. Yeah, famous for the duct tape.
You see that movie he did? Played Butler Bob.
No, I don't think so.
That's on YouTube. That's funny.
I never even heard of that.
I can see your point, Guardian.
Yeah, Guardian has a point.
Yeah, but if you ran into an Italian in the States and you asked them what nationality, he'll say American, not Italian. You run into Italian here in Canada, and you say what nationality? He'll
Yes,
say, I'm
there are many
Italian.
people who are, they immigrate legally and they're proud of it, and basically I'm fine with either one. I'm just worried about how dangerous this country is becoming, and trust me, I'm worried about global. I'm a global girl.
Yeah.
So I'm just as worried about, I think y'all have got a leader in Canada when I say y'all, I'm not referring to anybody in specific, but when they started taking down the truckers and freezing people's bank accounts for giving, a little old lady gives $40 to a trucker to help him out, and they freeze her bank accounts. I'm like, and then he takes away the ability for,
again.
They won't even allow people to go to a lawyer or a court to defend what they're doing. And I'm like, how evil is this guy? And how the hell are you writing laws like that?
Well,
To just take out.
He's not the only one by himself. Our prime minister just can't go about make executive decisions like your U.S. president does.
And they make some messed up executive orders that, like, there was one that Obama signed that I didn't see for years, and it is the craziest thing I've ever seen. At any given moment, the president can take over power of literally everything in America, all the crops grown, all the sources of electricity, all of the outlets for crude oil. I mean, we went from one leader that had us as the number one producer of crude oil on the planet, over 17 billion barrels a year, to immediately being a guy who has to go to countries we've already put all of these what do you call it, restrictions on these countries because of the things that they're doing wrong, and those are the same countries he's going to beg them for, can you please help us with the oil problem? Like Venezuela is, was it Venezuela or is it Peru?
Venezuela.
There are sanctions on them, and there's big sanctions on Iran, but Iran is getting oil out still and making profit by using Venezuela to do the second step of the process and taking it from the crude oil state to the other state that's closer to what they'll put in the trucks to transport and get to places where consumers can.
Well, they tried to build pipelines from Alberta down to Texas.
Which didn't work.
No, that was stopped.
Biden stopped that.
It was started twice and it was stopped twice. And Biden and Trump weren't the only ones that were involved in the stopping and starting of it.
And we're the second highest supplier of crude oil to the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the pipeline's now dead in the water because now it's no longer cost effective.
So it's still being shipped by train car.
Oh, we're just being so majorly screwed by this guy
who
can't even read a teleprompter and can't even walk 6 feet without stumbling. It's disgusting.
Well, he's going to be gone in a couple of years. Don't worry about it.
Hopefully.
And we really we have a secondary worry, and that is Kamala. God forbid I don't pronounce her name right. Talks to the whole nation like she's talking to 4-year-olds. She literally can't score a positive grade after any of her appearances. And we just don't need more trouble. We need some help. Exactly. I'd love to see them turn the oil economy right around, but no matter who gets elected, it's not going to be a magic. Oh, the economy's cured. No.
Yeah, no silver bullet.
The financial predictions that I've read in the past months say that if they do or don't officially declare the recession, it's going to be a long time as far as healing from it. But we're supposed to be discussing defense, so y'all want me to go get my katanas? My camera's kind of messed up, so I can't show off my weaponry and.
Well, katanas is good weapons.
I was teasing, sweetheart.
I'm a big fan of katanas.
I wanted to have 2 of them tattooed on my back. I was like, yeah, that's a lot of ink.
Yeah, that would fit you, definitely.
Thank you. But yeah, two cross
Remind me
swords
not to
on
run
my
into
back. You know the guy from the Kill Bill movie that made the bride the sword, Sonny Chiba? I mean, he was such a famous actor in Japan and other countries that produce martial arts films long before Kill Bill that Tarantino couldn't believe that he got him. He actually did in real life make katanas. I always thought that was pretty cool.
Okay, CR.
He's probably getting more cigarettes.
Yeah, I gotta go take my dog out.
Okay, 2 beers.
Later.
What kind of dog you got?
Lhasa Apso.
Oh, awesome.
She is my American bitch.
Oh, come on. They have sweet personalities.
Oh, I bought her from a breeder in Syracuse, New York.
Really?
She's female, so she's my American bitch.
Exactly.
Oh, honey, I'm not offended by the use of the word. That's proper use of the word.
Oh, a female dog is a bitch.
Yes.
Anyways, everybody have a good day.
Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, 2 beers are awesome.
Exactly.
2 beers are on J Max and Darren's streams too, so
exactly.
It's nice to see him.
I'm way behind. I've been kind of scarce for over 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
And like nobody on Discord even realized it.
Alona, good to see you, my friend.
Oh,
Welcome
Sorry,
to
I
the
lost
stream.
audio there.
Hi
My mic's not
Oh,
working
there you are,
again.
CR.
I know. Sorry, if I slip out, it's because I'm like, I don't think they can hear me because I keep trying to interrupt, and I'm like, it's not working. Same issues
Sorry.
like last week. Yeah, no, it's all good.
By
It's
the
all
way,
good.
does my mic sound loud?
no.
No,
No?
Okay,
Sounds
thank
good.
you.
it's more like
Appreciate
Loud
does
and
my
clear.
mic sound like you can hear me? I was talking for like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, no one can hear me. I can tell.
Are you tired, Fanatic?
Only a bit.
I mean, you're getting some epic yawns in. Were you able to sleep last night, or?
Yeah.
He needs
I
to pick me
wouldn't.
up.
I slept like 3 hours
Yeah, I
with
need
sleep
some
medication and
Dr.
just got up
Pepper
and said I'd get
and
up.
some cigarettes.
Yep, he needs to pick
Most
me
of
up.
my gamer friends go for either Mountain Dew or Mountain Dew Red when they're really going to put in some hours of gaming. That they're like, yeah, I want my Becky, God, it's so annoying. I want my caffeine straight with a little bit of flavor added to it, but basically it's caffeine, a little coloring, a little soda, a lot of caffeine. I've been afraid to try the red.
Don't they have a blue? I thought they had a blue or something.
It's really, I'm a Coca-Cola gal, so I really don't know. I really don't drink Mountain Dew. I used to think it was funny at the skating rink they have like a built-in snack bar, and it's your standard thing that you would see at the theaters or other places. You just press your cup up against it. Well, the kids invented a drink called the Suicide. And that means they want you to go down the line, put some ice in the cup, and go down the line and put a little bit of every single soda available, including mixing sugar drinks with diet drinks. I'm like, I cannot imagine how horrible that must taste. But it's a kid thing, so
Yeah, exactly.
we definitely want all ages to feel welcome in the
Hey,
skating
Romina
rinks there.
Luna, good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the stream this Saturday evening. So, CR,
Yeah, what's up, man?
what do you? I was thinking about the security in a SHTF event or just in the beginning of it.
And we've seen clips of clips. We've seen hints on what could happen for various events that happened in the past. I mean,
But the security will be a problem. But the security will be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, like if the lights are out, well, you're in the cover of darkness, which means, the grid. Let's say the grid's down. Unless you got backup power for your camera's not helping you. If you got solar lights or something like that to power the lights, okay, you got something. But that's why I'm a fan of things like mirrors and stuff like that because they're passive. Like you can see like some like outside in a blind spot because you have a mirror. Like like you'd see in a parkade.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, that's why they have them, right? So it's in stairwells. You see them all the time now, right? It's because it's a safety thing. So it's harder for people to sneak up on you.
Stand in a blind spot.
Yeah, you can't just stand in the blind spot and just come out of the corner, right? No, because I've seen that before, where it's like, yeah, as soon as I look in the parkade or outside, I'm like looking at this mirror because I can see around this corner. People can't just hide and ambush you, for example, right? And those things would still kind of work without power, right? unlike lights and cameras that need power.
Yeah, I really wish I could have a top of the line, I can go for a long time generator backup.
Hey, Bob. Good
Hello,
to see you.
Bob.
Hello,
What
guys,
is up,
guys,
Bob?
guys. What's
I know
up?
Bob's got a lot
Good
to
to
say.
see you.
I know Bob's got a lot to say. I know he does.
Yeah,
Goes
Bob
through it
has
all the
a
time.
lot of things to say. So,
First thing I gotta say, Shadow, you're ugly, and you got to get Verna back up here. You are still ugly. You just don't.
You stop that.
Uh,
That's my friend you're talking about.
I know, I'm just joking with him. It's among us guys, guy stuff. Yeah. What was you guys talking about? Overheard a little bit of it.
well, security in SHTF event, or just in the beginning of it, because
Or
I
even
consider it a security problem. And
Yeah.
if you have an alarm system that works on batteries or
Yeah.
electric power grid, well, if that goes down,
Yeah.
you're screwed.
You're gonna have to rely on these and these. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
well,
Bob is-
and people to help you, right?
I like
People
that
to help
Bob is well into his preparation, his defense of
Mhm.
his home.
Oh, you bet.
Or,
Yeah.
or
Of
you
the
have to
necessity.
rely on empty cans and string, fishing
The
line.
string.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that works. As an alarm system, at least.
That's true. Yeah. You use that in your barbed wire, concertina wire, or anywhere, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know people have used those door alarms that, as soon as it
Yeah.
separates, it turns on, all right? Or a mousetrap to trigger it, so it,
Mhm.
stuff like that. It's good to have all the options available for you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So if one goes down, hopefully you can use the other one, right?
Yeah, those driveway alarms, I swear by those. Those
Mhm.
are really, really handy. Yeah. They give you a little bit of warning.
Yeah,
Especially
that's what
with
you
a
need,
couple
right? You want that lead time,
very
right?
interesting neighbors that Bob has had.
Yeah. I've only had 3 people try to get into my house this summer. That's only 3 so far.
Only 3. That was not mine, eh?
Two that were in a car, and I run them off. And then the one, I saw her on my cameras walk up to my front door and check the doorknob and see if the door was locked. It
That's
was.
creepy as shit.
Oh, honey, that was last year. I had 9 or 10.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember the weird guy that was doing everything to get intel on you,
Oh, that pervert.
and a
Yeah.
female that was doing everything to sweet up to you to get intel too.
Hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Female. Which one was that? I mean, I'm talking about actual home invasions from the junkies. I live in the Seattle area. It's nice to meet you, Fanatic Guide. I live in the Seattle area. I've got
Oh.
practical, real life experience at this shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every summer.
And
The
you
one
share with it.
that one really good looking
Yeah, it's probably
woman.
not fun.
Yeah. She was snooping around. I don't know who the hell she was, but she was a neighbor's wife, and she had a butt and legs that were real lethal distraction. And yeah, I'm serious, man. And it was took everything a bit
Yeah,
of
but she was
control.
using all those tools for
Yes,
a purpose.
ma'am.
I'm
Yeah,
convinced of it.
she was leaning. I got a welder right there. I got a welding machine. She was leaning across that, showing me her ass and legs when she's trying to figure out, what do you do in this
Distraction.
shop? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
None
like,
of your
A
damn
distraction, right?
business, pretty
Uh-huh.
girl.
Right? Distracting you while
Uh-huh.
she takes a couple of power tools. It's like,
yeah. Or, well, her approach was, because I stand guard. I mean, I'm literally outside, or I've got the door open and I'm looking all the time. And her approach was, "Were you in the military?" Yeah. "I thought you were because you're always on standing guard." I said, "Yeah, well, you're observant." Okay. So she came over here a few times, sniffing around to see because she was subtle, but she wasn't getting anywhere with me. I'm old, and I didn't get old by being stupid.
Yeah.
I didn't let on that I was a prepper, or had stuff and food and all that. I didn't let that on, but she was sure sniffing. Yeah. What if like I told this might, you younger guys might learn this from me here. She was proposing that we join forces, her husband and her and me, and she'd never seen my wife, I don't think. But well, how about if we join up, and because we've got some guns? I said, well,
Yeah, she wasn't. She just wanted to know what you have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I said most Americans have got guns, and well, how about if we join up forces or whatever? I said, look, that was 2021, and 2020 was the riots that happened right here, and I put it back on her. Listen to this, young man. I put it back on her. I said, if you have a husband and if you want me to join up with your husband, you send your husband alone right here, and I'll put up a chair right there and a fresh pot of coffee, and your husband and I will sort it out. But you need to bring him here. Never saw him. So what kind of game? What kind of game does that tell you?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that'd be kind of.
Yeah. Now that at the same time, and that pervert old creep was sniffing around, looking to, well, I'm a retired guy. I live a very quiet life. I don't bother people, but it just shows you how much drama is out there, because it always comes to me. I don't go outside that building and go talk to people. That way, they always bring it into me. It's like, people are creepy, man. People are scary.
And it's going to get creepier.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it could very well be.
Head on a swivel time.
Yeah, always. Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Vanessa Kitty. Good to see you, and good to see you.
Hi,
as well.
Vanessa Kitty.
Shadows.
Oh, we're in drama class. She just wrote that down. Drama class? Question mark.
Manipulation of people. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah. The problem is, if that is that bad now, how would it be when we get a real SHTF situation?
Mm-hmm.
The security, if you think they keep your family and your property secured and things like that, now it will triple.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
It will get much, much worse and much harder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because people will be more bold to do stuff. Or willing to do stuff. Right? The grid's down. Things are down. Cover of darkness. Oh, look. There's no cameras in the area. Let's go do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Especially,
opportunity, right? The opportunity will present itself. Next thing you know.
That's when you
gotta.
Right? Yeah, that's when you gotta get an iron heart. You gotta harden your heart, man.
Yeah.
You've got to make a choice between the life and safety of your wife and kids, or asshole outside the door. Easy choice for me.
Easy choice for me. I would do everything for my family, my wife, my kids, and my parents-in-law and my sister-in-law. So I would do everything to protect them.
Same here.
So if somebody would do something to my family, and I'm home and I see that, and if the grid is down and we are in the SHTF, I wouldn't care about that dude. I would be more worried about my family.
Yeah.
Priorities.
Well, you brought up something very important there, Shadow. If you're home, what kind of steps have you guys taken to ensure your family's reasonable safety when you're not home? What are
That
you
is a
guys
good
doing?
point.
In other words, like, do you take your wife to a shooting range or out in the woods and teach her, proper handling and
Yeah.
say we may very well reach a point where you've got to be as watchful over the family when as the wife, like during the hours that you might be going to work or out collecting supplies, because it's not enough to just put aside some prepping supplies. You also want to make sure those supplies are kept up.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to make sure that when your wife goes to her job or whatever, she knows how to protect herself. And I don't mean just a few self-defense classes. If you really want to take self-defense, go take some proper lessons in a gym, full-time lessons. Self-defense, they just teach you how to do blow a rape whistle and run, and that's really all it's worth.
I started my training at 8 with Taekwondo.
There you go.
I never thought that it would be something. I was more into the spiritual aspect of it as a whole as well, and what rules of engagement are really included. To put it in a nutshell, I am a morbidly big fan of Master Lee. We'll never see another one in our lifetime. Good Lord, enough people have tried. But then I got into radio and television and that business about the 11 kidnapping attempts that I survived. Yeah, I won't hesitate to hurt someone, and I'll use anything as a weapon.
You bet, yeah. Yeah, what we did with my daughter was we started off, my wife's Filipino, you guys, some of you regulars know that. First thing that Mom taught us was Filipino knife fighting, or arnis, stick and knife. And then after my daughter got a little bit older, we took her to karate to start her off with.
Isn't knife fighting a recognized form of...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, it's called arnis, kali, or eskrima. But
I practiced eskrima.
You know it then, yeah.
Yeah.
The footwork, avoiding is almost as more important. How to step out of the way, so someone doesn't make contact.
Yeah, how you move your body and
the footwork, yeah,
and how you center your balance so you can't be.
Yeah, but we started,
and especially your stance. How you have your upper body.
Yeah.
Let's say
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
If you're staying upright, let's say if I'm standing upright like I do now, it's not good. Your stomach is open. You need,
unless you're being chewed at, you want to stand sideways to prevent the minimal target.
Lean forward a bit, and have a pretty wide stance, and keep your hand behind your stick. And why do you have your hand here? If you block your opponent's stick, and if you don't block that hard enough or push hard enough, you get these in your face, and you don't want that. That's why you have your hand here. It's better your hand take the
it's called
punch, and then you can do
your checking
you can
hand.
do like this.
Yeah, and when you do like the number one strike, you don't strike like you slash with it like you're slashing with a knife.
I was just going to say, Bob, that looks more like Bushido than.
Well, it's Filipino, arnis, kali, eskrima. It's you keep your checking hand here. And my wife taught arnis, which is, they're all very similar, but they're like the number one strike. You don't come down like this to just pop them. You slash it.
It's like a sword.
The slash
think like you have a sword.
The slash movement is more of a you follow through with your body weight. It has more of an impact.
And one of the most important things that for a beginner to learn it's very aggressive. It's all on the attack. You have to attack, and you have to continue to attack. You can't give them a second to take a breath. But one of the very first things that you do is say your opponent is standing there. Okay, this is his weapon hand right there. You never make a straight attack. You always attack at an angle, and you attack towards their weapon shoulder. You attack towards it and at an angle, and then move in like this and slash him. Yeah, because if he's got a weapon, in his hand. Unless he really knows what he's doing, he's not going to be able to bring that back around and use it against you. Most people are just like apes. They just you step towards his shoulder, which he's not going to be expecting, and now you're over here, and now you're on him. That's where the footwork is so important. And if he does make an attack on you, you step out of the way, and then you come right back in.
Yeah, and make your attack effective.
Yeah, that's one of the. It's hard to find lessons in that here in the States. It's hard. There's not very many, but fortunately, my wife's got a black belt in that, and others, and so she taught us that. I was
fortunate enough to be raised around many branches of military, and it was the friends that taught me Taekwondo. I wasn't actually going to the classes. They were, and then they would come home immediately and show me all of what they were learning that day. And that's the first thing that hit me is all of the beginning. I think if I recall correctly, they call the exercises gis or the uniform. I forget.
Yeah.
The point was, it was all focused on how are you standing, how are you balancing your body. And then I started really getting interested in how Bruce Lee was combining these different martial arts and.
No, I want to tell you. I want to tell you right now all about Bruce Lee. He was a businessman. He owned a gym, and he did all these. He did all these demonstrations where he could take a finger and knock a 400-pound man off of his feet.
He was a businessman. 1-inch punch.
Yeah, that's bull. I've been in a lot of fights. There's nobody can take a finger and knock a 400-pound man 13 feet in the air. Yeah, it just doesn't work, Well,
the only time he really illustrated the 1-inch punch was at demonstrations of martial arts.
Demonstrations because he had a gym and he was a businessman. Yeah.
Vanessa Kitty, that is a good point. I had a elderly friend who was in real estate. She carried her firearm in her purse, and every time she would take us to lunch or dinner, she'd say, "I'm not going to take out my firearm. I'm going to shoot you through my purse." That's just more movement I don't need.
My wife carries concealed underneath her shirt, and she can we practice in the living room constantly. Draw it, fire. Draw and fire and I don't know this. I'm glad you know some about Arnis, Shadow. At least I got someone who knows what they're talking about. I think for most people, especially over the age of 40, Arnis or Eskrima or Kali is one of the very best forms to start learning, because it doesn't involve getting thrown on the floor. Like you're over 40, you hit the floor, something's going to break,
Ow.
Yeah. I read. I was ranked. I got the third rank in the Eskrima. Not the highest. You have 1, 2, 3, and up to 12, I believe it is. But I got the third. So
yeah, I hear you.
I was not the highest, but I that's enough.
Yeah, it's enough. Yeah,
I remember the basics. I remember the basics. Still remember the basics. It's in my muscle memory.
Yeah, perfect.
So
Very good.
I will
That's why I'm
probably.
glad I learned
I
yet.
remember the blocks.
Move
So,
in, move out, moves left,
yeah.
move right, move in,
Yeah.
move out. The footwork. Yeah.
So I remember that.
Yeah.
And
This
I
is
had
your
no
shield.
idea. Sorry.
That's your shield right there. That's your shield. Is the stick. And yeah, you know quite a bit then, Shadow. Very good, because that might save your ass one day. And the neat thing about it is, with what you've learned, you can use this pair of scissors as the same way.
Yeah.
You could use anything, a comb, antenna off of a car, in the same manner.
Like bug spray.
The best thing is what you can use: one stick and one knife.
Yeah, that's
Okay, now the stick
So
that you have in your left hand.
You block with this.
And
you
go
block
in
with this. Go in, and then you come after with that.
Yeah, deflect away and come back in.
This is my when you really know how to use a knife, that's really all you need. Something small, and it's got to be sharp. So my missus said a million times, "Hon, what kind of knife should we get?" Blah blah blah. And we went to a place, and she selected ones like this. She said, "That's all you need. Just make sure it's sharp. Use that thing like a sewing machine."
With a baby Gerber?
No, I'm not sure.
It's a very small knife. It's double-edged, and it's very easy to hide in a lady's clothing. And I carried one for decades.
I got my wife carries 2 lock blades. They're like that. They're with a blade like this. This is a boot knife, but with a blade like that, a blade shaped like that.
Okay.
And I sat there and I worked them for day after day after day. So all she has to do is take that out of her handbag and snap it. And if she takes out she's a Filipino, man. You if you got a Filipino who pulls a knife on you, you're in freaking trouble, man. You're in trouble.
Unless you got a box in your hand and you're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Checking the time. Yeah. As far as I would start off the conversation with, what have you done to help your family to learn how to fight and learn how to harden their heart. You've got to have an iron heart if things go really bad, because you're going to see shit. You're going to see stuff. You're going to see people go down, because when people get hungry, they'll do anything.
Well, yeah. I mean, just to bring back some points, well, not points, but history here. Look what happened in New Orleans during that time. Well, right?
In New Orleans, what?
Right. Well, it was
Katrina.
Yeah, because
Katrina. Oh, yes.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah,
many people who were retired military were protecting entire neighborhoods and had surplus, by the way.
So,
you're right, Vanessa. Absolutely. That's why I chose these boot knives to carry, because they're only sharp on one side. In Washington State, it's against the law to carry a dagger, and this is not a dagger.
Yeah.
It's only one side.
Yeah, and if you carry a baseball bat, you better make sure you have the glove and ball nearby, really close by. I just think, right. I can walk around with a hockey stick if I got a puck or a ball with me. Right, stuff like that, or like a walking stick. Right, I'm actually walking with it. Right, it shows that my intention was not to use this as a weapon, but to actually use it as a tool or to play sports with first.
Yeah.
Right. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd say, you've got to really focus in on your family, your loved ones, so that if you're not home to protect them, they're going to be able to protect themselves. Or if something happens to you during a fight, they're not going to, go into a panic and melt because.
Yeah, they'll have that fight or flight response or freeze response.
That was one of the things I was going to bring up, Bob, about starting martial arts training at the age 8. It wasn't until I was about 20 or 21 the first time somebody tried to grab me, and I was closing up the skating rink for the night. My car was the only car in the parking lot. This guy grabbed me from behind and instantly pinned my arms to my side, and I came right up under his kneecap immediately, turned on him, kicked him 3 times in very quick succession, right by his wedding bait and tackle, and said, "If you don't think I can hit where I'm aiming, please try me again." He was like, "Oh, I was just joking." I said, "That is no fucking joke, man."
I'm surprised
You've
he
got
stayed
your
around
car
long enough
hidden.
to.
That's not a joke.
You know what my cousin did when she was a nurse and she was attacked in the parking lot? She carried an ice pick on her key ring. The key ring was right here, and an ice pick in her hand every day out to the car. And an asshole came up behind her and bear hugged her. She'd brought that ice pick down and sunk it into his thigh. Just boom, instantly.
Nicely done.
He let go and he took off
That
running.
distracted him real quick.
Well, yeah, it disables him, right? Because it's like, unless he's high out of his kite, he's no feel that. Or they're don't feel that, I should say.
Yeah,
if he's got any smarts to him, he'll know that it may be close enough to an artery where you can easily bleed out fast.
Yeah, threat versus reward. He found out instantly, this one's not a kitten. She's not going to crumble down and pee her pants. She's going to fight, and she already did, and she did it instantly. That's what saved her life.
Well, yeah, right. Because a lot of the time, it's those first things you do first, right? You don't have time to react. You just
first
back
in,
to the training.
First out. Yeah. First in, first out. Remember that. First in, first out. Yeah. You've got to be the first. You've got to make the first move. But
I didn't see the guy coming. I didn't hear him. He used stealth and he hid his car. I don't see where any of that leads to, I was just joking with you.
I'm surprised he even talked to you.
Yeah.
Well, that's all he got to say when he limped away, and I knew which direction his car was in. And I was like, "Sure you don't want to stick around? I mean, the police are just across the street."
Yeah, and honestly,
I'll be happy to introduce you to them. I talked plenty smack.
Yeah. Well, if he's that stealthy, he knows that you're not his first victim.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing.
But I'm glad he did it, because instantly all those years of balance, training, focus, kick power came right into play. I knew immediately to come right up under his kneecap the second he disabled my arms. And I was like, I can make you let go fast.
Right? Those are the weak points on the body.
Yeah.
Right.
And there have been people who have even managed to drug me and transport me 100 miles, but since drugs don't work, any opioid does not work on me well, it didn't knock me out all the way, and more than half of that space, I played dead to see where it turned out he was going exactly where he had no idea that he was driving me to my hometown from Atlanta. Was where I know, isn't that great? Not only that, the entire apartment complex was filled with Arabs that knew me very well and kind of had me in a position of honor, because I was really protecting a friend who wanted to marry an Arab, so I was like not dating an Arab. The married women love me to death. They're like, she's just got so much honor. And I'm like, just because I'm not going after everybody's man, that's sad that y'all even have to deal with that contention. And by the way, when you see an Arab family and the male is walking in the front, the children in the middle, and the female brings up the rear, he's not acting sexist towards the female at all. It's all about setting up a line of protection for the children.
For the kids, yeah. Yeah.
I saw one at our health center a couple of years ago, and I waited. The male had a real stern look on his face and everything. And I was like, okay, he might be a little radical. And I waited until the female walked right by me, and I said in Arabic, "Salam alaikum, sister," and she looked over and gave me the biggest smile. Like, I never see Americans like you.
Well, what do you guys think will be the first to go, food or fuel? They're working on fuel for both Canada and the U.S. Shutting the fuel off. They're working on that. They're working overtime to do that for us right now. What do you think will be the first? Shut off the fuel or shut off the food?
The fuel.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
If not shutting it off, they've easily already placed it in a category where people can't. They're seriously sweating trying to afford their fuel, and it's already affecting how much they can buy for their regular food.
Yeah, it's true.
So they're concerned about. I mean, most people suggest that you, as you're prepping, hopefully you've already started. That's number one. And please don't just go to the store and take everything of one thing. You want to gather your supplies, like each time you go to the store, pick up one or another.
Yeah.
Of
that's how I've always done it.
Add to your kitty. Keep adding to your kitty. Vanessa Kitty is saying some great recommendations here throughout the conversation. Just want to point that out.
She always has great ideas and great comments.
That's how
you can learn a lot from her.
I've gotten my food stored away. I'm pretty well set up, but I've been doing this for a very, very long time, and that's how I got my food stored away. Was okay. This is my favorite cans of beans. I'm going to buy 2 extra, and eat these, store these away in 2 different places, and that's how you do it. Just slowly but surely. I store away the food that we eat every day,
I store away like good alternatives like dried beans, dried rice, things that have a long shelf staying powered. And I've been trying to. My boyfriend and I are separated by 800 miles. If we're lucky, we might see each other once in a year because of how hard he's been working. And I finally got him to talk a couple of nights ago about to what extent has he been prepping. And he says, well, I put back a little Spam. And I was like, yeah, but honey, you'll eat Spam 3 nights out of the week. You just really love Spam. And I'm concerned that of how much processed meat you're eating. He said, but I tell you one thing, I've got an entire closet full of top to bottom, and you can barely open the door. And I was like, okay, what? He said, bathroom tissue.
Yeah.
And I said, while that's impressive, honey, you don't eat bathroom tissue. I think you need to broaden your range of what you're storing.
Just also be aware of prepping is easy to fake on YouTube. There's a lot of bullshit artists out there.
Yeah.
A lot of them. And that's why
there are a lot of people that have so much ways of approaching it that I've never seen before.
I know. That's why the other day I opened up that can of sliced pineapple, because after it got safe to leave the area in 2020, I had already told my daughter, what do you want in food storage? Oh, just any kinds of beans. She didn't take it seriously until the Seattle riots kicked off. And then we lost power for days and the fires that were set all around. And she finally went out and got some stuff. And one of those was that can of sliced pineapples. And there's so many people on YouTube. Oh, you can't store citrus fruits because it'll eat through the can and you'll die. Well, I took one of those cans that she bought 2 years ago, opened it up, poured it into a glass bowl, and sat there and ate it right there on YouTube. This is 2 years old. There's no rust in the can, and I commended my daughter on the video for being so smart to store away something that was really tasty, so you don't get that, what do they call, food fatigue or whatever.
You guys are talking about food now?
Yeah.
Yeah, food, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can hear, by the way, now. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I think I got
good.
it. Sorry. That's why I had to keep coming back in and out. I couldn't hear anything, even though the mic was working. I'm like,
I could tell somebody on the panel was not connected right.
Yeah, I saw a little notification come up.
The interruption,
Mm-hmm.
but and then my screen froze, and I thought, wait a minute, are this person having trouble, or is my computer just having one of their I'll run but slow days? I think it was both.
Well, speaking of food,
oh, come on.
No. I need to show you this. If I can figure it out.
Food while I was gone. That's very nice of you.
Let's see. Not there.
I'd still love to show you all that video that the young Austrian woman did, and how far she has gone to pre-plan. I mean, she's even got a full setup to, what do you call it when you take anything bad out of the soil that you would like to plant food into? It's not homogenization, but it takes like out the parasites and any possible germs. Like you just want to go to your backyard and take a couple of shovelfuls, and you put it in this machine. It basically runs on solar and a tiny little battery, but if you leave it there enough hours in that setup, it's going to make the soil 100% safe to plant food in. Then
okay, guys. For that, this is for CR, a short. That is sandwich cake. Very common here in Sweden.
Is that like cucumber on the outside?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it even looks so well presented. It just looks yummy. You want to try it.
Yeah, it is different fillings. The first one there is a traditional one, and in the middle is Italian version, and the third one is a vegan one. So,
man, even the vegan one looks pretty tasty.
Yeah, and I did this short video when my sister-in-law's daughter were baptized. So.
Okay.
Oh, so that was like y'all's celebration after?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Nice.
I could just barely get my parents to go to the church when I got baptized, and I had to fight 2 years for it, from age 6 to 8. And it turned out that they kept telling me that it was my age that was holding me back. And then the night that they were baptizing everyone in a row, there's a 4.5-year girl right in front of me. They had to put a cinder block in the area where it's basically like a big tub with curtains across it. You don't know it's there until they have the night where they'll run the baptisms. And I'm like, y'all turned me down by telling me I was too young. And this cute little girl after she'd been baptized, she kind of like jumped off the cinder block and did a dog paddle to get to the other side, and everybody was just laughing. It was charming, but I was mad because in 3 different states I tried, and it turned out it had nothing to do with my age. Sarge finally broke it down for me. Sarge was like a
Hey,
second dad to me, and he said,
good to see you.
what they're afraid of is you getting baptized without the full agreement of your parents, and they can get in trouble and make it on the news and whatnot and attract bad publicity to the church if that becomes an issue and your parents disagree. I said, my parents, they just don't attend church. The second they moved into a city far away from grandma, suddenly they're like, woo, glad we don't have to do that every Sunday. And I was like, I'm 6 and I do. But I was always good at roaming around the neighborhood by myself. I was the explorer that would disappear. Even at age 3 and age 4, it was not uncommon for Dad to make it home from work and like half the neighborhood would be in the front yard. And Dad said, hey, what is it? Becky's lost again. And he'd say, no, Becky's not lost. You don't know where Becky is. That's the truth of it. I do it all the time. And I found a church that was within walking distance.
Do any of you guys have any plan or thoughts of groups of people taking your stuff or attacking you? Have you put that into your stuff, or something to think about? Having to fend off more than one person.
I do think about it. My big worry is my roommate is not taking it seriously at all. Won't let me. I've been trying for years to get him to try some really good deals on the companies that sell basically what would be meals ready to eat, only improved.
Well, see, now that's a mistake on your part. I'm trying to call you out or anything,
and my boyfriend is not taking it seriously. The only thing that he is stocked up on is toilet paper.
Don't wait on someone else.
That's stupid. Who's stacks on toilet paper during that? I think we have plenty of toilet paper as it is.
I don't need toilet paper. Like, I go overseas a lot. I just use a bucket of water and wash my ass. Don't wait on somebody else. That's your fault.
Yes, it is, but it's not my fault that I'm fighting cancer. It's not my fault that I'm disabled. And 2 days ago, I just got the worst news a neurologist ever gave me, but they've only done 1/6 of the testing. But I've been shaking for 2 days.
Well, I've got COVID right now. I'm also a cancer survivor.
Ooh, bless your heart.
Now, don't wait for someone else. Just take it upon yourself. I mean, you've got to have a mentality of me and mine, and you've had your chance. This is my mentality. This is how I get through. You've had your chance. Okay, say I'm looking at my neighbor. You've had your chance to put away food, water, and take care of yourself. Okay, I've taken care of my shit. I'm not sharing with you because you're a freaking idiot. I'm not talking to you. But you out there are not one of mine. I'm not going to share my food and water with you. It's your fault.
I don't disagree with that outlook.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same situation. I'm going to go in for some more cancer treatment in a few weeks.
This is my third battle, but we don't know to what extent we don't know how far it's spread. They've had me waiting 3 years on a test, and I finally got it ordered about 10 days ago and finally got a decent primary. When COVID was announced, 8 of my 9 doctors quit. And they're just now getting around to
I think it's probably my military experience to where I can just put little stuff like cancer behind me, COVID behind me, and keep going. march or
most
die.
of the time,
You know,
when I
you
tell
know.
them this is my third
Mm.
battle, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I'm like, "I'm sorry. Did you not hear the first part of the sentence? I beat the shit twice before."
How much TP do I have available? Oh my god, guys. Yeah, go ahead and
Same
pour some
Austrian.
pour some Kool-Aid on that toilet paper and eat it, you know. Learn how to live without toilet paper. Learn how to wash your ass with a bucket of water. I've done it overseas 1,000,000 times.
Thank you, HYD.
But that's I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying, anyone else out there, don't let someone in your home stop you. Do it, whatever it takes. You know.
I'm still doing everything I can to reach out to every agency I can to, because the disability wages have, become almost useless. They're so low, and they raise you $12 a year, which is basically giving you an extra $1 a month, and say, there, we've given you enough money to adjust for the cost of living. It's so.
Yeah.
Only this year did they raise it a little bit more. And I'm like, you're going to eat that up in a heartbeat just by the way the prices are going to raise. That was January when they tell you.
Yeah.
No, they tell you the end of December what your new payment is going to be. So I'm trying to engage Meals on Wheels. I'm trying to get access to.
I don't lay down and cry. I don't lay down and cry. I don't. You know, I'm just responding to a comment there. There's a lady on YouTube here. I love her dearly. And okay, these are the difference between the people who are going to stay alive and be healthy and the people who are going to what called casualties or statistics. Okay, she's she finally convinced her husband to buy a shotgun or protect their home. So I eventually give up. You know, and I ask her, have you been out to test it? Have you tested it out? No, we haven't shot it. Do you know how to load it? Yeah, it's a magazine-fed pump shotgun, whatever.
In other words, no.
Exactly. And I said, have you taken it to the range and fired it? Well, no. Okay. And she says, oh, the hard part was we got the kids and we can't keep it loaded. And I said, yeah, I understand that. I get that.
That's the wrong kind of excuse making.
Well, that's the people who will not stand up on their own and keep marching are the people who are gonna die.
Yeah,
they're gonna be victims. You know,
there's gonna be a lot of starvation casualties. I feel like,
and that's what's that's
starvation and dying by thirst.
Yeah, I don't know if all that's gonna happen, but I do prepare for it. And those are the people who are going to come in groups and kick in your front door. And you're going to have to take them out. You know, you're going to have to take them out. But, you know, the people who keep making excuses, oh my God. After, now this same lady, I love her dearly, but I've got on one of my shotguns, it's a side saddle that holds 5 shotgun shells. So you've got the shells with the gun. So she's on my email list. I said, look, money's tight and on and on and on. And I said, look, send me your address. I will use my Amazon account and ship you one of these side saddles for your shotgun so you can keep the shells with the shotgun. It's only $23 on Amazon. Email me your address and I will ship one to you. And I said, it's only $23. Do you think I ever received her home address?
No. And you went that far. Yeah, I would have taken you up on that offer in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an expensive item, and I will be happy to do it for her because she's, but still, these are the people who will become statistics. Easily. They become statistics. Because you had the chance, you had the time, you had the opportunity. I think that's the difference between my mentality. I can speak for myself and many of the other people who live around me. And that's why I just close the garage door when we'll have these talks, because I don't want my neighbors to know what I'm doing in here. You know, I just think about what you're doing, guys. When you've got an opportunity and you've got some time, make some effort. You know, I don't want it to consume your life, but make some effort.
I think that's a wise decision, because the doctor that invented the RNA delivery system of the vaccine never intended it to be used that way. With all due respect and love to my friends on the panel that support it, I've had 2 doctors that have told me, you react to things so unexpectedly with not one but 2 very rare conditions that I've been to over 100 doctors to treat one of them, and I've been turned away from all 100. One had the consciousness to refund my money, God bless him. This is before I got disability. And they all said the same thing. I'm sorry, I can't treat you. I've never heard of what you have. I'm the only person in the United States with, it's like a sentence long.
Oh, Fanatic Guy, are you here in the States? Or...
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm Bob from the Seattle area, and you know,
Washington State, if I remember it correctly.
Yep, Washington State, right behind me. U.S. Air Force, right above me. Mm-hmm.
By the way, Bob, before you came on the panel, I was talking about the fact that I had recently read an article that Portland is still burning. Can you confirm or deny on that?
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't go there. I don't go anywhere near Portland, and I don't watch any news. The only news I will watch is occasionally a very local news channel, television channel, and that's it. That's it.
They're all shopping propaganda.
Yeah,
They're not
most
being
of it is.
honest with us at all. My father was an NBC anchorman, and the day they came to him and told him, we no longer need you to go on scene and report, not even out at Fort Benning. We're from now on, we're gonna telex or fax you the news, and you just read it. And Dad said, you will have my resignation in the morning. Took him a while to find another job. There were nights where I feel like there wasn't enough, dinner to go around, but we were all so proud of his decision. We were 100% behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're Fanatic. You're a young man here in the States, and I'm an older dude. Have a look at my channel. I make everything I need for prepping and home defense. I make it myself. So just put this thought in your mind. If you have the available, gather tools. Start with getting some tools together, and learn how to make things yourself.
Yeah, his shop is really impressive.
If you can afford to buy the things you need for home defense and all that, then by all means do that.
I hope I do.
Yeah.
I can't weld, but I can go out and learn how to.
I hope I can.
There's so many different types of welding.
I don't know how to weld, but I've watched videos of people welding.
Yeah, that right.
I need to do it sometime soon.
That right there is one of the most used in my shop.
What kind is it?
It's a Miller. It's a Miller welder, but
yeah, it is arc.
That was my exact question, Swede.
Wire feed. It's a MIG welder, wire feed welder.
Yeah, that too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Just a second, I'll show you something here, guys. Just a sec.
I know, because I know how to weld myself, so.
Well, my original interest was my hobby, which is creating miniatures, and there were some things that were just too small, so I basically got soldering kits. Yeah. And guys would kind of look at me funny, like, why do you have 2 soldering irons, 2 different types of sanders, a full paint array like house painting, and the extensions and special things that you need to do different surfaces of the inside of ceilings? And I say, I'll tell you why. I move a lot, and I always do a better job painting my place, whatever I'm renting, whether it's a home or an apartment, than the professional people do.
Three
Period.
ingredients to keep people out of your home. Trust me. Just look at my channel. I teach all this stuff. Couple different sizes of nails and a Miller welder.
Huh.
You can weld together nails and nail them into your windowsills and into your stairwell, so that if you have to retreat back up to the second floor, you can drop these things in place. Spikes are something that are primitive, and they will go. And when you do some research and development, you can figure out how to grind these things down, where they'll go right through someone's shoes or through their clothes and into their skin. And I've made stuff out of silverware, stainless steel silverware. I bought it at secondhand stores and welded all together. And if somebody breaks your window, then they can see them because they're nailed into the window sill. And they're going to stop right where they're at. Uh-oh. This guy's freaking crazy. This guy's got stuff set up way before we even try to enter. You know. Tools. Start with tools, young man. Just watch. I'm not pushing my channel, but I'm trying. I teach a lot on my channel.
I have plenty of tools in my garage and elsewhere.
Good.
But not like welders and whatnot, like what you have.
Yeah. You can start off with a Harbor Freight. They're Chinese welders. They work. That's what I started off with, years and years of very inexpensive Harbor Freight welder, and I started slowly upgrading to an American-made Miller welder. Start off with that and start learning.
One of my favorite hand tools, my mom taught me how to recover furniture, and it looks like a nail gun, but it's actually, it can either shoot nails or the industrial staples that enable you to recover your furniture way faster, way easier. And I love to do it. You know, you might have to do a little bit of sewing, and the rest of it, hey, you just need that one thing, and boy, you could use it for defense too. They've showed it in enough movies. Doesn't mean what they show in a movie is going to work in real life, but
yeah,
I've seen people who were shot by the kind of nail guns that they use at work in their job, and there have been guys that had to be taken to the ER with a 4-inch long nail with half of it embedded in their skull. You know, they show the x-rays to show you, yeah, this was a work accident. The ones that kill me are the ones that said, I never knew I had this thing in my head that, you know, I picked up on the job. And I'm like, how?
I recently made some of my videos public again. A lot of them are Caltrip videos and stuff like that. I'll see if I can paste one of my videos in chat, and just an example of what this paranoid old man does with his spare time.
I don't think you're an iota paranoid. I think you're a very smart person handling it from very intelligent angles.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I've been accused of all kinds of stuff over. That's why most of my Caltrip videos, I put them on private for a year or two, because I just got so much hate, you know. And let's see.
Cut off your comments. Shut them up.
Yeah. I also experienced a lot of harassment from the lefties. Let's see, where are we at? I'll post it in the chat here in just a minute. to give you an idea of what you can do in your own garage with a simple welder, with some simple hardware equipment and a creative mind. That's the thing, is you've got to be creative. You've got to make it yourself rather than dependent upon somebody else to do it for you. Okay, here's a copy and paste in the chat if I can.
Yeah, because Vanessa, in America, the price of buying wood has shot up. But if you look at enough places, you'll find at the back of certain grocery stores these wooden pallets.
Sure.
That's free wood. You can go to like plumbing supply stores, and they'll have huge wooden crates, and there's free wood.
Okay.
And I just go up to Home Depot and their trash bin, and I ask them, well, you're throwing this away anyway. Can I offer you a little money and apply that to my miniatures project? And they're like, sure.
Yeah, Fanatic, that's the video of one of my 6-point caltrops that I showed.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Shooting Star. It's a nice compliment. I appreciate that.
Shooting Star, Mississippi. Both sides of my family are from Mississippi.
Oh.
Yeah, my channel is all about teaching. Well, it's a kind of a daily vlog, travel, what I'm doing today, and also prepping and how to, and things like that. It's a combination of all the above. But yeah, as soon as I get over the COVID, and I'll make some more caltrip type videos. I made a bunch of them. I got a whole playlist of caltrips and striking weapons, and I teach people how to take the most innocent, innocuous stuff that you can pick up alongside the road and make it into something that you can use to protect your home and stuff.
Including musical instruments and percussion instruments.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was thinking about create a. If you have a welding machine, you could create foot tangles.
Well, foot tangle? Yeah.
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 It's like a triangle. How you turn them, they always get a spike up.
Yeah. Look at the link. I've got a whole playlist of weapons and caltrops. I made it public again just a couple of days ago. Weapons and caltrops. It's on my channel. No, oh, we call them caltrops or foot spikes or all the stuff.
I see it now.
Yeah, all the stuff that I make is not made to stop automobiles. It's made to stop people. But I also got to throw in there that if you use those things and someone gets hurt, you're going to be held liable in court. So I think I say that at the beginning of all those window defender video, all that stuff.
Exactly.
That don't use these unless, and then if you do make them and if you do use them, I'm not responsible for your conduct. It's on you,
Yeah, but if somebody is trying to come through your window, what excuse do they have?
Well, they got every
unless
excuse.
Your house is on fire or something, they can
honey,
say,
I
was trying to save someone.
Honey, darling, they're called lawyers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if people smell any amount of money in where you live or whatever, and the low life of the low is going to climb through your window, and they're going to come after you with some greaseball lawyer, But I teach people how to take like a bag of silverware from a secondhand store and cut it up and weld it into weapons, and all kinds of stuff like this. This club right here. This was made out of a shovel handle. I bought for $10 at a garage sale. Teach you how to make that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like to go to Goodwill and look around and see. They've come up in price, but they still throw plenty of stuff out there that can be repurposed or used to build a better thing.
That's a striking weapon. That's a golf club for $1. That's a Goodwill. $1. Just chopped it off,
I
chopped the
remember
head of it
that
off.
one.
And just, I've got several of these in the house. We've got them on the first floor and the second floor. Now you put that rapid moving piece of stainless steel in the hands of my black belt wife. The average guy ain't got a freaking chance. You're gonna get hurt, because she's.
I bet they give up real quick.
Oh yeah, Shadow. I'm glad to know that you know a little bit of this stuff. You know how effective it is.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try for a 5th time to tell you this, Shadow. When I first joined the stream was when you were showing that baton.
Yeah.
And yes, those things hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah. When you use these, you should use gloves.
Mm-hmm.
It's recommended.
Mm-hmm.
Use gloves when you use a baton to protect your hand.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You don't want
to
be bare hand. No, gloves
Mm-hmm.
that protects your hands, and then you can use it. Preferably tactical gloves.
I was just fixing to say, depending on the glove you pick, you'll even have a better grip on it and be less likely to have it taken away.
Yeah, that's here's my method of. Okay, these are a shovel handle club. You use them in the same way that he uses it. The same width, the same basic 12 strikes. And what I've done is grommet. This grommet. You know what those grommets are? Those are 9 millimeter bullet casings. I put them on the lathe and put them on the lathe, and then drilled an accurate hole in the wood and pressed them into there with some adhesive. Those are 9 millimeter bullet casings.
I love Bob's ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Everything I make is at the lowest possible price. The lowest price. The lowest. So you don't have to spend, because my prepping stuff all depends upon my pension budget. So whatever I make has to stay within a budget.
So were those used shells that were repurposed?
I'll show you something.
Vanessa, you want to hear something that's just sick? My dad's cane fit me perfectly, and someone stole it from me at the cancer treatment center. I was like, man, that's low.
That's really low.
It was a very nice cane. Wow. Are those used or?
Yeah, they were used. This is 1 month of target practice among my family right there.
Wow, nice job.
That's a lot of shells.
I'm not a fake. I'm not a fear monger. Me and my family are for real. We take this stuff really seriously, and I made those out of these 9 millimeter cartridges right there. Yeah, I'll sell these eventually. Get rid of them. But yeah, I'm not a fake. That's why.
Never thought you were.
That's why I get so frustrated and I unsubscribe from so many channels, because these folks are doing all the fear porn stuff and they don't actually show doing anything.
Exactly.
We're all gonna starve and we're all gonna die, but they don't show what kind of containers to store your water in.
Yeah,
they don't even show that. Yeah,
is particularly bad about that. Now he's a retired doctor, so he has a lot of good advice. He and his wife sit down and say, these are the things that you want to make sure are here from your medicine cabinet. You don't want to store 3 bottles of hydrogen peroxide. What you want is they use it at hospitals all the time to clean you before surgery, and it stains your skin reddish brown. Thank you, betadine.
Yeah.
They said what you want is this.
Yeah.
It's got a longer shelf life. The second you open hydrogen peroxide, it starts evaporating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for, like if you dilute it with water, gargles and things like that. This stuff can be used for any injury where your skin is opened. Excuse me.
Yeah. I also unsubscribe from the channels that just show a product review. I mean, they'll show a picture of it. Oh, this is what you really want. Now, how do you know? But why are you selling me on this when
Right.
you don't even own it yourself? And there's one guy who's really good, James. His name is James. It's Harshman Hills.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Anytime he gets something for backpacking, camping, he'll take it out of the box and then he'll test it. He'll show it right there. Either he tests it in his garage or he'll go out in the woods and test it. That's the kind of stuff where you're going to actually learn something.
My point about Goshen prepping is even though they teach you something, they have fear porn titles on almost every video about like next week the shit will hit the fan, the grid's going down and everything, and it's like I'm like, all I got to do is turn on the TV for that kind of fear porn. I don't need to can't look away from my YouTube alerts without seeing you saying this is gonna, be horrific any minute now, every damn day.
Yeah. But my channel is made for young guys like Fanatic Guide. You're a young guy. You're probably on budget. That's what my channel is made for. How to take junk that people throw out alongside the road or whatever. Use a few tools. Use your brain and make it into something that can help you in your house. To protect your family and protect your home and your food and stuff like that. But that's kind of what my channel is made for. The young people who don't have a big budget,
That's the only thing that worries me about the video I keep recommending about the young Austrian woman. Yes, she has very interesting things that are set up that will keep sustaining if it just turns into months and then maybe even over a year or whatnot. She can even sterilize her soil. That's what I was looking for.
Good. Very good.
To fix it up to grow anything she wants. She's got all of her favorite mushrooms growing in a slightly refrigerated unit. And say, look at just how much money I'm saving. These are the 3 most expensive mushrooms in both grocery stores and restaurants, and I get all of mine free. So yeah, she got a really smart approach to it, but virtually no protection around all of the units that are outside of her house.
Yeah, that's.
So you're doing great, but you want to protect that because somebody's gonna look right over your fence or through the white plastic that you have on both sides of your fence. That alone is going to attract him to say, what's on the other side of that fence? I want to know because I want to know what I have access to, especially if I can take it away from you easily in the middle of the night when you're asleep and may not even hear anything.
Yeah, there's a couple that lived in Portland area, and they had made their backyard into their own. Basically, they grew almost all their own food, including rabbits and chickens and all. Downtown Portland area, and their back fence was bordered on a park, and the addicted population in Seattle and Portland, they were coming across her fence and breaking into her chicken coop and stealing their eggs, and they tried twice to get their rabbits, but the rabbits fought them off and the rabbits hid in their yard, and one of them even took a big old steaming pile of crap right in the middle of their backyard, and that's when they finally decided they moved to Tennessee, because they were coming in at nighttime. They know when you're sleeping. I mean, they know. Because they just look over your fence and they know when you're asleep, and they were coming right over and coming in and stealing their stuff. That's why, I live in a rental house and I can't grow my own food, and I really prefer not to.
It is a lot of work.
And it's not so much the work, it's just that as soon as they see a food forest in a small plot, they're like, you're a target. I'm coming to get your stuff. And for me, I just, they don't know what this weird old man does in his garage. They don't know what he's doing. They don't know what he's doing. I don't know. I know he's got a shop in there. That's all I know. That when they pass by, they don't know what I'm doing. It's one of the reasons why I like gathering up junk and making it into something that's effectively used.
Yeah, but if they don't want to steal your machinery to use it themselves, there will be those that will want to steal it just to sell it to try to get to another thing that they need.
Yeah, it's true.
Whatever that may be.
And that's why I'm strapped, because I had 2 home invaders in a car right outside the door just a few weeks ago. It's all on my channel. During the day, when everybody else in the complex is at work, and I'm the only one here in my house and most of the complex, they eyeballed my place. The passenger pointed at my house because the door was open. They drove around the block. This passenger masked up, and then they stopped the car right out there, and I met him in the doorway strapped.
Wow.
It happens all the time. I speak from experience. I had to stand my ground right there, and I wasn't sure if they saw the 45 or not, so I brought it out and I put it up against my chest.
What'd they do?
They took off.
Love it.
Happens all the time.
But I also love the fact that if they take a stab at trying to get in there, you got it rigged to dissuade them.
Yeah, they knew that the risk versus the reward. I might not
the
get
risk would be too high for them than the reward. So
that's right. The chances are very, very good. They just drove around the area until they found someone's garage door was open. It was unattended. They run in there and grab something, steal it, run out, sell it to the dope man, and then disappear.
Yeah, I caught a couple of guys talking on a panel just like we're doing, and they were talking about getting the equipment that can look into houses or apartments, and they're literally looking at the heat levels to find out who have indoor growing system, especially in the states where it's legal but not necessarily. And I was like, I know that you can eat pot, but I don't suggest you grow it as a plant to try to live off of.
Yeah. Thermal. Yeah. Here's another thing that I made in my shop. I'll hold up my webcam for a minute. It's a second layer. I'll see. Can you see that over there against the garage door? That cage-like stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I made that in my shop. And the inner filling of it is rebar I bought at Home Depot. On the other side of it is a no trespassing sign, signed and dated when I installed it. That's what I call my meth zombie gate, because when I have the garage door open, I pull that in front of the opening and I put it in place. That way, because my neighbors have all been broken into. And what they'll do is they'll walk in, and one guy pretended like he was mentally handicapped. Oh, I don't know, looking for my mommy. I don't know. I put a sign right on there on the front, signed it and dated it when I installed it, so that you have to force your way in. If you force your way in,
then you got all kinds of rights added to you.
Correct. That's something that anybody can make. I made that. I just bought some angle bar at Home Depot, some of that rebar for pouring a concrete pad in your backyard, welded it all together, painted it bright red, and that's the stuff you can do when you can weld and you can cut metal.
Well, technically, if you had a certain grade of wire, you could secure it at all the corners of the rectangles or the squares.
Yeah, I already way ahead of you, honey. Way ahead of
I
you.
know. I love it.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh, I've got
Like Vanessa.
I've filmed a few of the people who've tried to get in here, just real briefly. I filmed them just a couple of times, but most of the time they're very fast. Very fast. They try to get in, and then they see me in the shop, and then boom, they're gone. Oh, what happened to the young man? Did he DC?
Well, he always just drop off.
Drop off. Okay.
So yeah, he'd just disappear like a ghost.
Yeah,
So,
that's okay.
Man, I'm having so much trouble trying to copy this link. I think I don't think it's a mouse adjustment. I think that my mouse is dying because it looks like I'm making a single click and it's registering as a double click. So each time I get it highlighted to copy it, it's either doing part of it or it's been aggravating me all week. Can't wait to get a new one. Oh, I just remembered. I do have another one here. That's why I don't chunk them. If they're still operating, yeah, thank you for the new one. Now I got two. I just got to figure out what bag I stored it in.
Yeah, once I get over this COVID and stuff, I've got to make a one small item. I'll show that on a video, and then when I get over the COVID, I'll probably make some more caltrip-like things out of just basically nails and stuff like that.
Well, thank you for making more of your videos available again.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Because I mean, with them doing everything they can to shut
no problem.
to shut off fuel and stuff like that, and the food will be next along the way. But I also made a commitment to a lot of folks that if they do shut off the fuel, and of course, nothing's running, I will take a drive out to the port of Tacoma and show all the Chinese ships still getting loaded with grain and sent to China. If they shut the fuel off, I'll make that commitment, and that'll probably, pretty much be the beginning of the end of it all. But I can't see a total collapse, maybe a temporary, because there's too many billionaires who would lose all kinds of money if they shut everything off around here.
Take care, Mississippi.
Well, it can be maybe a short-term collapse, but
yeah,
it could be a long-term as well. So
you just don't know.
Exactly. Well, if there will be a global grid down, a long term, well.
Oh boy, yeah, that would be bad news.
Yeah. And the interesting thing, that can be possible.
Yes, it can. I think that they're aiming towards it. I think they're doing everything they can to egg it on so that they can push the agenda of the one world government and they're trying to manipulate. That's why I call it a scamdemic. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's part of a tool that's being used.
Yeah, they've already stated that they want to control the human population. There's fewer people around.
Did you hear about the Georgia Guidestones getting blown up this week? I love that.
What's that
the
all
Georgia
about?
Guidestones, it's a landmark that's in Georgia. They don't know who erected it, and it has a panel in, I think it's either 10 or 12 different languages, and every panel says the same thing: reduce the worldwide population to 500 million. and several other things that are just controversial as hell. And you know what? 7.5 billion people might not care for your frickin' attitude.
Yeah.
And there's more of us than there are of you.
Somebody blew it up? Is that what you said?
Blew it up with some kind of explosive. Now, it's been defaced many times, and within 24 hours, they would have it cleaned up every single time. And I don't know if they put motion detectors around it or what, but they must watch it constantly because they caught most of the people that did the defacing. But I hate it that it's connected to the state of Georgia, and I'm not even a native Georgian. I hate the fact that it's in all of these languages, Arabic, the Asian languages. I mean, it's disgusting. But it's basically about getting to a one world government. And I mean, right now, it's so, even before Trump became president, it was so obvious that they were organizing race riots that were put together. There, two different African Americans got on Facebook and made excellent videos about it. They witnessed it close enough that they said both sides of the combatants got off the same 6 buses. They even had similar clothing. How do you explain that? We are being set up, people. So they have been hot to launch a race war, and then wokeism came in and just everything started going down the damn toilet. Everybody's the millennial sense of entitlement. I mean, they literally, this happens to my roommate all the time. They'll walk in and say, I want a job, and the second you give them the job, they will literally sit down and say, I don't feel like working today. I have never had a problem with earning a paycheck in my life. Not afraid of hard work.
Can you guys hear me?
Disability crap.
Welcome back, CR.
What's up,
Welcome
CR?
back, my friend.
Okay, you guys can hear me? I can hear you. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, keep going. For now.
So, CR, what do you think? Did you think about my sandwich cake with short video?
Look delicious.
Yeah, I already wondered what it tastes like.
You guys want to talk about food again?
Well, I just want to know if you got hungry when you saw it, buddy.
Did you know what my wife made me for breakfast this morning, CR?
What's that?
Delicious, absolutely delicious omelet. Overflowing with cheddar cheese and sliced fresh vegetables.
That.
It was about that big. She made it for me.
You know, when you guys join my stream, I'm gonna make you guys hungry. Just you guys get hungry, Bob?
And there there's my little wife. Eat, hun, eat. You know, I'm like, I gotta breathe.
Why'd you stop eating? I'm trying to not.
Well, I need to chew first and swallow.
Really.
Yeah, I was sitting there going, I gotta let it go down my throat, hon. Eat, hon, eat more. Come on.
What do you want me to inhale the omelette?
Yeah.
Like done.
My mom went through this phase where she was keeping a real close eye on the produce drawer of the refrigerator, and she would let that kind of decide what she was going to add to her eggs, and then she would add cheese to it, and then it would just happen to wind up being an omelet. And I'd be like, I don't like omelets, but what you're fixing looks very good. I'll take a hand in that. Mom's always, you want your name in the pot? Sure.
We've got a long-standing joke in my house with my wife, and I accuse her of overfeeding me, so I've got a big round belly, so all the ladies around know that I'm not single. She's marking
That's crafty.
marking her territory. Oh no, hon, it's not like that. I just
I've
want
heard
you to be
comedians
happy.
use that in their comedy bits.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you know when you've got a good woman, and you know when she's going to keep her man, but they've got this trick they do, and this is a male comedian. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, they give you
And
a
he
belly.
says they just want to make sure that you add just a few pounds every year, so it's harder for you to get away. And women will take one look at you, and you are literally marked with "He's mine."
Yeah,
This one's taken.
we go over to the Philippines quite frequently, and there's so many single women there, and you know they'll chase you down the street because there's so many single women there.
Wait, Bob, let me draw some notes. Okay, go to Philippines.
No, that's like 7 females born to every 1 male, something like that.
Wow.
And something like that.
I got a good chance. Nice.
Oh, dude, you can't not win. I mean, you just can't. You can't not win. You can't, you know. And I said that's why you put a big round belly on me before we go overseas, isn't it? So all the women know that I'm married.
Creative, just be prepared for the amount of them that look beautiful. And when they lay out a table of food, it looks like someone who has created a Leonardo da Vinci painting.
Mm-hmm.
And you will want to eat it.
Presentation, yeah. You know, I've had some of the best meals made for me on a propane stove with some really worn out kitchen tools, and it's laid out looking like a gourmet feast, you know, for less than $20 US. You know, it's like, oh my God, man. I gained weight when I was over there. We got our house and all. We had 2 of the nieces staying with us full time, and they were constantly cooking.
How did you gain weight with all them women chasing you down the street, Bob?
if my wife wasn't home, then the nieces were watching me. You know, no, uncle, you stay home. We'll take care of you here. You stay here.
Oh, did your niece get the palette for her painting?
Not yet. Not yet. I got to get Mrs.
Oh, you're going to take it with you?
No. I've got Mrs. to get off her butt and get a hold of the box company to take the 2 boxes that are in the foyer and get those shipped over. Those are our stuff. And I've got 2 boxes full of stuff ready to go. And I just need the room is what I need to get rid of these 2 boxes. And then I'll pack up 2 more, and then we got to get those shipped over for the nieces. Yeah. I got all kinds of stuff. I've even including tools, you know, for the ladies, so they can make their own jewelry and make all the other stuff like that. You know, keep them self-reliant, self-sufficient. You know.
Keep talking, Bob. I'm making notes.
You're making notes.
I'm making notes.
Yeah.
Just good.
Yeah. I can't get away with anything when all the nieces are around. I can't go out and run around after girls because they'll rat me out, you know.
Uncle, I saw that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Or you hear, Uncle, are you sneaking out again?
Yeah.
Where are you going, Uncle?
Why don't you come back in?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, I got caught again. Damn it. I know it was kind of rude of me to be this way, but when I first got there, my brother-in-law were at our house and met the neighbor. He said, would you like to meet your neighbor? I'll introduce you. She sells bread and stuff. So, and she was too friendly. She was too friendly. She was already divorced and very good looking woman. And she was too friendly. And I backed out of that, man. I could smell, you know, Filipinos are friendly and they're very welcoming, but she was too friendly, especially when she followed me out into the street. And then when she followed me out on the street and I said, you know, you're making me nervous. I don't like this, you know. Yeah,
You can get me into trouble.
Yeah, because man, bitches will do that shit. They'll do that to you. You know, they'll set you up. Some women will do that to you. You know?
To hope that your relationship or marriage fails and you will consider them.
Or just to
I'm
be
very
spiteful.
sorry that there are even people who think that way.
That's true, though.
I think very lowly of that type of approach.
Yeah, me too.
And have had friends that have done very close to that.
Yeah, my brother-in-law was kind of disappointed in my behavior, and we got back to my house, which I beat feet and I locked the gate, you know. And he goes, Bob, Filipinos are friendly like that. I said, dude, you don't understand. You're a Filipino. They treat me differently.
Yep.
Okay. They treat me differently. They're looking at that American. And, you know, I said, you just understand that the taxi drivers, the business people, on and on, they treat me differently than they treat you because you're just another Filipino. You know, that's just the way it is there. You just got to watch. You just got to watch your step.
But they'll make assumptions of potential differently towards foreigners.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Well, that's how it is in a lot of places, though.
You're right.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, unfortunately, that stereotypical view still exists, unfortunately. Not all the time, right? Not all the time. Some people aren't always like that, but again.
But it does happen. It happens enough to where I'm on guard, and that's why my wife and the nieces guard me. They guard me close. You know, I've got pictures from all the years, even back in the old pictures that were on paper. You know, always. I noticed when I was looking through them that when I'm going through a mall or in a public place, I've got one of the nieces is standing right behind me, guarding me. You know. Because they know the game, man. So
yeah, but aren't they just as much kind of keeping an eye on you for protection too?
That's what it is, honestly.
Yeah,
it's
like
not.
How you do it.
It's not.
I know the way you've talked about them, they obviously love you.
They do, yeah, and I love them very much. Yeah, and all the pictures, Ate, the oldest daughter, she's always at my side wherever we're at. She's guarding me. You know.
Yeah, she's watching your six, right?
She's watching my six,
Yeah, right.
I'm unashamedly a daddy's girl. Unfortunately, my father has passed, but I held mom when she passed. I held dad when he passed. I was like, you will know that you are not alone.
Yeah.
And I'm the last kid of the lineup of all brothers.
Yeah, I just want to die of exhaustion in Bangkok. That's all I want out of life, you know.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to take that sentence.
I'm okay, Bob.
Sweetie, you got it. Die of exhaustion.
Well, that happens.
I'm holding my tongue back.
Shadow, did we kind of hijack your topic of the day? If so, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
No,
we're just
no problem.
You did get a great deal of it in. You got a lot of people participating as well. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's having your family watch your back is another form of self-defense, of defending the home and you know. And I think it's really foolish for a lot of folks out there who overlook the role of the women in your life. You've got to get the women on board, you know.
Women, right? You get more people involved into it, right? Increase the numbers, right?
Yeah.
More people watching back, more people defending,
family,
more people being able to do stuff, right?
Family.
Yeah.
Family.
More people protecting the whole, as opposed to you having to protect more of the people in your hole. That sounded awful.
Yeah, one person can only do so much.
Exactly, because you got to sleep eventually.
Yeah. You know? Well, it's not just that. If you're injured or whatever, right? You know, if you sprain your wrist or whatever, then you're less effective. So You need other people to help you out. Back to community again, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. You build up your own community in your own area the best you can, right? Because
Well, I noticed in 2020 during all the Seattle riots and the fires and all that stuff that there was only me and a couple other guys who were on guard. Just like 3 of us that I could see. That was it. All the rest of these houses, it's nothing. They were in there watching TV, doing whatever they're doing. I don't know what they were doing. But there was me, another veteran who was just down the street, and another guy.
Man,
We were
when they're sitting over there taking over government centers and places where you're supposed to go vote and whatnot, and
Yeah.
that's some scary shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
I'm as far in the United States as I can be away from you, unless I were in Alaska or Hawaii. And just, I've been terribly worried about the situation and the states next to you about how many people are becoming homeless that are just because of the circumstances. It's not because they're messing up and not paying their bills. It's because the economy has become impossible.
Well, that's part of it, is they want the population stand in line for soup and bread.
Oh man, when I saw that
they want you government dependent.
Post-COVID picture where it was like, it looked like it was 8 lanes of traffic all facing in the same direction as far as the eye could see. And this was on CBS Sunday morning, and all of them were waiting in line for food.
Yeah, that's what the government wants.
That scared the hell out of me. And sometimes that's good that you get scared.
Yeah, it is. Wakes you up, doesn't
Self-preservation
it?
kicks in.
Wakes you up, doesn't it? Mm-hmm.
Yep. But this propaganda BS where you can't even watch the Weather Channel without them pushing a fear mindset, that's just... I had to tell my roommate, look, stop watching the news. The doctors told me to do that, and I'm telling you, just give it up.
Yeah,
check the headlines on 1 or 2 days a week.
Triggered by it, right?
Certainly, if I hear of a big event, I'll share it with you or whatnot, like the Georgia Guidestones getting blown up. We've been celebrating that. It's been about 2 or 3 days since it happened, and we've been celebrating it on Discord every damn day.
I had I'll tell you some stuff that the news doesn't report. Well, I did see one report. It's only channel I look at occasionally, is very local. At one time, they reported a burned out car in the city of Tacoma, and a pipe bomb that was left on the ground nearby that car. And I went, oh, that's not good. Because Tacoma was one of the cities that was ransacked. Same with Seattle and Portland and all. I went, pipe bombs. Oh man, that ain't good. That's bad news.
Yeah.
Okay. And they just didn't pay any attention to it. The news really just like, well, it was a stolen car or whatever,
Yeah, you could get a minute.
Yeah, if that. And then so I sent that off to a lady I know down in Florida and another one in Ohio. I said, uh-oh, this ain't good. And here's a story that never made the news. One night when Mrs. was getting off work, she was going to stop in at a fast food and get me a burger and fries. She always brings me home food. And that restaurant was closed. Okay. You know why? Because somebody planted a pipe bomb at that restaurant. That never made the news. Never made the news.
Bob, I tell you what's going on down here is
that was in the same city.
Black on white crime. It's crazy. And it just is not slowing down. There are people that are just walking into like, this guy doesn't own the auto parts store. He's just the manager. And the guy walks in one morning. He says, I feel like killing a white person today. Bam, shoots him in the face. So another case was where they got the guy into jail And the whole time he was still talking smack about, how white people needed to be dead and all this kind of stuff. So they put him in a cell by himself. After 10 to 12 days, okay, somebody's messing with my door. Oh, I didn't see my roommate walk in. Hey, hon. After 10 or 12 days, some policeman made the mistake of putting a white prisoner in the cell with him, and he beat him to death.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I tell you, the group that's underestimated here in my area anyway is the Latinos. I was at an auto parts store last summer, and there was a Latino guy, him and his daughter, and he was telling me about his neighborhood, which is not too far away from the auto parts store. It's local. And he told me how the Latinos handle their neighborhood. They've already formed civil watch among their own homes, protecting their homes. And he told me about a situation where a stranger was in their neighborhood, and he's being observed, and he left the neighborhood. Then he came back, and they started calling each other. The men did. The men take care of this stuff, and they chased this guy down, and they forced him off the road. And he was one of the anti kids.
Antifa?
Yeah.
Scouting around. He was one of them. He left the neighborhood without his car, and he needed a doctor.
Oh.
Those Latino boys, they took care of business. They took him out of his car, took his car keys, waylaid the snot out of him because he confessed on that he was one of them, looking for a place to light on fire or whatever. And those Latino boys, they
sent a message.
They did. Yeah. Don't mess with Latinos. Stay out of our neighborhood. Yeah. And that was real close to my house. And that, of course, that didn't make the news, but there was man on man in the parking lot talking about the circumstances that are going on around the Seattle area. That's how the Latinos handle it. Yeah, but
I'll be right back. Sorry.
All right, guys.
Okay, CR. Huga says my neighbor does daily patrols on his ATV. I just wish the patrols were at less predictable times. I would have them on not regular, but more unregular.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the same time.
I agree with
you change the time.
Mm-hmm.
You got to switch it up.
Yeah.
Don't let them sit there and figure out your schedule.
That's one of the reasons why I will sit here with my garage door open, is I can see out, and it's difficult to see me inside of here. But I keep watch. I keep watching my area. It's hard. It's hard to organize people. I'm not going to put myself in a leadership position. I won't do that. I just won't. The most I go out of my low profile is on YouTube occasionally with some of the videos that I post. That's about it.
Well, Bob, in a way, you contributed your service.
Yeah.
To community. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This area is getting to be so hard to live in. There's so much violence and drugs. The drugs drive it all, man. The drugs, man.
Drugs and violence go hand in hand.
Yes, sir, they do.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking today about
the weapons, the guns will be more.
Mm-hmm.
More illegal guns.
Yeah.
we have problems here in the city I live in. We have a lot of drugs in this area, my area. And I know, I got to know from one of my colleagues. She said that there are a lot of illegal guns here in the city too.
Well, I believe it. Yeah, because
So
there's so much money in the dope that they've got to be armed to protect that money.
Of course.
Yep.
If they're not showing that they're armed to the teeth, there's I guarantee you a group that's already plotting to steal their drugs so they can make the money off of it without having the danger of getting it transported here. It's like a double positive to them. And what kills me is they're the kind of drugs that dealers would be more than happy to get you. They want to get you hooked on it because it could be 6 months later, and the last person you would think would be prostituting their own body to get a fix.
Yeah, then the stuff that's man-made now, the fentanyl and the different variations of methamphetamine is so addictive. You could take your average neighbor and have them try it once, and you've just lost them.
Yeah, but it's not a happy accident that what the Chinese is flushing over our borders is meant to take people out. And then they turn around and blame American chronic pain patients for it, and they're reducing our drugs to nothing, based on the CDC, who have no business telling doctors what to do. They already have an organization. It's called the American Medical Association.
Yeah.
But we're making moves to get very good representation in Washington.
Well, you look at what they've done, and it all comes from the Chi-Coms. They sent a virus over here that targets the senior citizens, the older people. It targets them for death. So you take that group out, the group of people who have wisdom and knowledge. So they wanted to take us out, people my age and older.
But the nurse administrators, the nurses, whistleblowers, according to them, it was the hospital administrators that went straight to the doctor level and said, I want you to put these non-COVID patients that are elderly in with these patients that have other things. Yeah. They're already compromised as far as their immune system.
I'm looking at the larger overall, okay. They started sending in amphetamines. The disease that they sent to us was one to take out the more senior people who have a little bit of money, a little bit of education and wisdom. Target them and take them out with this disease. The youth are loaded up with drugs that are addictive immediately, and target them for death, because that's what fentanyl is. It's death. Okay, so there's your seniors. Take them out with it, which didn't work out too well for them. And then the young people, get them strung out, homeless, and die on the city streets. Take the rest of the young people and tell them it's okay to become a woman. Target the males.
That's a big sore freaking point with both me and my roommate.
Take out the brains.
Teaching sex education to kindergartners to 6-year-olds.
Take out the brains. Take out the strong people with addiction, and then the rest of them that are left, tell them it's okay for you to become a girl.
And it should be the parents' place. I'm sorry, I'm talking to two people at once.
Take the rest of them and tell them that it's okay to become a girl. It's okay. In fact, you should, because all your neighbors are doing it. Here, watch this news channel. Yeah. That's a long-term plan, guys. We're targeted, and so is the rest of the free world.
We are targeted individuals. Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree that it is global.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if this is true, but I heard that is a plan. I believe it's from Russia that they plan global starvation of the planet.
Couldn't
They
surprise
did
me.
effectively shut down food going into not Kazakhstan. For God's sake, there's a war going on there, Becky. You know the name of it. Jeez.
Ukraine.
Yes. Ukraine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. Between sleep deprivation and just how shocked I got medically, I mean, even the tests that they ran, the first of 6 tests on me right there immediately, and it was one of those really painful ones.
I hear you, Shadow, because you look at the fishing fleets that the Chinese, they're emptying the sea.
Yeah.
Oh, and cutting off the petro going, the pipeline through Germany.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
They're emptying the seas. They know something's coming. If it's probably in conjunction with those two big nations over there in Europe and Asia. It's very possible. Well, the Russians, the Russian Empire has used starvation before.
Yep.
They shut off all the food to the Ukraine back in 1936 to 1937. They destroyed the culottes, who were businessmen who owned small plots of land and had employees, and started growing abundance of food. The Communist Party from Russia, from the Russian Empire, came in, took them out. You take out the smart people, like with the disease, and you take out the smart people who are able to grow an abundance of food, and then you shut off the borders, and they sent in the Russian military to empty the shelves of anyone who had any food stored, and they starved the nation of Ukraine from 1936 to 1937. And
another reason they wanted the intellectuals is because they represented the people most likely to be able to band the common man together.
Correct.
And face the government.
Yeah.
They did that in Palestine too.
And they did it in Cambodia also. Pol Pot. Pol Pot's Communist Party. They took out everyone with an education and killed them. Every one of them.
Didn't Pol Pot have like the genocide record at one point?
No, Mao still has the genocide record. Chairman Mao from the Communist Party. So these people use food for death, for control. They're very well versed at it. They've written the books on it. You know. Yeah. He did for a while. He was way up there. He almost exterminated his entire population of his country until the Vietnamese communists came in and saved their lives. The Vietnamese neighbors, who are a communist but a less hardline, saved the Cambodian people.
Yeah, I remember way back when McCartney had left the Beatles but started up his band Wings, and they were doing lots of big charity concerts to get food sent over to Cambodia.
Yeah. I have a friend he's been to Cambodia a couple of times, and he said that country still hasn't really recovered. Because if you take a population and you exterminate anyone with any amount of education whatsoever, that set that country back for generations.
And that's another way we're being targeted, because they are teaching abject bullshit in our school systems. Mm-hmm. And if you go to college, you're like in bondage for life nowadays.
Yeah, you take anyone who's got we'll say it's a master's degree in agriculture, who can teach the population how to grow food more efficiently, and you kill them. And you kill all their constituents. And you take anyone who's an engineer who can design bridges and roads, kill them, and all their constituents. Now you've brought your population right down to peasants. Cambodia has still never recovered. They're still trying to recover, but all the brain is gone. In one generation, they were all killed. That's how they.
It's real common that they're going after scientists in every country.
Mm-hmm.
are popping up in accidents and suicided.
Yep. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but anything to do with shutting off the food and fuel, that's the communists have written the handbook on doing just that. They've done it. Mao did it to his own people. They say that he was the biggest genocide in world history. It was Mao. He did it to his own people.
Yeah.
So did Pol Pot in Cambodia.
Yeah. It's just insane.
Oh, by the way, I'm back.
Okay, CR.
Oh, by the way, welcome back.
And I see Art Wildman's in here.
Yeah.
Hey, Art. Nice to see you, my friend. Now I'm trying to remember what I was going to talk about. Then, squirrel moment again. Got derailed. Oh, here we go again.
Well, you still have my commitment, guys. If they shut off the fuel, I will drive over to the port of Tacoma and show you on video the international shipping that's being loaded up with soybeans and wheat and corn and still being exported. So, but if we can't, the grocery stores can't be restocked because there's no fuel. But guess what? Chinese are still getting fed. If that happens, then that's when it's over. If you see me posting a video about that, it's over.
Well, they're doing everything they can to keep that the truck lines messed up here in Canada, especially.
Yeah, they reduced the number of hours that the truckers can drive here in the States, and now there's a lot of fear porn channels out there going about shortages. It's really not that. What it is just late deliveries, and that's because the truckers were not allowed to drive so many hours during the day. They have to pull their truck over and sleep. Man, they've got a computer on board that tells the owner of the truck that this guy's exceeded his hours.
Yeah.
So the shortage stuff, that's all. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Just go back the next day and
there's signs everywhere that it's all being orchestrated. About 2 weeks ago, I read I saw an article. This dairy farmer, he's like the middle link to a large dairy company, and they told him to take all of his collections of that day and to go to the field and pour it out.
Yeah. See, I
did not make a penny off of it, and just get ready to collect for the next day.
Yeah. See,
they're
I don't
shocking
see
people with all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I don't see or hear any of that. I believe what I see with my own eyes. And I hear the fear porn channels on YouTube. Oh, there's shortage and da, da, da. And then I'll go over to the store and go, I'm not seeing any shortage. It's just late delivery of something. Go back the next day.
That's why I'm more likely to believe what that dairy farmer said. I'm looking at him telling the story. There's nobody feeding him cues. He's saying, I'm sincerely shocked by what they've asked me to do, and I think people should know it. Heck yeah, we should know it. It's another piece of the puzzle that proves it's being orchestrated.
Yeah. Plus the propaganda that's out there, the fear porn stuff is being orchestrated as well.
Well, speaking of which, I'm going to toddle off because Rumi just got home. He worked an extra day this week, and it's time for him to relax and take over the TV, and I am all for it.
I'm going to bounce out too because I've got the COVID right now, and I'm going to go take a rest.
Yeah.
Bob, I hope you feel better real soon.
Yeah, I'm okay. I can just keep marching, but Mrs. is home, and she's upstairs right now. I'm gonna go.
Don't worry, guys.
I'll
take over.
I'm gonna go snuggle with my missus.
Welcome, Jared.
You guys.
Peace out, guys.
Oh, that's.
Take care, Bob.
Bye,
later,
guys.
Bob.
Okay,
Bye,
that's sick.
And get well.
Shadow, do I need to remind you how wonderful it is to see you again?
Well, I have to say the same. It's good to hear your voice again.
I had planned to pop
about
over
me?
as soon as you went on the air, and that, like I say, Thursday, all that stuff that they did to me at the hospital area really put a kink in my, swept my legs out from under me, basically.
Yeah.
I'm working
Yeah, I
on it.
understand that.
It's good they ordered a lot of tests. I want them to have a lot of information, and that just gives them that much more, chance to fix me, I hope.
Yeah, I
Crossing my
hope.
fingers.
Yeah, I hope you
What,
will feel
CR?
better soon too.
I said I'm crossing my fingers.
Oh, thank you. And bless you, I appreciate that. But it is so good to see my dear friend.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
We hadn't talked in a couple of weeks, and we just had to have like a text fest somewhere in the middle. I was like, I'm just writing to tell you how much I miss seeing you and talking to you.
Yeah.
Like 8 paragraph.
The problem is I have been busy and I have been thinking to text you, but something
I figured
came up.
exactly that was the thing.
So that was a little bit annoying. So, but now I have vacation for 4 weeks. So
Oh, nice.
beginning on Monday. So
Oh. So
I don't need to go to work on Monday.
For the next 4 weeks, he'll be available.
Yahoo!
So that's Yahoo.
Good for you, my
or
friend.
yeehaw.
Good for you.
Maybe a special stream.
Well, I don't know, but I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, you'll sleep on it. We know. Tomorrow he'll be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, I think. It was nice to see you again, Miss Blue, by the way.
Great to see you too, dear. Very much so. And I always feel lucky when we catch Bob, because sometimes it'll go months and I don't see hide nor hair of him. And I always learn something every time I see him. Or he'll remind me of a really good idea that I'd like to,
Oh yeah, I take notes.
Add to my wish list.
I always take notes. I'm like, yep, mental note. Try to impress the women. Okay, like Bob. Okay.
Do you like the bit about beautiful women chasing you down the street? Because that part's true. Some of the first women that I met on the same channel that I met Shadow on, they're just so gorgeous. I asked like 2 or 3 of them, "Are you a model?" And they just look at me like, "What?" And I see they've got like a 5-year-old son in the background, and when they drag out a plate of food, I mean, the one I'm thinking of in particular is so tiny, but there's nothing tiny about the plate size that she pulls out when she'll sit up there and just eat right in front of us. And I'm like, oh man. Because they can make up a pretty table. Their food looks like art. Make you hungry. I'm not kidding.
Really,
but yeah,
I'm
gonna go ahead and scoot so he can bring his volume back up. And I'm kind of whipped, but I'm so glad I made it.
Yeah, me too.
Take care, Miss Boo.
Oh, and thank you, Homestead and Vanessa. Y'all were great today, and kick Jared out. That's an asinine post. I don't know if y'all know this,
Wasn't necessary.
But Jared was caught for being a pedophile.
Wow.
And getting away with it quite successfully all over the place. So, Andy's using Jared's picture, so that's nice that you rarely attract trolls, Shadow. I like that.
Is Jared a troll?
That's because we have people like Huga and Vanessa here. And I'm talking.
Literally got the picture of what's the name of the
Channel
sandwich
icon?
place, honey?
Channel icon?
No, Subway. Yeah.
Oh.
He was making money hand over fist, getting paid by Subway and using it to go to the countries where you can get away with having sex with underage people. It's just disgusting. And had a buddy going along for the ride too, and he was paying that guy's way to locate even more. Just sick. I knew about it, and it did make the news, but I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went until like the past couple of weeks on YouTube. I watched a couple of documentaries on it, and I was like, oh man, I'm about to hurl. That is, ugh. I know, Homestead, that's right.
No, CB's exaggerating just a tad.
They chase you hard. You not only are you the right nationality, but you got personality, babe.
Yeah,
I
CR
peep
has
in on
great
your channel now
personality.
and then. I'm surprised you haven't noticed my name occasionally pops up in your upvotes.
I think I have.
I'm just kind of spread too thin and taking on a lot. It's like I waited over 3 years for medical care, and now it's all bunched up, and everybody's throwing a test at me at once, and so it's like all hit home in the past month, and I'm on the verge of panic attack. So like trying to keep the schedule, just keep the scheduling of the testing and the appointments straight. But I also have a lady from one of my medical offices she's my caseworker. So she goes in with me to every visit. She's always there to also hear what the doctor says. So even though I pretty much collapsed on Thursday, at the beginning, there was 2 of us listening, and she was paying keen attention to it. And I was like, I appreciate that very much. Because I feel safer with somebody going in with me.
Well, yeah, right. Someone to watch your back, watch your 6.
Yeah.
Either physically
Well,
or
there's a lot of
metaphorically or
ticky
spiritually.
things in medicine that have changed specifically since the spamdemic broke out. Excuse me. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go. Regrettably, I gotta do it. So great to see y'all, and I hope to see everybody again soon, especially you, Shadow.
Yeah, you and I should have a nice long talk.
Well,
whenever it fits you.
If anything, if anything ever pops up, we've always got that emergency button to hit each other. So that's always there.
All right. Catch you later.
Yeah,
Mrs.
you and I
Miss
can. We can send you. I can send you a text on when and where and.
Yeah, I'm really bad about checking emails and like messages through Discord and whatnot. I will miss them a day or two, but those text messages will get checked every day because you're always getting reminders for your doctor appointments through that method too.
Yeah.
So I literally have to check those every day. I mean, even they're hitting you up on weekends now. They hit me with a wrong notification on Friday that they wanted me to come right back to the same neurologist clinic. And I didn't figure out until I called in that they closed at 12. The message was telling me they wanted me in at 3. I'm like, okay, that's definitely a mistake. But the doctor is so important and scared me so bad that I was like, oh no, I've got to be there. And how is my caseworker going to free up her full Friday? She takes care of 29 other people. You know, it's not like she can just clear out a day on a moment's notice. So, okay, I'm stopping the babble now. Y'all take care, and like I said, I hope to see everybody again soon.
Yeah, I
All
hope I see you too soon, man.
Thanks so much. It was fun. Bye.
It was fun to have you here, as always.
Yeah. Okay. All right,
You are
guys.
always
Take care.
welcome
I'll
up
see you
on
soon.
panel with my friend.
Yeah. Well, I sneak up to the backstage, and if you ever feel like too much is going on, my feelings will not be hurt. Just say, something. You don't even have to tell me verbally. You can just drop something in the private chat, and I'm like, that's cool. Got to see you today. I'm happy.
I agree.
Well, enjoy the beginning of your vacation.
Yeah,
And-
that will be really nice, actually.
Yeah. Make another funny video for us. I love your short videos. They're great. The Never-Ending Hill is now my current favorite. So, if you haven't seen it yet, you got to.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
yeah,
used that
it's
loop
the hill
feature
that
to
goes
a great.
on and on and on.
Yeah, I love that. First, I love the one where
Miss Boo loves you so much because she's like, I'm not leaving 5 minutes. That was like 20 minutes ago.
already. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No.
exaggerating.
Thank you for telling me. And it's not because of the babble. It's because I really do want my roommate to enjoy his relaxation and his TV and whatnot. And it tends to mess with the video of the panels and whatnot. So I'm gonna scoot on. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now. Y'all take care.
All right, catch you around.
You take care too, my friend.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Will do.
Later.
Bye.
And then there was 2.
Yep. That's us.
I think I'm remembering what I was going to talk about, actually. So, let's stick with this subject for a little bit longer. Well, security does have CR in it, technically, so.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
And security evolves around a lot of things, right? Security could be almost another word for defense and feeling safe, too, right? So, either physically, mentally, or spiritually, and not just people, but things too, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Well, because you've seen it in the past where, in the cover of darkness, grids down, some people may take advantage of it, the opportunity of it, and such, right? That's
exactly.
why, I remember this one time during a power outage. I was out, actually, at a friend's place, his apartment building or whatever at that time that he was living in, and this happened early in the morning. I think there was actually snow outside, but that didn't last that long. But we just took a look, make sure everything's good. It's because I realized that, and I think my friend realized that too. If something happens, then it could escalate and all this other stuff. So I better be proactive about it. I better know nothing happened at all, but I did something, versus not doing anything at all and something happened. You know what I mean? Be more proactive about the approach of it, right? And besides, I mean, I needed something to do anyways, right? What am I going to do, right? Because also there's no power, so I ain't getting any Wi-Fi access. So I might as well do something. And it was still dark out, so.
Yeah.
So just being proactive about the situation. So. CB's still here, right? Oh, yes. Huga's still here.
Yeah, Huga is still here. She planning to working on strengthening the circles of perimeter defense from the outer to closer, outside to closer. And then she planned to also another outer fence to slow them down. Yeah, if you have the possibility to do so, that is a good option.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned this earlier. I'm not a big fan of those glass doors. on residential type housing as much. They're too vulnerable.
Yeah.
Easy to, a BB gun, a BB gun, right? Something like simple
Yeah.
as that. A rock too, right? I mean, I know some of them have a film on some of these that make it harder, but let's just say glass is easier to get into than probably a door, like a wooden door or steel door and such. Because usually it's the window. The windows are the most vulnerable of spots on a building.
Yeah, and the back doors.
Yeah, and stuff like that. That's why when I go walk around, I just take a look in terms of just seeing what other people have. I'm like, oh, that's a big glass door, and they don't have a door behind that at all. Right. So it really doesn't matter how good your security system is because it's still a vulnerable spot. And that, like I said, not everyone has that film layer in between that makes it hard to, what I mean? Like, so if glass does get broken, it just doesn't shatter. It just sits there, right? So it's still a barrier from, reaching in and unlocking the door, something like that. Really, CB? You funny. But yeah, because if I had the choice, I would never get a glass door. Or at least if I did, there'd be another door backing that up at least, Because I know people have screen doors and stuff like that. Obviously, you want airflow if it's hot out or whatever, right? I get that, but
yeah,
security reasons, you want something behind that to back that up with a deadbolt and stuff like that.
exactly.
So, because if I remember anything or learned anything, the deterrence help, yes, but slowing them down makes it hard. You want to make it harder for them to do it, but easier for you to get away and get to your options. So, and where they don't know what you can do. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I always assume that unless it's just a random, B&E breaking and entering or whatever, they probably scoped out the place. They probably have scouted it out, did surveillance in advance, where they scouted this beforehand, right?
Yeah, probably. That is.
I always assume that it's probably don't be like that because most of the time they're not plan this out a little bit more than just winging it. So,
Huga have a question. I have to get new windows. Any suggestions to increase security?
well, CB, you should remember what Gil said about that film. I know that's supposed to help. It's just a barrier, so the glass doesn't just shatter and fall down, and then there's no barrier at all. But sometimes people want glass. I get it, but because if I remember right, it's just like medieval times when in the start of the medieval times, and I'm simplifying it a little, from the defenses, right? They built bigger and bigger defenses and multiple layers of defense, right? Castles started to get bigger and bigger and multiple tiers, right? So
Yeah.
you pass by the first tier, you still gotta get by the second one and so forth before you gain entry to the main area, right? The main part of the castle, for example. And there'd be defenses and stuff like that where it's easier for them where the defense side can do more to defend themselves, and the attacking side has limited or zero options, for example. So like having let's say motion lights or cameras or something like that with very little or no blind spots.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because when you're looking at security, you gotta always look at it from the opposite point of view, right? Have someone actually try do it, right? Know your weak points in the system, right?
Yeah.
Because you gotta look at it like, if you were gonna do it, how would you do it, right? And if it's very hard for you, then it's gonna be pretty hard for someone else to do. But then if you realize, oh, hey, see, you get this blind spot on this corner, and someone could just jump this, then make a plan to get in, B&E or whatever it is, break and enter and stuff like that, because you have a blind spot on this corner, and the fence can be jumped on this corner easily. For example, hypothetical, but stuff like that. And knowing where you see the yeah, okay. Yeah. That's why I'm all a fan of some of that passive stuff too. Because it's much more, well, even with security, Shadow, like with security cameras, they only one point of view. Now, how many people actually have 360 view or a way to turn their camera? Or you know what I mean? You know. What
Yeah,
I
I know
like,
what you mean.
Like, I remember some of the older movies and stuff like that. The security camera would actually pan, right?
Yeah.
Now that one's got something like that, or now the new ones are the 360 ones, right? But you want to be able to gather information of whoever's trying to do something, or scout out beforehand, right? I think this is why at convenience stores and stores in general, their cameras by the doors always has that height marker.
Yeah.
Right? That's a very common thing, right? Because it makes it harder for someone, and because you have more information to go on, right? Per se, right? Oh, hey, that person was about 6 feet. You start knowing stuff like that, right? I'm not saying you put it on your own property or whatever to that, but it's just some markers or whatever, or make it easier for you, but make it harder for them. And hopefully it would deter them enough that they probably wouldn't try it. Only the most ambitious person would actually try it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you about that.
Well, because ideally, theft is about in and out, right? You want to do it as fast as possible, little attention as possible, and make out without getting hurt. Because, because the longer it takes, the more likely that you'll either get caught. I'm foreseeing events or something randomly comes in, or then, because then you have problems, right? Because then you gotta problem solve, which means, then they have to figure a way out and next, right? Stuff like that. So.
Hugo says, I planted rose bushes under the windows for aesthetics and thorns. Well, that would be a sticky one.
Yeah, that'd be a prick. I mean,
that would tore your clothes up.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on a sec.
Yeah. That would hurt if you go through bushes with thorns. And your clothes would not look very pretty after all. After that either. every bush that has thorns are good, because you don't want to walk through bushes with thorns. You don't want that. It's easy when you have a house. You have more options when it comes to secure your property. It's more difficult when you have an apartment. You don't have that many options. Well, you can install cameras in your apartment, but that won't help, or not much help, if the grid is down. I agree, Hugo. Yeah, thorns are really a deterrent. I agree.
All right, I'm back. I keep getting
Yeah.
interrupted. I was gonna say something. It's that defense versus offense, or what's that called? But yeah, that kind of thing, right? Because every time you increase your defense, someone's gonna try to increase their offense.
Yeah, because they
way it is,
need
right?
to
It's
break
just like
through your defenses.
It's just like I always relate things into medieval times because there's a reason, but it's like the difference between the weapons compared to the armor, right? The defense, the offense, and the
Yeah.
defense, right? So, because like
Yeah,
bushes or
Hugo.
whatever, right? I'm always thinking, okay. How would I defeat that kind of defense, right? Honestly, you do something, right? So expect that, then try to counter that automatically. So you're 2 steps ahead, right? The bushes or whatever. Okay, they cut them down. Okay, well now I got to film on the window, right? So it takes a little bit longer. So now they got to do all these additional things. Because, like I said, it comes back to the medieval castle with multiple tiers of the system, right? So they have to bypass all the more and more checkpoints, let's just say. If that makes any sense.
We all have the same challenges in a bug out situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone will face the same challenges.
Similar. No, probably
Or
not quite
similar.
the same, but very similar.
Yeah.
There'll probably be people, an elemental thing, as in terms of the environment itself that you have to deal with. And obviously time. Time is definitely one of those things. That's probably not going to be on your side much in a situation like that.
Yes.
And there's probably going to be a lack of resources. Somehow there'll still be a lack of something. Either time, resource, manpower, or people power. or
or food, water.
yeah, or like actual those water and stuff like that. That's well, because bugging usually means that your home, apartment, whatever, is not safe to stay in anymore. It can't sustain you anymore. Where it be because fire, flood, something like that, or you're just out of food. You can't stay there anymore. It's not safe. It can't sustain you anymore. And the thing is, stuff like that can happen. Well, not really the food part, but floods, fires are usually primary causes of having to leave your residence. They'll force you out because it's unsafe in your residence again.
CR, I'm going to get me some more coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. I'll just talk like I talk in my own streams.
Yeah.
The only thing is I can't highlight the comments from CB. Sorry, Luca. I can't highlight them. But yeah. Yeah, thanks, CB. Yeah, just, as I've gone into this preparedness journey, it's just like learning more and more. And, having to learn at firsthand at certain times, where I'm like, oh, yeah, this is why they say this or that, without any specifics. Now I want coffee. Thanks, Shadow. I do what I can. I do what I can with what I have, and with the funds I have, right? Try to make progress in it, whatever it is. Try to get the dirt work, but the dirt time, I should say. Do what I can. Talk to people too, right? Not saying I'm always on the same page as everyone else, but some people certain points they can agree on. Where I just test the waters in the communication, see how far I can stretch the conversation, so to speak. Let's see. I had to highlight it, but I can't, obviously. Let's see. You feel like you're buying time, slowing them down. Yeah, well, that's the idea. Because that's existed for a long time now. Like I said, I always bring back to this medieval castle metaphor, but that actually happened in the past. That's why castles became not just one tier, but 2, 3, multiple tier systems. So you slow them down and give yourself more time and give them less time. Make it harder for them and stuff like that. Yeah. If they want to get through, they will have to keep trying, but those extra few minutes may help me think a better reaction or defense, yeah. And I'd be able to, what's it called? Give you more lead time in the situation. Yeah. Without going into specifics, but there's a lot of things. During medieval times they did, so. Well, who got CB? That's just the way it is, unfortunately, right? So, just the way it is. And there's been examples of it, I think, was it this year? I think in the last few years, where, robberies turn into arson and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that happens all the time, too. It's because usually a robbery gone wrong or something like that might lead to an arson, to burn the evidence away and stuff like that. Okay, Shadow, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I just remember the point that I was done making earlier. I'll just let you catch up.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up here now. I feel like I am buying time, slowing them down. If they want to get through, they will keep trying, but those few extra minutes may help me think of a better reaction defense.
Yeah, Shadow, I was mentioning back the castle metaphor or scenario again because it's a multiple tier system. Because even in general preparedness, you hear that multiple tier system a lot, where it's just like what you have on you, what's next to you, and what's just beyond a zone of assessment, as Strout would say, from everyday carry to your extended carry, like a backpack, get home bag, then additional things like a bug out bag and such, or a car kit and stuff like that. That's a tier system. So you have options. So if a situation's attacking you, for example, it has to go through all this stuff to really hit you hard. In the same way that, if you're invading a castle, there's multiple tiers to bypass before you reach the goal of it.
Yeah.
A home invasion, for example, right? Where you're slowing them down, and hopefully, there'll be enough time where, oh look, this police car is just running by randomly, and it's like, oh, it scares them off. You buy yourself enough time without having to resort to more extreme measures, let's just say. Oh, of course, CBI saw that. I know all the CR words now. I'm even noticing some that I haven't even used yet. Like, oh, I gotta use that word eventually. It'll reoccur. But,
yeah, I was thinking really good defenses
and
that scares intruders off.
Okay.
Well, if you have good defenses, that would scare off most intruders.
Okay.
That is a thought I got. I don't know if the idea is applicable, but I think it would be because the defenses must be that good, so you don't want to even think of a break-in or.
It's inconvenient, way too difficult, not worth it.
Because it would take too long time to break in, so
yeah,
it's not worth it. So,
yeah, because again, you're giving the defense side more lead time and making the offense or breaking in or whatever it is much more of a work. They got to work hard for that prize or goal or whatever that they have, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Money, jewelry, whatever, right? Doesn't really matter. And the thing about security is we gotta remember we're not always at home. Even people that work at home eventually go out, right? So you gotta remember that kind of stuff. I'm talking about security, because I know we're talking about SHTF per se type of things, but let's remember we're not. There's still a parking lot. I still might have to travel, right? So security counts for that too, right? While on the road, or maybe at an event. It's the same thing as they say, let's say you went to a concert or a big event. Where you're not only know where you're going, no ways out of the situation. Quick ways to get out of the situation from whatever it is, right? Because that is actually, well, more the defense side, right? Because you know an exit. You know a way to bug out, to exit out of the situation, to leave.
Huga has a point. Being in the country is great, a greater level of security, but also on your own more. Takes longer for help to get to you. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Takes longer for help to reach you if you're on the country side. But it has some advantages. Don't be the easy mark.
Well, yeah. Right.
Well, I agree.
Especially if the situation seems like it's random, right? I'm talking about. I'm trying to bring actual examples up, or like historical examples up that have happened in the past, not theoretical or hypothetical situations. Because there's a lot we can learn from history, from the things of the past, right? Whatever it is, right? It's like, I'm gonna be real serious here because these things just happen, right? Like, I think there's that incident that happened in Japan, right? I'm not getting into that, but security could have been better overall, right? The thing that happened during 4th of July last week, earlier in the week, that could have been handled better, or they could have been more proactive, right? Because it's the same thing, right? Because whether or not it's an attack or someone trying to rob you, they're trying to do harm to you or take something from you. So you need to up your game on it, so it makes it harder for someone to attempt that. I hope that makes sense, because
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where it's not even worth it, right? It's just too much a hassle to try it. Only the boldest of the bold would try it, right? Because if you make it easy, they're just gonna go right through your the lack of defenses. Like, without, I don't want to bring such a more negative or dark side to this, but I don't usually. But it's because when I see things like this, I'm just like thinking to myself, like, obviously I don't know these areas and stuff like that, but I'm like, the defenses weren't high enough, right?
Yeah.
Like, I rarely see, like, security detail and stuff like that. And I'm like, there's a reason why you see these things. So things like whatever happened earlier this week or yesterday or whatever don't actually happen, or will very, very less likely to happen. Where, because a lot of the stuff is like planned beforehand, right? So, you make it harder for them to actually successfully carry out this plan, or this plan, whatever it is.
That is what
regardless if it's female, male, whatever, right? No matter what the nationality or race is or whatever, right? Doesn't matter. People do stuff.
Yeah. You need to basically, what they call, that is a term for that, to make you a hard target.
Yeah, right.
Well,
there's a reason why they say that. Right?
That means you don't want to attack a hard target for one reason, because they have so many guns or any high defenses, so that you would lose so many.
Yeah,
and
right?
You don't have the equipment, you don't have the
risk
people
versus reward, right? Again, you make the risk so high that it's not worth the reward of it, which makes it harder for said person or group or individuals or to do this in the first place, right? Yes, That's what I was talking about, CB. I just didn't want to actively say it, but I think we all knew what I was talking about as soon as I said 4th of July, Japan. Because those were big things that happened. I was away on Monday, so that's why you didn't hear me talk about it so much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw that on the news. So I was watching it with my friend. I was just saying to myself, you know, the security couldn't have been higher, right? Or the act. I'm not saying have people on the roofs or whatever, but I mean, like, I was just saying something hypothetical, like, oh, you know, maybe there's, you know, security drones above. So it's harder for someone to hide on a roof unintentionally, right? You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
a drone, right? Doesn't matter if it goes down, right? It's the drone's replaceable, right? Not the people, right? And then it makes it harder.
I agree.
Right? Because there was a lot of information behind that later on as they found out more. Disguise, they were disguised and all that stuff. There was another secondary, more targets later and stuff like that. So, you know, sometimes that, being proactive or that ounce of prevention, right? Right.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Because, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Huga. It's all good, Huga. It's all good. I wouldn't make you a mod if I didn't trust you enough. No, I'm just kidding. But I was just saying stuff like that. Like, also, I don't know this area, so. But I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, and the thing is, because money's so tight now, right? Cutbacks and stuff like that, so it doesn't help either, right? Because you don't have the people power and the resources to gear to help you keep it safe or secure.
Exactly.
Like this is why you always gotta know your exits. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are, because unfortunately, usually something like an attack like that would be like, it would seem random to you, out of the blue, right? That's just like,
Exactly.
with zero next no lead time, where you instantly you're in that fight or flight response, right? The next, everything's cool. Next second, not so cool, right? So, and stuff like that. I mean, I've read the news reports and I heard about stuff like that. I don't know how many, there was like, this guy put his kid in a dumpster, in a metal dumpster. I'm like, well, hey, maybe I would do that too. Right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Hopefully it's not pickup day. By the way, if you do that, don't remember. Hopefully it's not garbage pickup. I'm just saying. But in a situation like that, I don't think a truck's gonna be moving around. Stuff like that. And back to the security again. I mean, like, what was that? Was that shooting in LA back in the 90s or whatever, right? So they had to adapt too. So, and things like that remind me, I'm like, yes, when it comes to security and stuff like that, you gotta adapt to your defenses. You gotta adapt.
Yeah, you need to adapt.
Quick on your feet. Hopefully, be able to problem solve and hopefully be able to gain something to help you gain an advantage back on your defense side, right? I know I say defense, but you guys know what I mean. You know what I mean about that. And hold the line, right? Hold the line. But sports are like that too, where you hold the line. Hockey is like that, you hold the line. So it's just like, yeah. In terms of security or defending yourself or whatever, you hold the line. You hold it together as best as you can. Because as soon as the line gets broken, you got holes in your defense, holes in your supplies or whatever. Then it starts to fall apart because it starts to crumble.
Yeah, because you don't hold your positions. And if they break that weak spot in your defenses, you will have serious problems.
Yeah, it'll just crumble. Hold on, Shadow. I'll be right back in a moment.
Yeah, no problem. So it's important to find out where you have your weak. Now I got. Actually, the fanatic has dropped off. He just disappeared like a ninja. But I can ask him when I see him next time. If you know anything about solar. He's a brilliant young man. Fanatic is, I think he's 23 years old or something. I'm not sure, but I think he's around 23 years old. Welcome, Mary, and good evening. Good to see you. And thank you for the thumbs up, Mary. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging around, guys. I appreciate that too. Well, Huga, yeah, people has a tendency to call me Jordan because that is not the right. But the first one is correct. Okay, what time is it where you are, Mary? I hope everything is okay with you, Mary, and I hope you had a great week. Is it Sunday morning, Mary, where you are? Or is it Saturday morning?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
I keep getting distracted and derailed here. Yeah.
Well, it's easy to get distracted.
Yeah, especially when people want to call you. Okay, let's try this again. So yes. And hi, hello, Mary. I don't think I missed anyone. Okay. So.
Okay, Mary.
You know,
I hope you will have a nice trip.
You know what you said about security, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not always from to defend from people. Sometimes you actually have to defend from per se Mother Nature, where it comes back to again fire, flooding, water, stuff like that.
Fire,
Right?
flooding.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean that's why they sandbag and stuff like that and put barriers like that, right? Because
Or even
it's part of the
hurricanes.
security.
So,
Yeah, it's part
yeah.
of the security, right? That's why
Well,
you have
natural
multiple tier.
wildfires, floodings, hurricanes, or tornadoes. Well,
And
they are
being
a great.
proactive about
That could be
remember.
a huge threat,
Well, yeah,
as
I would
people
imagine.
can be.
Yeah, because it's right, and you can't just throw pews at a fire or a flood. That's not the work. Probably not, right? So you don't have to. You need more than just that, right? Those are not the work with that against that, right?
When it
But
comes to
you're gonna be proactive. Let's say like fire breaks, right? It's just like
yeah,
Fort Haven, right? Fort Haven, you mentioned in his other videos a while back. For if you're listening to this, I remember that video, by the way. All right, and he's developing, increasing the fire break and stuff like that, being proactive about it, right? Stuff like that, or choosing the high ground and stuff like that.
yeah,
Or as Uncle Al might say, nothing wrong with having a dinghy or a boat. Just in case, right? If it floods, you get that option, right? You get that option to leave and do stuff with.
yeah, exactly.
Not really a security thing, but it's still an after the fact thing. Because when I see security, I always think of defense and defending. Because also you're trying to defend someone, something, resources, and such, whatever it is, from someone else taking it, or from Mother Nature taking it away from you, like your house and such, right? And you do what you can.
Yeah, I agree.
Because in SHTF or whatever, I mean, flooding, fires, and such probably still don't exist. That's not gonna stop. That'll probably be with us for quite a long, long time, right? Just because people are around doesn't mean it's safe from fire or from a flood, especially if it's in a forest area or a flood zone area or near the coast or whatever, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Do what you can to prepare for it. Stuff
Yeah,
like that.
if you want to have your property intact, at least your house intact. So, well,
yeah, right. Because you're defending your shelter, right? You're defending your cover. You're defending your your
yeah, because
you're defending your per se metaphoric castle, right?
Yeah, your home, you have your
right?
food, water,
right.
You have everything you need in your home.
Yeah, because usually bugging out is the last resort because you couldn't defend it anymore, or it's ran out, whatever, or it's unsafe. Let's say the shelter's unsafe, the home's unsafe, and that does happen. All right, that does happen.
Yeah,
not everywhere, but it does happen, and
it can be a wildfire.
And that look back at history, right? Things that happened in the past, right? To other people.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I always look at these stories a lot at times because it reminds me, I'm like, if I'm in the same situation, what steps could I have taken beforehand to be more proactive? To minimize or mitigate any of the negative results so I wouldn't be reacting to it, but I'd be more proactive, It's just like putting up, reinforcing the dikes or sandbagging, right? That's being trying to be more proactive, right? A little bit more using something like a pump to pump up the water is being reactive. because the water's already in, so you're trying to push it back out, kind of deal, right? So, and hopefully not making it flood in the first place, so you don't have to do all that stuff. Like a fire prone area, maybe having like a tin roof or something like that, if you can, right? Versus shingles or fire breaks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, security comes back to like defending, either yourself personally or your home, your belongings from something else or someone else trying to take it away from you or destroying it or whatever, right?
I agree.
So you have these tiers, or I shouldn't say barriers, but in place. So the attacking side, let's just say whatever it is, it could be people or from Mother Nature or whatever, right? Trying to destroy per se or take or whatever. So you have multiple tiers, so it's gonna hit that, knock that out, hit the next one, and knock that out before reaching the heart of the area or the goal or the center of the castle and stuff like that. So it makes it harder. And you have more resilience, or you're more resilient.
Indeed.
So, because, and again, it comes back down to the preparedness part, right? Being ready beforehand. So, as much as you can, all right? I know we all live in different areas, different zones, different climates, different areas, different countries, lifestyles, urban, suburban, countryside, rural areas, alone, not alone, and stuff like that. Do what you can.
Yeah, and some are remote areas.
Maybe you got a couple bicycles that you keep in the garage. Maybe lock them up, even if they're in the garage locked up. It's a double thing again, right? So again, like in the garage, they gotta break the door. They can't just steal the bikes and walk out or bike out with them. They gotta break the lock or cut the lock, right? They have to spend more time and buys you more time to hopefully come outside and catch them or run into them or scare them off, right? So it's not just that easy. Hey, they left the door open and they have a bike inside and no one's around. I could just bike off it in 5 seconds, right? You're trying to, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I know any security can be bypassed. Virtually any security system, whatever it is, can be bypassed in time. With enough time, you can bypass stuff. It does not matter, right? Because I think, right, security alarms on a vehicle or whatever, right? But you give yourself more time to hopefully make them spend more time doing it, and hopefully, they'll be nervous or slip up, make mistakes on their end, or someone will eventually catch them, or, oh, look, that extra 5 minutes helped me. Why? Because this random police car just drove by and just noticed it. Instead of that 5-minute getaway, they took 10 minutes, and that extra 5 minutes, they got busted by it because of it, because they had to spend that extra 5 minutes to disable the system or whatever the defense was. Lock, alarm, let's say those bars that people put on their steering wheels and stuff like that, right? Like, I know it's not just a deterrent, but it slows people down, right? Because you need specialty tools usually to deal with that, right? Like even a simple lock, I know anyone can break open a lock. You can get those really, really heavy, long bolt cutters that'll do it, right? But that's a specialty tool that someone actually has to bring with them. And stuff like that, right?
And most of the time, it will be too much equipment to carry.
No, it depends. But
especially if you have specialized tools, because you might need different specialized tool for certain that works for a certain task. So there can be a lot of tools you have to carry.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a certain tool, well, to they say, well, for example, a car alarm,
Yeah,
or
right.
you need probably a special tool for that, and then you,
Let's just say a car. Let's just say we'll go for a car because I think most people can relate to that. And
yeah,
security, like I said, security is not just for your home, but it could be your vehicle too, right?
yeah,
Right? Because you don't want to, for example, you don't want your car broken into and stolen when you're at work because now you're gonna, because unless you brought in your get home bag, if you did, you lost that too. And now you have to
exactly.
walk home or call for a ride, inconvenience someone else, and all that stuff, right? Versus, like everyone's like, oh, car alarms. Okay, well, those can be bypassed. Those can be changed. Oh. I'll be right back. I keep getting derailed. Sorry.
No problem. I have 25 sandbags. Whenever I get the time, energy to fill them, any suggestions on the best way to utilize, like flood plus defense or something?
All right, I'm back again. Hopefully, I don't. I keep getting derailed every time I talk. It's always
Huga has a good point here. I have 25 sandbags. Whenever I get the time, energy to fill them, any suggestions on the best way to utilize?
well,
Like flood plus defense or something.
yeah. I think to me that'd be a way to go about that. Right now, obviously, you have to have time beforehand. That's the thing about sandbagging. It takes
Yeah,
a lot of effort, energy, and time,
yeah, it does.
and people
Uh,
power. Right. So this comes back to
but
giving yourself more time, so you can actually probably do something like this
yeah,
if possible.
I heard an idea what you can do with the sandbags.
Yeah.
Uh, as Huga says, and I figured I would put them against the house or something. I want to plan ahead before they are heavy to move. Well,
Mhm.
I I just was thinking about something about this with sandbags. If you have a basement, you can put inside your house in the basement. You build up the sandbags with and you have probably a window in your basement too, a small window. So you
Oh
build
yeah, that
the
window that's on the
sandbags up.
basement. Yeah, and you put
Yeah,
sandbags around that automatically. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
So you
Yeah,
build it.
that might be a smart idea, right?
If I remember it correct, you build it up to the window, I believe.
Hmm.
Um, just in case to prevent if the window breaks or something, so you don't get the shrapnel from the glass over yourself. So that's not a pleasant thing.
And for example, you grow, let's say, roses just away from that, so that way you get that kind of, it's hidden, it's green, so no one notices it, and it's like a backup to the backup, right? So like as the water, let's say if the water comes in, soaks into the ground a little bit, the plants are soaking it in. Then as it gets higher and higher, your sandbags will take over to help you.
Hey, Jack, good to see you, brother.
What's up, man? Really? Really? Oh, what a kidder this guy is. I know what you're talking about. I know what he's talking about. I know what you're talking about, Jack. I know that slang.
Yeah, sandbags are very useful. Actually, you can use them for a lot of things.
Yeah.
I
don't
something
live
I need to buy myself. Sandbags, actually.
I don't
You never
live,
know.
Well, I live in a higher I was gonna say latitude, but altitude, or on higher ground. So flooding is less of a worry for me here. However, down south or down in lower areas, yeah, I might consider that because I live in a higher part of this area. So flooding, everything else is more downhill. So it'd have to be very extreme for it to flood in this specific area. Besides localized, or you know what I mean, like just little pools. I'm talking about like what happened, what Van City saw last year, or some other places seen. Like
Yeah, I agree.
that kind of flooding, and I don't expect to ever see that here. That's why I don't plan for that. However, there's other things that I have to plan for, like the storm.
Yeah, who
stuff like that.
can put dirt in them too? Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in the army on my basic training, we had we were in the field, and we for 3 days when we were sleeping in tents, and we should build with sandbags and other things to build a defense. You dig a hole and then you put the sandbags around, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
almost not quite a trench.
Yeah, so what we did was we didn't had any sand, so we had to fill those with dirt. So that works just fine to fill your sandbags with dirt. That you don't need to have sand. Dirt works just perfectly.
And of course, like I said, you back that up with something else and increase the amount of levels of defense, the tiers, right? So that's just not one defense or one tier or one level, but you have 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, right? It's just the same thing as multiple stories on a castle line of defense. I know I always keep bringing this up, but it's a good metaphor.
Yeah.
And that's what you had to do in the past. So this is what it's always that the arms race, as they say, right? Defense versus offense, right? Yeah. Armor versus the weapon, all right? Castles got bigger. They got catapults and trebuchets, right? So that's how it goes. So the idea is always try to increase the amount of levels to it, and then try to up your game faster than other people can up their offense game, or ways to defeat it, right? Stuff like that. So it could be things like
Hey, Jack.
Oh, there he is. What's up? What is up?
Morning. G'day.
You got your coffee yet, Jack?
Yeah, coffee's right here. Woke up late this morning.
It's like after.
Well, it's good. It's good you got your coffee. You get so cranky otherwise.
Cranky?
No,
No.
you're not yourself when you don't have coffee.
That's right. Yeah, true. Sandbags. You can use them to stabilize things. You can use it as a temporary thing to hold a post up. You can use it as
like a paperweight kind of deal, right?
Yeah, you can use it as paperweight for bigger and heavier things, I guess. Yes, same principle. You can use it as a way to keep a vehicle from moving forwards, one that you're gonna, like a caravan or someone that's gonna be stationary for a longer period of time.
Yeah. Let's say a driveway incline, then you do something like that, so it doesn't. So
correct. You can use it to hold up your forming when you're building something, when you're concreting something, as in stabilize it at the bottoms to prevent the concrete from pouring out. But you don't use it for that because they're too expensive, sandbags themselves. But you can use it to hold up some sort of temporary structure, such as a cabin or something, where you just want to stabilize the bottom a little bit better and so on, and prevent water from coming in.
Until you can get something more permanent in there, a temporary fix for it.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Say, yeah. But also, it also serves as a good way to make an L-shaped entry into your I'll say cabin, your shelter, put it that way, because you don't want anybody looking at the front door directly. You get it? An L or Z shape type of entry. You just bag them up, send them,
Yeah.
couple of them, and that's
Can
it.
Can I interrupt for a moment? Sorry, Jack. Sorry. I got to take off for a moment. Apparently, it might rain, and I need to be proactive here, personally, or else, just in case, I gotta move stuff around before it gets wet and such. I'll come back in the stream. You're gonna go for a bit, right?
Have fun.
You're going for a bit, right?
I will run.
Yeah, you got Jack here. Jack will probably take over for an
Yeah,
hour. For
exactly.
at least. Yeah, because I gotta move a few things. Because I'm hearing thunder in the distance now, and the clouds are getting darker. And yeah, I'll be back.
You scared of the
Yeah.
sun?
No, I'm not.
Nah, he's a
I'll
little
be
bit
back with you.
afraid if the lightning would strike.
Well, my youngest child saw lightning strike like a few meters from the house back when he was a little kid, and he doesn't no warm and fuzzies when there's a storm happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as sandbags go, just remember they're heavy, they're versatile, and they're building material as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you're building something which
Hey, LA Prepper, good to see you, brother.
Just one note, if you are going to be putting dirt up against them, like you're going to be using them as a type of wall, as a building structure type of thing, against which you're going to be laying wall, remember to go, depending on the height of the wall, to go half an inch to an inch against the soil that's coming in against it, and lay the soil in as you build it up. Jeepers. Don't ask me how I know all that stuff. I just do. Yuck.
You're very welcome, Hugo.
Yeah, just lay them like bricks, man. Just yeah. And if you want to stabilize it even more, what you can do is put barbed wire, a string of barbed wire between the rows. That way, it actually ties them together. That's a lot of waste of barbed wire, though. But you can do that. I say a waste because you can use it for something better. But if you got old little strips of barbed wire that you kept that you didn't throw away when you were fencing or something, just use that stuff instead.
Yeah, you can also, when you are gonna use it for building build something up, you can put two poles at the side like this, and you put the sandbags in between, and you do that as long as you need it.
Yeah. Yuck. Yuck. Sandbagging is no fun.
Yeah, sandbags is something I need to buy, actually.
You can improvise.
Can be useful.
Look, you can improvise when it comes to sandbags. I mean, depending on the longevity of the structure, depending on what you're using it for, you can improvise. It's not a case of it having to be a Hessian bag type of sandbag, or one of those. You can old wheat bags, whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. Depending on what you're going to use it and how you're going to use it, you can improvise. But it would be preferable that they all be about the same size, or same width at least. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is what I mean. Same size, same width, same height. So that
By
is
the
the
height,
best.
you tamp them down. When you're building with them, you have to tamp them down. So the height, you regulate the height. Never ever fill a sandbag up all the way to the very top. I mean, fill it up, and you bang it down, it will, get flattened.
Yeah.
Unless you're in a rush. If you're in a rush, then yeah, we don't care. Yeah.
When I filled the sandbags when I was in the army on the basic training, we never filled them up to the top. We didn't. We left some space so we could tuck the end in, roll the end in, and put them down. So
Yeah, exactly. Or when you lay them down, get a tamper, or whatever. I won't say a sledgehammer, but
yeah,
piece of timber on top and a sledgehammer and bang it down just to flatten it out so that you get a nice flat surface. I mean, I've seen one or two videos of people building those earth bag houses. I
Yeah.
guess they have to use a bubble level in doing that for that, because it's a house. But if you're doing something with a sandbag, it's not going to be a house, you know. But yeah, don't stress about. Don't over engineer it. Yuck. Yuck.
Hugo says, I bought them. Now I gotta use them. Baby steps. Yeah.
Hugo, if you want to add to that supply, all those, I forgot what they're called. Those wheat usually comes in a more beans when you buy the big 20 kilo, 40, 50 pound bags. Those nylon mesh bags, whatever they're called. You know what I'm talking about? Those whites, they look like a mesh. They look like they're woven, or they are woven.
Yeah.
The white bags, flour comes in it, or wheat comes in it, or whatever, depending on what you buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep those. You can get those for free. A lot of the coffee, if there's a coffee mill or whatever, coffee house somewhere there that roasts coffee, they get their raw beans in those coffee bags, which are also cheap or free, depending on actual manufacturer of the coffee. We've got about, I don't want to exaggerate, but about 300 or 400 of those coffee bags, those woven coffee bags, Hessian bags. Use it for anything, including a temporary makeshift sandbag if need be. Got them all for free. But they stink like coffee.
Good idea. I buy in bulk from the Amish for prepping. They use those bags. Okay. Cool.
I'm on CR side when it comes to reusing stuff. Money, like, you got to make your dollar stretch further. If you get it for free, get it for free. Look on Craigslist. Don't be ashamed. Don't let your pride get to you. And the theory of someone else might need it more than you, that's a load of humbug. Not to use the Aussie slang BS. But you get my point. You're a human being. You have a family. You have money. Your dollar is worth as much as the other bloke's dollar. And your family is worth as much as the other bloke's family is to him. Your family is worth to you as much as the other bloke's family is to him. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't let your ego, pride, whatever the right term is, I don't even know what it is anymore. Just be rational. If you can get it for free, get it. And there's no such thing as secondhand is not good. Secondhand for stuff like that is ideal because you can get it for free. You're going to be filling it up with dirt, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, I don't mind to get some secondhand stuff. It's usually good quality on them, so.
Well, LA prepper, Los Angeles, if you're living in the city, or in a city there in whatever. But, sandbags are good for a lot of things, not just rain. You'd be surprised what all sandbags can be used for. And sleepers, those well, I don't know if you still got them. They're replacing the concrete sleepers on the railway tracks. The old sleepers.
Yeah.
They're excellent as well when it comes to leaning up against windows and buildings and so on. Makeshift. Heavy as hell, but hey, quicker than sandbags. You lay down about a meter, 3 foot, roughly a yard of sandbags, and then you lean these up against the walls to protect from shrapnel and stuff like that. Have a bit, but yeah. SHTF can come in many ways, many forms.
Yeah. Huga asks, how bullet resistant are sandbags?
They won't stop an 50 cal or
Well,
30 cal.
Well, I can tell you, well, the sandbag will leak if a bullet hits them. So it depends on how many layers you have.
It's more for shrapnel. Put it this way: shrapnel 5.56, 7.62, yeah, it will stop it. But anything bigger than that, or if a shell hits right next to it, it'll just knock the wall over. And it's not ideal. There's no such thing as bulletproof. Meaning,
but it gives you at least some form of protection anyway. So, and that's better than nothing.
Yes, definitely better than a bloody winter. That's for sure. Or a brick. Yeah, exactly. Don't bet your life on it. But remember, most houses, see, this is what a lot of people forget, is a house, if you sandbag it up and put sleepers around it, or sleepers or sandbag, whatever, to lock up the windows, the entry, you have to make the entry into a letter L. You can't have a direct line of sight to the front door, to the entry points. You must not allow that. So you're going to have to do the letter L. You're going to have to do it. The entry into the building must not have a direct line of sight, regardless. And sandbags are great for that, because they're temporary. Temporary meaning they can last throughout from 91 to 96. So 5 years. I've seen him in action. 5 years, not a problem. And yeah, 5 years, 6 years. Some of them were still up afterwards. Not for long afterwards, but they were still up. So a temporary fix all the way up to 5 years, first-hand knowledge being relayed to you there. Or first-hand, witness, there we go. And knowledge, yuck.
You're very welcome, Hugo.
Anytime, mate. Anytime. My pleasure, actually. But I can't stress enough, don't buy sandbags if you don't have to buy them. Get them for free. Hessian bags, wheat bags, all those types of bags that are woven, they can all serve that purpose.
Yeah.
SHTF, you don't pick and choose. You can't go to the shops and buy them. You get what you get.
No, you need to take what you can get. Your hands
Exactly.
on.
And if that dollar you save can be that 50 to $100, a couple $100 that you can save by getting it for free, let's say the coffee bean bags from a roasting place, guess what? That's a couple $100 you can buy the other bees out there, beans and other stuff, freedom seeds, or whatever else you need. Yeah, or a good water pump in case you get flooded. One of those little boat pumps.
Yeah.
12 volts, so you're not reliant on, I think it's 110 volt US, or 240 everywhere else. 220, 240.
Yeah.
So you get a 12 volt pump. Just get one of those. There's a name for it, but sump pump or something like that. It costs about $100 Australian, so it'll be about what, 50, $60, $70 US. Save $200 on the next load of free sandbags you can collect, and use $60 of it to get yourself one of those little flood pumps or sump pumps. Just in case, if you haven't already got one. But a 12 volt one. No, 12 volt is the key.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Always, mate, always. No, you can never have everything. But 12 volt is, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm collecting this stuff as well. I'm buying this stuff up slowly but surely. So it's not a case of, if you've got a fishing boat out there, guess what? Use that pump. Don't go buy one. Just use that. So if you've got one, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you have to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody's in a different situation. So if you know a mate or you got a friend, a person you know who's got a boat project going on, chances are they'll be putting in a brand new pump. And if they're not, talk them into it. You take the old one. But then again, it's cheaper.
I agree.
Cheaper to buy a new one, trust me, because you're going to owe that bloke a favour. You don't like owing favours to anybody.
Hey, Oliva, Saswia. Good to see you, my friend.
Split second, I'm just going to roll up a smoke. 1 second.
Well, Huga, seems like once you learn about prepping, there's always something else you need. Yeah, I agree with you about that. And yes, it is a process. Thank you, Oliva, for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. I checked to see if I could get some sandbags here in Sweden. And you can buy 10 for about 159 crowns. So that's not bad price for them. But if you can get bags for free, it's better. You save some money. And if you can't if you don't have the opportunity to get them for free, well, you have to buy them if you can afford it.
Yeah, I'm sure that anybody and everybody can get stuff that can be repurposed for free or dirt
Yeah.
cheap. I'm just gonna try and find a picture online. Of just to give a basic picture of let's find any one of these cities that's under attack. You'd think that there'd be a lot more. A lot of this stuff that was just gone, no longer online anyway. It's almost as if they want to erase that part of history. Probably is the case. If I find it, I'll share the link to the actual photo.
Yeah, please do.
There'll be a picture of. It's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to actually see an example of it. Let's see. You know, I never enjoyed taking photos of anything. I hated being in photos as well. I still do, but call it camera shy or whatever. I don't know what the right term is. Just I'm not the guy with the camera, put it that way. And in some ways, I regret that now. Or at times, I wished I was the guy with the camera.
Yeah.
Cannot find a single way photo of what I'm talking about. Amazing. Photos of just about everything and anything else, but maybe I'm just not typing it in right. Type in a foreign language. Come on. Okay. Hang on a second. Open link YouTube. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh yeah, maybe. Open link YouTube. Let's see. Okay, here's an example of. Okay, I found an example of the sandbagging up against a wall, an existing wall. Okay, check. Yeah. There you go. But I'm looking for the example with the sleepers up against the wall.
Yeah, that is a way to put your sandbags.
Oh yeah, and it works. I mean, it works. It does the job.
Yeah, it does the job. Definitely.
No, that's full on war there. Shelling every bloody week, every day. No defined times. Oh, come on, really?
Thank you, Hugo. I appreciate that.
Well, anyway, this when I was mentioning sleepers, you know, railway sleepers, whatever you want to call them. I don't know. There's other names for them, I guess, as well. The wooden, whatever they're called, that goes underneath the railway tracks.
Yeah.
Those chunks of wood.
Yeah.
Better be. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you do is
But,
if you're in a rush.
but these
well,
days, you make them of concrete.
Now, yes, but there's still the old. I mean, they're still got to replace them. There's so many miles.
Yeah.
So if you can get a hold of those, trust me, lean them up against the wall. So put the sandbags up to a certain height and lean these suckers up against the windows. Mates, they do an excellent job. Or no doubt about it. Or use them for anything. Use them for the top. If you're making the L-shaped entry into the building, lay these on top, right, as a roof, and put sandbags on top of them. You will not regret it.
I agree. That is
they do the job.
Indeed.
Taking me back there a few years, but yeah. Glad that who would have thought that would have been able to be a piece of information somebody wants to know.
Yeah, they had same construction on the trenches in under World War One. They had put sandbags on the top.
In every war.
Yeah.
In every war, not just World War One. Every war, regardless.
Yeah, but that was what I come up in my mind.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're lucky. Yeah. That's the thing. If you see that's what people always talk about is this new generation, right? Of people who have never ever experienced the evils of mankind, the evils of what we can do to each other when we're in the situation to do it. Not because we want to do it, but because you're somehow stuck into that cesspool of anger. I don't know what to call it. And you just do it. There is no, I'm a saint, or he's a saint, or she's a saint. That's a lot of rubbish. So people who have never experienced anything of the sort for X amount of decades, like Australians in Australia who've never left Australia, like Americans in America, like most Europeans in the last 30 years, 40 years, well, say 30 years, if you don't count these skirmishes and wars that were happening in some of the ex-Eastern European countries. But these people don't understand. There's one thing to be theoretical, it's another thing to be real. They don't understand what real is about humanity, about the dark side of humans. They're living in an illusion or a delusion, so to say. And in a way, it just brings about, you see the same mistakes happening, people making the same mistakes as far as the general society. And guess what? The same evils are bound to happen again, whether anybody likes to admit it or not. Crazy, but true, you know. For a species for a species that's allegedly, you know, evolving into something better, we don't seem to be getting very far for the last 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years that we know of recorded history. We seem to be doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Anyway, Hugo Homestead, I hope that I haven't overkilled the topic. Sorry.
No, I don't think you. No, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, I could just imagine. 2020. Yuck. People were going crazy, weren't they? They were out of their minds. They've never experienced anything like a curfew or anything like that. Jeepers. Oh, sorry, not the curfew. The mask mandates. Lockdowns. Sure resembled a curfew in so many ways. See, that would be something that people could learn. Those who want to learn, that is, could learn something from those experiences, because that's 21st century. Modern day, we'll say, if SHTF were to happen with some sort of bioweaponry, that experience would be a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with you about that.
It'll make all us old grunts look like dinosaurs when it comes to knowledge. Because I don't have any experience in nothing to that effect, except the same as everyone else in this world. But someone who was on we'll call it the front line of that type of warfare, like Hugo Homestead, yeah, that person there could relay that knowledge to the rest of humanity who wants to learn, just from first-hand experiences. Read between the lines. No need to dramatize it or politicize it. Just talk about what happened, what you saw, what you experienced. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet the normal procedures rules went out of the window fast. Yeah, it has a tendency to do that. Well, here in Sweden, we have this idea of that everybody, when something major happens, we help each other. That is the idea. Well, in my opinion, in the beginning, yes, but the further into the event, you will not cooperate with others.
Okay. One lesson I learned.
Because they realize, unless, hey, we need to take care of our families, and so probably in the beginning that people will help each other, but not in the long run.
Okay.
It's I believe it for a short term.
Yes, and I'll tell you what I've learned is that I'm no good at judging character when it comes to who to trust and who not to trust. Burned that many times, and I'm talking about little things, I'm talking about some major things in life. Burnt that many times that the word trust is a taboo term in my mind.
I figure I'd come back.
Yeah, but you get my point.
I'll come back, yeah.
And that's based on the experiences in a SHTF zone and after SHTF zone.
Yeah.
So if I was living in Australia the whole time, I'd be using the word friend like, you know, like it was nothing, just like the people here use it. They talk about their acquaintances, they use the word friend. It's like, no. What do you mean he's not my friend? He's not your friend. You can't trust him. Do you trust him? Yeah. Why do you trust him? Because I work with him, or I go to school with him, or I know him, or I've seen him, or her, or whatever. Yeah. No. We drink coffee together once a week. That doesn't make a friend. It's an acquaintance.
Yeah.
It's the trust factor.
Right.
How many people can you truly trust? And you start doing it. It's like, if you have one, you're lucky. You're a rich person. 2, you're a mega millionaire or a fool. I was the fool.
I mean, there's a difference between trusting someone and just knowing someone. I mean, until you've gone through a situation with someone, you know.
Friends. Caring is sharing. Sharing is caring. Sharing wants, knowledge, and experiences, just like I suggested. You could share your experiences, whichever way you feel comfortable doing it. And those who want to learn, keyword being want to learn, can learn from those stories, from those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to learn. They will be able to read between the lines. They'll be able to get something out of it that's constructive and absolutely, definitely informative, and educational. And you don't even have to try and be educational about it. You just have to say what you saw, what you experienced, in any which way you feel comfortable doing it. And it's up to the rest of us to get what we can get out of it. Because, like I said, even an old fool like me, who's been there and done that in so many ways that many others, thank goodness, haven't. I've got a lot to learn about that type of modern day bioweaponry scenario, that type of government overreach scenario, because my experiences are just like everybody else's, just a part of society.
And the other reason why people stop helping at the end is because it gets too dangerous. So you can't help people.
The
Well, you
bystander
can do
effect.
that. You can do that in the beginning, but the longer that it goes, it gets more dangerous. So you can't. You need to think of your own family, because you don't want to be in an area and risk your life when you have a family back home. So that's why you need to think of yourself, and your family comes first. So that's why you can't keep helping each other.
Well, like I said, and I've been saying in many of my videos, this is part of my ending quote. This is why you can't help everyone out there, but you can help someone, and not everyone, unfortunately. It's just because you stretch yourself too thin. But unfortunately, you can't help someone else if you're down, right? If you go down, you can't help someone else then.
Just on the sandbagging. Sorry to go back to that. Just something popped into mind. Find a plastic bucket with a lid, one of those big white buckets with one of those lids, a sturdy one. Cut the bottom off, right, and make a little stand for it with a 2x4, so that it acts like a funnel. So that you put the sandbag underneath it, and then you just chuck it into the bucket. It all goes into the sandbag, and then you just pull the sandbag out underneath when it gets to that level that it needs to get to.
Hey, Ryan.
Just an easy way of doing it, rather than slamming into your fingers, or someone slamming the shovel into your fingers as you're holding the bag. There's less pains and less cuss words being used that way. Sorry. Just popped into mind.
Yeah, well, no problem. If something pops in your mind, please tell us.
My mind's still buzzing back to those years where that was. It's like I'm going through some of it's still there, and that just popped into mind how we found a solution for it. A lot less pain and a lot and practically very few cuss words being thrown around at each other.
Go ahead, CR.
I think I see a rainbow outside. Like literally, it's sun showers right now here for me. The sun's in the west, and the rain's coming down. I'm trying to see.
It sounds like it's pouring down.
I'm trying to see
It's like,
that'll be funny. Be like, oh look,
you must
rainbow on Shadow Streams, Shadow Scout Streams, Scout stream.
It sounds like you have a heavy rain.
It's sun showers right now. Like literally, I'm in the sun and I can get wet.
Well, that's a free shower.
You'll help me with the rain barrels. It's supposed to be pretty warm the next couple of days. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I bet it.
I wonder if I can dry out and get wet at the same time. I'm in the sun, in the rain. I don't know if I'm drying or getting more wet right now. Technically, I've done this before with solar ignition to start a fire. See, it's raining already, so your tinder would get wet, but I do have sunlight out.
Oh, here's a bit of good news. I guess I should make a video about it. You recall back late February, I got flooded out, so to say. Not so to say, got flooded out. I managed to, one of the victims of that water flowing through the place was my chainsaw. The old Stihl Magnum 540, whatever. 540. Anyway, and a good chainsaw. And when I cleaned it out and put it back together again, and I thought I got it all, it seized afterwards after a few minutes of work. Within moments, put it that way, it seized. So obviously I didn't do the job right. So yeah, I blame it on well anyway, I blame it on the flood. Because if the flood never happened, it would never have ceased. It would just kept on working. And to repair it would have cost me in parts and labour. I mean, I can fix it myself, but I'm not an expert, and I wouldn't want to mess with something like that. A full rehaul. It was going to cost me almost $600-700. And what I figured was I'd buy another one and use that one for spares, but I couldn't find another one of those under $800 Australian dollars. That is, here in Australia, and so I ended up buying what was the model? A 391, which was the series prior to the farmer one, the Farm Boss series. It was the predecessor series, the series right before the Farm Boss series, the modern day series of Stihl chainsaw. So I managed to buy one. It cost me $500, but by the time I got there and back with the bus and the Uber and all that, because the car's at the workshop, it cost me $600. We'll just round it up to $600. So I managed to replace the chainsaw. So I've now again got the one and only tool that a person needs out in the bush to make life easy. Well, one and only luxury. So that's a bit of good news. A major item replaced.
That's a nice plant you have there, CR.
Did you guys see the tomato on it? I can't see through the display. It's a little bright behind me. That's my first tomato of the season. That's fruited.
Yeah.
I got some more flowers on them, so it's starting to. I still got about 7 weeks until September, so still that time. So. Well, on the bright side, I don't have to water anything today. Everything's wet. And now I get some sun.
Is Canada burning again? Bushfires? Or whatever you call it, forest
Nah,
fires.
I think this year has been better for us overall. Well, because out west there, it's been raining more on a not continuous basis, but more periodically, right? So like every week or every week, there's like at least one day of rain that's actually pouring
Okay.
or heavy enough. So
Because
it cuts down on like wildfires and fire bans and stuff like that.
what
That's why I
about
always
up
tell people,
towards?
right? If you want
What
a
about
campfire outside, it's gotta rain, or else we're gonna have fire bans.
what about the region up towards Alaska? Because Alaska Prepper was reporting on forest fires in Alaska.
I don't know. I don't totally keep tabs on that. Because remember, I don't live in the U.S., right? So I only hear certain
well,
things.
Alaska's up north next to Canada, isn't it? So
It's like a good what? Probably 24 hours away from here, at least.
yeah,
At least.
and in that region up there, is Canada at risk as well or not?
Well, okay, I should. That reminds me. See, in the Northwest Territories right now, so that's above the provinces here in Canada. There is heat waves, so it's hotter up north right now, technically, than it is here. Like Jack, I'm still waiting to see plus 30 here. There hasn't been a day here that has been plus 30 yet.
I hear you. I understand. You forget that Australia's
but the places up north,
the US.
Some of the places up north have already reached that temperature. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like the heat is up there and sticking around. So there may be forest fires or fire bans and stuff like that up north, but not in this area that I live.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, thanks, CB. Just working on it. Yeah. Yeah, see, the rain stopped already. That's fast.
Well, I'm glad to hear that at least where you're living, that part is not getting the heat wave / the fire.
Wow, we've had that all last year. Hey, like I said, and I have screenshots of the heat.
It's seasonal. If you haven't noticed, climate does change. Spring.
No, I know that.
Summer, autumn, winter, wet season, dry season,
construction season, hockey season.
Yeah. Silly season.
No, I've been saying to everyone, we have in my area right now, we've had pretty good balance between some sunlight and rain. It hasn't been overly hot or really, really cool. It's been hovering around that seasonal normal value that you would see on the weather statements, right? The normal average value for the day, whatever it is, 20, 21, 22, 70 Fahrenheit for everyone in the US. CB. Yeah.
Have a nice day, Bang Rumi.
Oh, thanks. You found some blossom enrod today. Use some lime rain. Inconsistencies are normal here. Yeah. That's why I'm glad to get the rains, right? Maybe that's why things are growing so well.
We had rain here where we are now. It lasted almost a week. Caused a few floods.
I mean, can't have vegetables, garden, or crops without both rain and sun. Need both.
That's why raised beds are the go, because you can control them. I mean, you can manage them better, much more easily.
Yeah. Yeah, because container gardening, you actually have to water them more frequently because they drain out at the bottom.
Well, that's why you put timber at the bottom, or stumps, stuff like that, because they absorb the water. Natural sponge type of thing. Sure, it takes a few years for it to become spongy, but that's why you chuck.
Oh, like punk wood, right?
Well, any type of bloody wood, as long as it's old, as long as it's not brand spanking new, just cut
like punk wood, very spongy. Yeah, punk wood, spongy. Yeah,
it all becomes all of it gets spongy. All timber starts to rot and it becomes a sponge or spongy. So it actually absorbs the water, the water, and it holds the water. So the roots, can basically, it's just Mother Nature's way of supplying you what you need to do a raised bed and not waste 1 million liters / gallons of water on it yearly.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's the thing about watering, right? I mean, like you gotta use a lot of water, quite a bit.
Yep.
I've been lucky here. I've been getting by with rainwater most of the time. Last year, because it was for 2 weeks of heat.
Hey, it just
No rain.
depends. Okay, here is a statistic that most people don't think about when they're talking about rainwater or water tanks. If you're going to be flushing a toilet, you're a 4-person family, 3, 4, 5-person family, depending. But we'll say a 4-person family household uses about 10,000 liters of water per year flushing the toilet per annum. So when you're talking rainwater, you got to start using the compost bin or the compost toilets if you want that water to be your supply of drinking water. Not counting showering. Just on the toilet. 10,000 liters. I don't know how many gallons that is. What's that? 2,500 gallons? Am I right? I think it's about that. 2,500 gallons roughly annually just on flushing the damn toilet. So when people talk rainwater, oh yeah, I've got a water tank. How many toilets you got in the house? That's the first question I ask. How many showers you got in the house?
Yeah, are you having those Navy showers that are just 2 minutes? Do you have low flush toilets, dude? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
It's when the outhouse is what you call it, backyard dunny, comes to go when it comes to that stuff. Composting toilets, get your supply of. See, everybody seems to think, and everywhere online that I've looked. Well, not everywhere. Let me rephrase that. Almost everywhere that I've looked, they talk about sawdust. Yeah, sawdust is a contributing factor when you're talking about an outhouse. But so is soil, and so are leaves. Leaves are excellent. Dried leaves, they absorb and they add aroma.
What about coffee grounds?
The aroma. Well, coffee grounds you use in the compost for the garden. But I'm talking about the toilets.
Oh, okay.
The outhouse. Outhouse toilets, right? Or the composting toilets. What they call a compost toilet or outhouse or whatever. Where you do your thing and then you cover it with sawdust.
Yeah.
Guess what? Soil, sawdust, leaves. Any combination with those three mixed together is just as good. So you don't need an endless supply of sawdust for them. But why do people like sawdust? Because it's lightweight, easy to manage, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? It's like, soil, you got to dig. You got to sift. Leaves, you got to rake. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see.
Yeah, you get my point? It's like, you use what you have available.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you lived in the desert, you probably have to conserve water a lot more. For me, water, I'm not saying it's a big issue, but I'm not saying it's not a big issue. So it's abundant, but I have to gather it.
Okay. Have you seen 5,000 liter water tanks? Rain tanks?
Once. They're huge.
5,000. Yeah, they're huge. They are huge. You need 2 of them for a year's supply of flushing a toilet. And 2 of those can last.
Crap, I don't have that.
Family. Well, 2 of those, as far as drinking water goes, can last a 4-person family anywhere between 2 and 4 years, depending on how sparingly you use it for drinking water.
And we're assuming that you don't have any way to resupply. For some reason, the rains don't come back or something like that. It's just
droughts have been known to happen. I'm not talking about worst case scenario. I'm talking about natural, not disaster, just a natural dry spell. Doesn't have to be a classic drought. It could be just a dry spell.
Mm.
The water in those tanks goes down so fast you wouldn't believe. Because our homestead up north, we got, like at the moment, we've only got 2 of those tanks, right? And I'm looking to expand it to 4 and then eventually to 6. Not because of the toilet, but because this is Australia.
Well, I know there's ways to reclaim the gray water from a shower and stuff like that, you know.
For the garden, yes, but not for drinking. You don't
No,
want to run
not
that.
for drinking, but let's just say, so you get a little bit more use out of it, right? Let's just say, you know, you have your shower, you reclaim the water, you can flush with it or something like that.
Yeah, but the councils don't let you do that legally.
Yeah. Well, no, well,
Legally.
yeah.
Right. Legally, quotation marks. Legally.
Yeah. So. But then again, it might come back down to that again. At this rate.
All I'm saying is learn from those who live in those areas. Learn from those.
Well, yeah,
who,
exactly. Right?
I'm learning. I'm not a know-it-all when it comes to that. I'm only relaying what I've learned from others.
Or
and
from personal
living.
experience.
Well, depending on the topic. On this topic, it's new personal experience, and
okay.
I'm not ashamed to say I have to ask questions when it comes to that. But when I learn, I'm willing to point other people into that direction to say, this is how I learned it, that's how you can learn it too.
Yep.
The only stupid question is the one that doesn't get an answer. An answer. That's the only stupid question out there.
I have a stupid question. Wait, no answer. Okay.
But you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't ask the question, you don't get the answer. And then guess what happens? You're just as stupid as you were before because you don't know what you wanted to know or what you need to know.
That's just like, you know, sometimes the best way to learn something is to experience it yourself or get the dirt time or however you want to call it.
Yeah, but
By
the
actually
smart
doing
way of learning. Yeah, smart way of learning is learning from others, other people's mistakes, not your own.
That too,
Yeah.
diversifying it.
I'm pretty stupid when it comes to that. I learned the hard way.
I learned some way. Some way, somehow.
Now I'm getting too old to learn, to learn the hard way anymore. Beginning to feel the pain for my stupidity.
You feel the pain? Yes, I don't care for it anymore. I'm trying to see what Shadow's doing. He's like looking at the ground.
Well, it's my cat.
Oh.
He just...
Peace. Diversity. And here's another thing that I can recommend highly is flowers. For not just for pollinators, but to keep the unwanted bugs and rodents away. They don't like aromas, strong aromas. It's not a foolproof way of getting rid of the snakes and rats and mice.
Of course.
Mosquitoes. But it does assist, it does help big time.
Well, you
strong,
know that
strong smelly stuff. Well, all the smelly stuff like the lemongrass, the stuff that smells like lemon. Just take a pick, diversify.
Yeah, that citrus kind of smell, and yeah.
And what's the other one? They make the oils out of it. What's it called? That bloody oil. It's got a big. It's on the tip of my tongue. They make oil out of it. They use the seeds to make little mothball bags for the. Oh man! They make oil out of it. Eccentric, one of those smelly oils out of it. Jeepers. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's got a big beautiful purplish type of flower on the top of it when it's ready to pluck. Oh man, and it grows like crazy too once it starts. I can't remember the name of it.
That reminds me. What I've been trying to do is attract these kind of predator type of insects to come back into this area. I'm talking about like spiders and dragonflies, because dragonflies will actually consume mosquitoes. So I'll take that. I'll take more dragonflies in there. Spiders might help with some other things, such. So I'm trying to not diversify, but increase the biology in the area a little bit more. Hopefully.
Don't you hate it when you get brain freeze? You can't think of the name of the bloody. You know it.
That's why I'm trying to change the subject, so hopefully, you won't be thinking about it for 5 minutes, then I'll come back to you.
I'm using DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is my friend.
Oh, you're trying to search for it now? He's like, oh, fine, I'll search
Oh,
for
yeah.
it. I always tried to challenge myself and try to not just search online for an answer right away. Especially if I feel like I know it.
Hang on, there's a picture of it. Hang on a second. Lavender. That's lavender. Yeah, that's the one. See, I could describe it. I can explain, but can I think of the name of it? No. But yeah, lavender, lemongrass. Any plant that has that citrus type of smell or lavender, strong smell to it. Plant that stuff around, because guess what? Cheaper, it's just a natural way of doing it. I'm not talking about the oils, I'm talking about the bugs and the critters. They hate that stuff. They literally hate it. And the bees love it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing if the bees love it.
Blame who? Blame who Homestead. He mentioned peas and gardening. Blame the people who have to type to defend themselves. Not my fault he started.
Yeah.
Or she started. They started. There we go. That's one thing I like about the internet is if the person isn't online talking with you don't know who you're talking to. You do, but you don't. If you know what I mean. It just doesn't. It takes away that. I don't know. Just take something out of it. Just Is the man of the house? Is the woman of the house? Is who's behind the keyboard? Or are they both behind the keyboard? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks nice to see her.
Yeah, just a few that I have.
Where's the rainbow, man? I want to see a rainbow with all 7 colors in it. Not the 6 colors rainbow.
It stopped raining already. It already stopped raining.
Oh,
and
man.
the sun really wasn't in that position. I thought it would have been, because I could see the sun and the rain's coming down, but rainbow's one of those things you got to be in that right spot, right? You either see it or you don't.
Oh man, you just disappointed me. I need another copy now because of that.
Sorry, my bad.
Hey, Shadow.
Yeah.
What was that video you put in the other day? Hang on a second. I've seen so many bloody. What was the video you put out just the other day? Hang on a second. Jog my memory here. Obviously.
Was it a short video or?
Oh, the baton. No, the baton.
My
That's
expendable. This one.
Let's see it.
Oh, that one.
26-inch.
Yeah.
26-inch.
Yep. That's fancy, mate.
It is. I think I bought this for 500 crowns for a 26-inch baton. Expendable, so.
You understood what I was talking about when I said plumbing pipes. They can be modified to be multifunctional.
Yeah, I think I noticed that too.
Yeah.
To build your own
Yeah.
expandable baton.
No, not a baton. No, not a baton. Something else. You need two. It has two working parts, so to say. It's only a one at a time type of thing. But when if in that situation, and it can serve as a baton as well. A baton. I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure if you caught on to what I was hinting at. A do-it-yourself type of one-shot, one-use case type of thing. But it also gives you two pieces of piping in your hands as well, if facing something in front of you or someone in front of you.
Well, it's just like those walking sticks, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah.
I mean, you can buy commercial ones that are like built really, really strong and really well, but
the problem with those is
that's if you have the money.
And depending on what country you're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them come with, you unscrew it, you get a ferrocene rod, you unscrew it, you get a knife or whatever. I mean, okay. But...
Yeah, well, knife or something else.
So, arrowhead, something like that. Something
yes.
that's probably more for hiking in the bush kind of deal, right? Not
all I'm saying is if you're living in a country like Canada or Australia, you might want to get some plumbing skills. Look into it. Wait, be right back.
Well, there's a few right there. About 5.
Really beautiful CR.
Yeah, just working on it. I was away for a couple of days, so I'm starting to notice it more. I think this is actually one I started from seed, so I'm completing the circle of life here, right? The cycle of it, right? From seed to fruit, then seed, get the seed, and back to it again. So
yeah,
that's what I wanted to seed. Seed. That was the idea, right? I'm like, that's why I took time last fall to take the seeds out. We'll see, right? We'll see what I get.
Yeah, that's always interesting.
So
I hope you will get some a lot of tomatoes on that plant.
I still got some weeks till September, so because obviously during September time it eases down here because I live not in that high of a latitude, but high enough that September tends to drop in terms of growing something because there's less daylight hours, less heat, and stuff like that. So few more things there, like you said. See some lettuce there, right?
Yeah.
Amongst other things. Yeah, look. Let me stand up more. Yeah. Example. Jeez. Shadow, I show a lot on your channel that I don't even show on my channel.
Yeah, I know.
I know, right? Oh, you want a sneak peek? Just drop by Shadow stream on Saturday. You'll get a sneak peek from me. You'll get a sneak peek from me, right? Right? Like
Yeah.
this kind of sneak peek. Peas, beans, and stuff like that. Amongst other things.
Yeah. Looks really good too.
I'm just working on it. I think it's because this year around, compared to last year, it hasn't been as high, but we've been getting more rain. So the balance of both the rain and the sunlight. So I think this is why. It seems greener. Because I can store the rainwater, right? But there's enough sunlight that, do that photosynthesis stuff and all that stuff. So, amongst everything. And a few
I
more
hope you
things.
get some. Yeah.
A few more things.
I hope you get a lot of beans and things peas on your plants, buddy. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
It does help that it just rained, so I don't have to water for this evening now. Anymore. It rained long enough.
Yeah, that's good.
So. Yeah, see, my barrel's not even full. So it didn't rain that long, but the ground's wet, at least. So that'll help. What happened to CD? What happened to Huga? Now CB decides to disappear when I'm showing him stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. So things I'm trying out to see how it's all gonna go. Learn from the previous times and this year and apply them for next year again. Can continue the things that are working well. And keep that cycle going of it, right? From seed to fruit or flower, and then back into that again, and just continue that cycle. There's a few things I've been trying out this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so. And a different way of doing container gardening. I'm trying something out. It seems to be working, but we'll see if I actually can get it to flower. If I get it to flower, then that would be epic for me. Because usually if the plant flowers, it's mature enough that it wants to do that. It's one thing to get like a fruit out of it or a stalk out of it that you can use, but if it actually seeds, that means you can continue the cycle. Which means that the container gardening, whatever the container I'm using, is actually working. Or it could work. And I can see it with my own eyes, experience it for my own self, get the third time. And not just, oh, I saw it on a video. People say it works, or whatever. Versus, oh, I know it works because I've seen it with my own eyes. And stuff like that.
Seeing is believing for most people.
Well, especially if you see it with your own eyes in front of you, right? It's one thing to see a video, see pictures, right? But like, if I show you something, well, I live here in Canada. You guys don't live here in this climate or in this latitude, right? Different, right? I see people show stuff in the U.S. Well, they're growing zones down in like zone 7, 8, 9, right, or whatever, right? Compared to my 3 or 4 here, so.
Well, I lived in Europe for many moons, and many moons. And I'll tell you one thing: up where I was living at that latitude, almond trees, bamboo, certain types of bamboo, and so on. Quotation marks cannot grow. Well, they can. It just takes a lot of. On the bamboo, I put it right behind the septic tank, right? So it had water and nutrients galore. And it took about, I don't want to exaggerate,
Welcome, Michi Manalo.
6 years for it to get climatized to the winters. Because every spring and summer, it would start growing. And then in winter, it would go brown. And then 1 year, it survived. And the next year, there was like a bush of it. And the year after that, the bush got bigger. Not as big as in the tropical climates or Mediterranean.
Of course, right. Of course. But it is.
But it climatized. Yes.
And you're making progress in it, right?
And the only reason it managed to do that is because I left it in a section where the grass was high. So I had protection down below from the snow and rain. Right, from the snow, should I say.
Yeah,
and
like
also because
and,
it had the nutrients from the septic tank. That was the bamboo, right? Bamboo's useless, quotation marks. No, it's very useful. It is very useful. Not useless, it's useful. Another thing, almond tree. That was more nostalgia.
Okay.
But from Australia. But I said to myself, I'm going to try and I had to wrap that sucker up. I don't know how many winters now off the top of my head. I can't remember. I'd have to go back a few years in my mind. It's not what it used to be. But I had to wrap it up in styrofoam bags and Hessian bags or whatever, the plastic bags, and then wrap it up in nylon during the winters when it was small. And then the very first year, I said to myself, when it was about, I don't know, maybe just under 2 inches in diameter, the bottom of the tree, the trunk, I said to myself, oh, well, we'll see. If it, it's been X amount of years now that I've been doing this in a row, we'll just leave it this year, see what happens. That year, we had a
Welcome one day,
minus
TV.
20
I'm doing good.
degrees Celsius New Year's Eve. Minus 20 degrees, mate. And I was like, oh, my almond tree's going to have it. No, it survived. The year after that, it had its first fruits. So it climatized, but I had to look after it until it got
it wasn't quite as easy as a perennial.
No. But you can, even in the worst of winter zones, grow some trees that normally don't grow on their own. You have to get them climatized to that seasonal change. And they might not fruit. Yes, they might not fruit. Some may not fruit. But I found that the almond tree did fruit. It bore almonds. And it started growing really fast after that. Really fast. You'd be surprised how it went from being this small little baby thing to huge once it got used to the weather. But like I said, chunks of styrofoam from the old boxes, packaging, whatever, and nylon wrapping around it and so on. Make a little fake mini greenhouse to protect the trunk, protect the bottom of the trunk. That's the most important part.
That reminds me. See, I never I don't think I really shared this story. See, last year, last year. See, it was really weird last year. Not only did we got the heat wave end of June, beginning of July, but that May was it? Yeah, it was last year. It actually snowed. So what happened was I actually had I had the tomatoes out before it snowed, right? So I actually had to transplant them out of the soil for that one day, right? But I kept one in there. I covered it and I babied it, right? I put bubble wrap over top. I put a bucket over top, bubble wrap, and insulated it from the snow that was coming, right? I did manage to get a fruit out of that. So that was like, if I actually had to do it, it's possible. I could actually protect it enough that, that late season snowstorm or, flurries or whatever, I could help it along.
If I was still living in Europe, in the snow area, in that latitude, right, where there's snow and ice, freezing bloody winters, but I would be experimenting with moringa, because moringa is a tree of life. I mean, tree of life. No, let me rephrase it. It's a lifesaver. It has, I don't know how many minerals and vitamins that the human body needs to be able to survive, right? The leaves and the pea pod, the pea, or not the peas, but whatever, the beans that it has, right? Now, the thing is, at the end of every season, you chop it down. It's a chop and drop type of tree as well. So you chop it down, and guess what? I'm sure that the stump, or the, or whatever I call it, can be protected from the winter using styrofoam and plastic. Because, like I said, if it worked on a ruddy almond tree, I don't see why it wouldn't work on a tree like moringa, which literally can adapt to any type of soil. You see my point?
Yeah.
As soon as it gets warm, as soon as the spring starts coming, you take that crap off of it and let it do its thing, because it will, during the season, go crazy. So when people say, "Oh, but we're not in the right zone for this, or we're not in the right zone for that," for some things, it's worth the effort, going the extra effort. But with a moringa tree, it's actually practical, because you should chop it back to a bare minimum. I mean, we're talking miniature. Every single end of summer, dots. And then in winter, what are you going to do? Protect it. Just wrap it up.
Well, yeah, that's like what I was doing, all right? Protecting it from the tomato plant from the snow, and it shows that it is possible to do it. It showed me with like actual proof that I actually did this, right? I'm like, obviously, now a tree you overwinter and all that stuff's a little bit different, but just the concept of like, when people say, "Oh, that doesn't grow there," it's not that grow there, it's not that. Well, you might get lucky. I'm not saying I'm not grow a banana tree here. Probably not outside. Probably not.
Probably not. No.
Probably not. Right? But or a coconut or something
actually,
like that.
Actually, no. Let me correct you on that.
Okay.
I've seen banana trees in Europe in frozen areas, but they don't bear fruit.
I see the difference, right? And of course, I'm not talking about using greenhouse and supplementing in.
No. I'm talking about out front, next in the nature strip, so to say.
Okay.
But don't forget, in that part of the world that I'm talking about, the nature strip is a canal. There's a canal between the road and the nature strip, what we call the nature strip, right? And and usually, believe this or not, 21st century, in the villages, people still the septic tank, they put a pipe out to the front road to that canal. Not very hygienic, put it that way. But people do it, all right? So there's a lot of nutrients in that soil there. A lot of nutrients. So yes, they survive, and they don't even cover them up after the first year or second year. But there's no fruit, 0 bananas.
So it's just one of those things. I guess you just know it or not. Yeah.
Well, you can have it just for the sake of having it, but whether you're going to get any good use out of it, that's a whole different ballgame.
Aside from the aesthetic, having green and growing something.
Unlike moringa trees, where literally you can use the leaves, right, to survive, use its pods to survive, and the branches that you chop off, you can, if you do have a greenhouse type of thing, you can use the branches and plant them, and next year you'll have more moringa trees, or you can sell them because they're rare in those types of areas of the world, and you get top dollar for them. I'm just saying.
And kind of propagate it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a moringa tree, you just you chop off the branch, put it in a pot, let it root, plant it into the soil where you want it to grow, and that's it. It is very, very resilient. But like I said, if I was still in Europe, I would be messing around with that just to prove to myself that it's possible. And I'm sure it can be, because like I said, the almond tree taught me that it can be done. An almond tree, if it hits that winter, the first 2, 3, 4 years when it's still small, you can kiss it goodbye.
Yeah, it's not quite. It's just a freeze to death kind of deal.
Yep. But once it goes through those first X amount of years of you nurture, looking after it, wrapping it up and everything, it will start, and you'll know when it's ready because it will just go up to the moon. Yeah, just go up to the sky.
Well, it's just like grabbing. It's like me grabbing the seeds from last year. They've been climatized for this specific area a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people have been telling me about that, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And now I can see that they grew again, and they're flowering and hopefully bearing fruit, which means I can complete the cycle, which means I can propagate that and increase the amount. Maybe even give some to other people, right? I've already given some plants out to people already, right? And felt good, right? Because, I can, we're increasing the food supply, right? One plant at a time, in many more areas, right? Not just in
try and get some moringa. Hey, try and get some moringa seeds and experiment with it.
Yeah, because when I was getting some seeds, I was just like, oh, let's try this out. I want to see it from start to finish, right? While it's still relatively easy, right? Not because I have to, because I want to. I don't have to do it out of necessity, but I want to, which means that I'm going to learn from it beforehand. Instead of saving, let's just save the seeds until it's an emergency. Well, that's not the time to learn how to garden.
No. ShadowScoutSwede.
Because you might make mistakes, or you might hit a drought or an extremely wet season or something like that, and you lose half of it, and yeah.
ShadowScoutSwede. When or if or when, should I say when you get your own little plot of land, one day, doesn't matter when that is, right? But when that happens, you may want to, like I said, experiment with moringa. Just, yes, I know the winters there suck, but guess what? You have styrofoam everywhere. You have plastic bags everywhere. Nylon. You can get yourself something there to experiment with and prove these people wrong who say that it cannot grow in cold climates. It cannot be it might not grow as fast, and it might take a lot of effort, meaning that at the end of every summer / beginning of every autumn, you have to chop it down, which has to be done anyway. But you have to wrap it up to protect the trunk and the roots from the cold, and to show that, yes, I can have a plant that can sustain my life and my family's life in my backyard and supply me the nutrients and vitamins that we need, even in Sweden.
And remember, that's just one plant. Imagine if you propagate that more, right?
Oh, well, yeah. I'm sure that there'd be a high demand after that. They'd be like, oh, we can grow this in Sweden, Norway, Finland.
It's like me growing this onion. I'm growing it in a container. Look, that's like a cup. This is about a foot tall. I mean, just imagine if I just, this whole, the surface area of a truck or a car, right? That kind of surface area, nothing but onion. That'd be a lot.
Here's a sad story. In Australia, what were known as the Egyptian walking onions. There's a few names for them, but walking onion, Egyptian walking onion, that used to be considered a weed because it was in every bloody yard. Everybody, you couldn't get rid of it. But now, you practically, I won't say you can't find it, but unless someone's specifically, deliberately growing it, you cannot find it. And I'm not talking about the natural onions that bears eats. It's a walking onion, whatever. There's a few other names for it, but an Egyptian walking onion that used to be considered a weed because people used to like have their flower beds and all that in the front yards, and this stuff would pop up because it was everywhere. But now, nowhere. Look that up as well, because that's an excellent plant to have. It can become a weed. It can become a problem in the sense that it starts, growing on its own wherever it wants to grow. But is that really a problem if you've got the property?
It shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
but you need the property first.
Yeah. Well, again, that's why I said if/when. When, whether it be now or 6 years' time or a year's time or whatever. guys muted himself.
Yeah, he always do
I'm
that.
just making sure. I'm just making sure it's not going. Sometimes
We're
I really
talking
don't.
food. I think we're eating.
I never had these issues with laptop or desktop. It's from your. Ever since I had to come
Hey,
to a
B
phone.
Savage, welcome back.
Well, did your internet? Well, obviously your internet's back up and running in Canada. So did that affect everybody in Canada? Or
You know what? Just give me a moment. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna leave and come back in because I keep hearing this crackling sound. It's annoying the hell out of me right now. I'm gonna come back in like a few minutes here, and we'll talk about that. Okay?
rice bubbles?
Okay,
Rice drip.
no problem.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he can fill us in with what happened on the internet outage in Canada.
Yeah,
From what I understood, it was an over reliance on one provider, and that one provider went down. So it wasn't it wasn't every single body that lost their internet connection.
yeah. That is bad. Especially if it turns out to be a long term.
Well, for most people on the net today, anything longer than 5 minutes is long term.
All right. See, now I don't hear that crackling. It's annoying me. Okay, now you can ask.
Okay, the question was, can you fill us in with the internet outage that went on in Canada?
See, here in Canada, yesterday, one of the major providers went down nationwide. All right, so I kind of mentioned it on Instagram and on my community board about this. Now, also, I was a little late because I was out during the day, and I don't use that provider, so it doesn't affect me as much as other people that use it for, let's say, phone, banking related stuff, because certain banks were affected. So you couldn't use tap or anything, right? So back to that cash only thing. All right, so now reason to have some cash with you, a little bit, or at least something you can tap in. I shouldn't say tap into, but go into if you need it, right? Because it would have been really bad and it was a Friday, right? Yesterday was Friday here in Canada, right? So that's pretty big for a money thing, right? People cashing in checks or trying to buy food or whatever, right? Go out or whatever, and they realize they can't get access to that stuff.
I have watched the Mandalorian series.
So there were a lot of people washing dishes to pay their bill at the restaurants?
I don't know how, or I'll owe you. I mean, I think people were a little bit more understanding at times, right? Because, like, let's just say if I couldn't tap or whatever, or I couldn't use my card, I wouldn't get mad at the cashier. Because eventually, in time, I would know, oh, this is a big nationwide thing, right? It's not just the place I'm at. You know what I mean? How some places say, oh, cash only, internet's down, or debit's down, or right, no cards, or no credit cards because the service or the connection's down at that restaurant or whatever. But it's nationwide, so don't get angry at those people, right? Be more angry at the people that are supposed to provide it for you, right? I mean,
yeah, but we're talking,
people say, pardon me?
We're talking humans, man. There's no logic there.
Yeah. Right. Regardless if you think it was intentional or not, it happened on a Friday. It's not like it just happened on Sunday at 10 p.m. randomly, right? It's like at the height of like Friday, right? I'm just saying, like, in terms of people go out, the bar thing, whatever, right? Or something like that. You go out for a Friday afternoon lunch with people or business, right? People are trying to complete business deals and stuff like that. Kind of hard when you're no internet access because that's your provider, no cell service because that's your provider, no banking because your bank uses that provider to, right? It's hard. People were trying to find Wi-Fi everywhere. Library. Yeah. What I've heard was even some libraries were overwhelmed their server because so many people came in looking for that Wi-Fi to use it, that just lowered it crashed because the bandwidth, it's not meant for that much bandwidth, or that many people with that much bandwidth.
Can we conclude that it was an excellent example of over dependency on technology?
Well, even the news said that. Even the mainstream news said that, like, dependency on that. I'm like, yeah, because, and then diversifying our providers that we have here in Canada. I'm just like, yeah.
Well, not just
I wasn't
the
as
providers.
affected. Some people are way more affected on that, right? I mean, like, just imagine if you had to pay a bill. Well, it's not the beginning of the month or the end, but you know what I mean, or rent or something like that. Now, granted, you probably get some leeway because it was out of your control, but you know, it's a big inconvenience, right? Or let's just say you had to pull money out to pay someone back today, well, yesterday, right? And you can't. Then you're forced to borrow money from someone else. And then you're going to owe them instead. And yeah, you know, big inconveniences, right? That's where, you know, having that food in advance, not only people having a little bit of cash on hand might help, right? You know what I mean? So, I can't buy some food today. I'm good. I'm still good. I got cash. Oh, I can't pay for the groceries today. I'm still good. I still got food at home. I can still last another day or two till this goes over, right? Oh, I can't get cash at the bank right now. Oh, I got some at home. I can borrow some from someone else. You have other options until it, you know, blows over, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, because like I said, if you look at my community tab, some people wrote a few things in there. Stuff like that. A lot of Canadian people wrote a few things in there. I'm like, yeah. And some people were out still yesterday at this time. So, on Friday evening still, so.
But if the cash registers are all hooked up, I say cash registers, point of whatever it's called, point of sale, as they call it today, is hooked up to the internet, how can they accept cash for the product and keep the books? You see what I'm saying? It's like the whole system falls apart because it's a 100% reliant / dependent on an internet connection. So how many stores are able to do business if they weren't going to do it illegally by taking the money and keeping tabs of what was sold? Because how do they issue receipts if there's no...
those things again, right? So...
You see my point? It's not just the person who's buying, it's the person who's selling that's dependent on it as well, or the company that's selling.
Oh, and I didn't even mention about these other little things that don't happen if you don't have the provider, because it's like not having cell service at all, right? So you don't get these alerts, and you can't call out for emergency services, like 911, for example.
How many points of sale, how many businesses, right, places of selling, places of business, have staff who actually know how to fill in a hand receipt for something? An indigo little hand receipts from back in the 90s, 80s, you know? Like, how many of these...
a manual way where, you know, this is official, but once we have connection again, we're going to enter all that information back in. So it's
Generation Z, Z,
right.
Zulu are the only ones.
You would hope the manager in charge
You'll
or
remember
whatever, the owner would know, okay, we got to go back old school, all right, back to this, right? Cash only, but this is
Hang on a second. But remember, Generation Zulu is the only, or Z, as Americans say it, is the last generation who can remember that, who knows how it works, not theoretically, but in real life. So this, what are they called? The millennials, right, from the 1980s forwards. Those children, those people, those adults today don't know this firsthand. Many have never even heard about it. They've only seen it in movies and just figured, oh, that's dinosaur era. And I'm not generalizing. I'm talking about real life experiences here. They have not had the misfortune or the opportunity to learn.
Hands-on approach on it. They might have seen it in movies or even on TV or in the news in other places, but it's never affected them directly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get my point?
Yeah,
so, how many of these millennials, and I'm not picking on millennials, I'm stating fact here, how many of them would be able to adapt in the spur of the moment with a hand receipt type of, with a cash society, a bank card less / internet less society. And that was the perfect example of it just the other day in Canada.
Yeah.
But I've not heard anybody talk about that aspect or that angle of things, like how will we cope? Because, you know, I know that my generation, right, the Zulu's generation, people born before 1980, we do have the knowledge, but we're now dependent on the millennials for everything. You don't go to the shops and see people in their 50s and 60s and 70s or 40s to 70s, right, working behind the cash register. You see millennials working behind the cash register, which is normal. It's absolutely normal. So we're dependent on those people who do not have the know-how. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but as a fact of
Less
life.
knowledgeable.
Well, they've never had the opportunity or the means or the reason or anybody wanting to teach them how to do this, because the mentality is we're better than the previous generation and we can use the internet for everything. You know, Google.
That's if it's available. Right?
Exactly.
That's if you can connect into it. That's if you can find the Wi-Fi and actually connect to it.
Yeah, it'd be excellent to see some of those types of videos from that angle popping up from Canada based on the experiences from Friday / Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a case of it happening and the immediate responses and immediate reactions, but the actual reactions and responses afterwards to see how people react, you know, to see, because guess what? We can learn a lot as to what to expect when that happens more often based on the coming events.
Yeah, regardless if it was a hack or breach or
Correct.
a service denial of service or whatever, it's
or a potential fighter jet knocking something out or whatever it may be.
Right? Because it still went down, right? It's not per se the electrical grid, but I mean, like, it might as well almost be the same thing because there's a lot of things you can't do, right? Right. Yeah, you can still have electricity, you can still power your phone, but you don't have anything to connect to.
All I'm suggesting is that you contact your fellow Canucks and have them.
Well, that's why I posted it. I decided, I'm like, I was a little late because it was late at this time when I was posting it, but I'm like, I still wanted to post it and see if people wanted to add some input in. Because unfortunately, I live out west, so I don't know what happened out east or in other places, and you know. And then obviously the news isn't on report every last thing that happened, right? There might be some clips online that you might see on a news article, but it won't make headlines, right? So.
Well, I'm more interested in seeing how it all functioned or dysfunctioned, or because
how it went down, how did people adapt to it, right? Stuff like that.
Exactly.
Right.
Because guess what? That's going to happen everywhere.
Yeah.
Sooner than later, and when it does happen, if there are
it might not just be
there,
for one day; it might be longer, right?
Exactly.
Like it's just because I've seen this time and time again. Well, we're only just barely halfway through the year. Look how many things have happened this year. Well, aside from what's happening out east in Ukraine with Russia, aside from that, there's these other little things that have gone on that affected a lot of different people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right here in Canada yesterday, right? People, well, remember that day that full day that Facebook and Instagram went down, right? Some people have to do commerce through it, right? And stuff like that, so they can't do that, right? They can't do their commerce through it, so they're affected by that. And then there's these other little things that have been happening naturally, like the standard floods and stuff like that. Well, yeah, it's all adding, all right? I'll be more worried if the next thing that happens at the same time as something else happening, right? And you get multiple fronts you gotta face. That's gonna be more challenging. You know, it's just like in the winter for me. Yeah, it's cold. Okay, now it's really windy. That just adds to it, right?
Well, think of it. I'm just looking at one aspect. All the people that were reliant on their GPSs at that moment in time.
Yep.
How did they get to point B or point C or point D at that moment in time when they don't have a map in the car.
Well, hopefully they've ran this route before and just know it.
I'm just talking. Okay, I came back to Australia in October.
Okay.
In a city that I didn't grow up in, which is foreign to me. Right, I'm still disorientated as far as knowing where the suburbs are located in relation to each other. Right, so I'm a Auslander again. I'm a foreigner again. Right, in a city in my own hometown, my own place of birth, so to say, country of birth, and I'm reliant on the bloody phone / Google Maps to get from point A to point B. I'm learning, but you're not going to know. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, imagine me in that situation. I'm in a city that I don't know.
You decide to visit Canada here, and of all days.
Yes.
Of
Yeah,
all
well,
days, right? And it's like the
that's
first or
international
second day,
travel,
right?
yeah.
So,
But it doesn't have to be someone from. Hey, you could have been up northwest, like you were saying.
Okay.
You could have been up northwest. It's your country, but you don't have a bloody clue of where the streets are in that 4 million people city or 2 million person city that you're visiting. And we're not talking about a city with 10 streets. We're talking about a city that has hundreds of suburbs.
Oh yeah, it's like hundreds of square kilometers.
Exactly. So
right, where you can actually get lost, right? Now, obviously, you can stop and ask questions
easily, and you're disorientated because you don't have a clue about anything about that city except where it is on the map of Canada.
Yeah, I know where it is on the map, but I don't know where
you are within that city. And you don't know where the local public toilet is, let alone where the local train station is, or where the beach is, or where the hotel motel is.
Directions, but I mean, like,
yeah, but you're living. It's chaos. People are confused. You're on the road. You're on a highway. You're on a motorway, highway, whatever you call it, and you're driving along at 100 kilometers per hour, whatever the legal speed limit is, and all of a sudden, bink, it's gone down. What exit do you take? If you didn't memorize the exit, well, let's say you memorize the exit, you memorize the next exit, and you're like, oh, okay, I gotta, and you get there, and you get to the exit, and you're like, and you memorize the first turn, whether it was a left or a right, just best case scenario. Okay. Let's say it's a left turn. You turn left. What then?
This reminds me of what I say if let's say here I'm living here in Canada, right? Let's say if I went down to the US, let's say, well, hypothetically speaking, LA, Los Angeles. Well, okay, let's say Vegas, because it's a little bit more convenient, right? And I've never been there before. What I would do is take a virtual tour, because I have access, right, to the grid and all this other stuff. Take virtual tours. Like Google Maps allows you to take virtual tours and download this information offline. So, providing that I can access the phone, I can access this information still without actually having direct online access for it. But that's something I would do. I've been doing that for a long time though. When I go to places that I'm not familiar with. Let's just say, like I said, if I'm going to Vegas.
I'll tell you one sad thing that I've noticed. Right, I'm an extreme example of a foreigner. Right, in this case. And I say foreigner, even though I'm not a foreigner, but I'm a foreigner. Everything's foreign to me. I'm learning. But at the same time, I have seen people who have been born in these suburbs where we're living, in this part of the city, who've been living here their whole entire lives, or the best portion of their lives, whether it be 50 years or 30 years, 20 years, whatever, who still do not know how to get from point A to point B without a GPS. I've seen people who are older generation now, in their 60s, 70s, who don't know how to get from point A to point B, right? Simply because they've never had to travel out that way or out to those suburbs. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, this is not a case of just foreigners. This is a case of, again, people being so reliant upon, I'll say, Google telling them how to get from point A to point B, without them knowing. They might know they know the general layout of the suburbs, but they don't know how to go from point A to point B.
Is this the exit?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this the right exit I'm supposed to take off?
Yep.
Well, because I think the nerve thing that always people think of is like, well, if I get a paper map, it's gonna be outdated in a few years. They'll build new roads, but
Yeah, but the existing roads are still there.
yeah, it's exactly right. There's certain roads that'll probably stay there for a long time.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Because they're main arteries, main roads, main highways, whatever, right? They might change the name. Even the the turnoff might be like slightly different, but generally you have a better idea than not knowing at all.
Exactly.
Because if you don't have GPS, you don't know anything at all anyway. So you might as well have something to refer to, and maybe get a general idea. And people, you might still have to stop and ask directions, but they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that name, that's how it was 2 years ago. They renamed it to blah 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 now." And the turnoff is like a couple meters before now, or something like that. And then you'll be like, oh, "Okay, right."
But again, in that scenario, just to answer Mrs. Savage, there is the fact that the following: what if it just happens to be that you're visiting somewhere or going to buy something somewhere, that you'll pick up something, or whatever the case may be, whatever the reason may be, you're in a location that is foreign to you, that you're not familiar with, not foreign, but you're not familiar with the map there, with the roads, and you're 100% reliant on Google Maps on your phone, and the net goes down just like it did in Canada, where the main
bad timing, right? Murphy's Law.
Yeah, you can have. You want to talk about Murphy's Law?
I'm pretty sure there is someone that was visiting. Is just like, really?
Probably thousands of people.
I imagine so, right? This was nationwide, right? So found someone that had the
taxi
really
driver,
bad luck. Yeah,
probably
taxi drivers,
hundreds,
if
not thousands of taxi drivers, delivery guys, people driving vans from point A to point B. People
right, and they can't accept that payment, and they don't have access to GPS if they were connected for that service provider, right? Because we have other service providers here in Canada, right? But if you just happen to be relying on that service one,
hey, it happened to one. What happens if it happens to all of them?
Exactly, right, and that other stuff, right? I mean, yeah.
So it is possible. It is possible. It's not possible.
Yeah, and it's possible that it can happen in any other part of the world, right?
On any given day,
U.S., Europe, etc., right?
At any given day, at any given time, at peak hour.
Oh, of course, right, and it'll be at the worst time, right? Friday rush hour kind of deal. It's just like
accidents occurring, people can't call the police, jams,
can't call 911 service because you don't have a signal out at all for it, right?
And that literally happened in Canada the other day, or yesterday.
Yesterday. It's Saturday here, so Friday,
Sorry, we're one day ahead. We're in Sunday. Yeah. So I keep saying the other day, but I should be saying yesterday as far as the 24
Well, just say Friday. Just say Friday. Let's just say Friday. Yeah, Friday.
So on Friday, you guys were left without communications for whatever reason.
Not everyone, but a good majority of people.
Exactly.
Had inconvenience.
And this is what I'd like to see from Canadians. What happened? How did people react? On a local level, first-hand experience, sharing the first-hand experiences of what they saw and heard around them, so that we know what to expect to see and hear around us when it happens to the rest of us.
Yeah, or something similar and stuff like that, right?
See my point?
Yeah, like I said, we're really lucky that nothing else was majorly happening in the country. Because that would have been a 1-2 hit, a 1-2 hit, right? A 1-2 punch.
I can beat that,
right?
Savage. I can beat that. I went to Europe, so yeah. Oh man, no, just kidding. I mean, that's the truth, but still, it's on the same lines, Yeah. Oh mate. Read a book on the topic. But yeah, you see my point. Please share those experiences, no matter how irrelevant they might seem to you. What did you see and hear and notice not just what you heard from others. That's important as well. But what did you see, hear, and experience? Because
this is why
it's a
since
wealth
it
of knowledge.
happened, I've been talking to people, just bringing up conversation, right? I'm not trying to like really eavesdrop or like really dig into it. I just hear people out, right? So hear their point of view on it and stuff like that. Some people are more affected, some people were less, right? Because I want to hear these experiences from other people, so I get a general idea. How did this really affect a lot of people over that whole day, right? Some people, like I said, probably got affected a lot more, right? Because their reliance on it is much more than some other people that don't use the service or don't use that type of bank or.
Well, do a hey, here's an idea for you. Here's an idea for you. You're on YouTube. We're YouTubers. We're all in the prepping, survivalist, homesteading type of scenario scene, that genre, as they call it, right? Guess what? Why don't you do a series the day the internet went down, and share whatever experiences you can get, not just your own, but from other sources as well, news sources, other people, and so on and so on. And make
I know. I
series.
think later on after the stream, I'll probably look up a few things just to see if people actually posted something the day after and be like,
put a
"Here's
playlist.
my experience." Like
Hey,
like a diary or a blog about it, right?
Dude, yeah, just make a playlist and just put other people's videos into that playlist. And guess what? I'll be one of the first people to watch it because one of the most most loyal people to watch as far as watching, what's going on in there. Why? Because I want to learn from those people's experiences.
Well, yeah, that's just the same way. While sometimes I'll watch how people deal with power outages, right? And they're doing a blog about it because I want to learn. If I was in a very similar situation, what would I do? And maybe, I didn't think of that, and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Or that was a smart idea. That was a smart plan right there, right? That was a smart play right there. Or maybe I should avoid doing that. That wasn't a smart play. That kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Shadow.
Yeah.
Swede.
Yeah.
Sorry, we took
I have
over.
I have to give you credit where credit is due as far as ideas and approach goes. The concept of reaching out to new genres out there, to different genres, using your YouTube channel as such, is an excellent approach because we've all noticed that in all these live chats or these communities, as the word gets thrown around, it's usually the same old people constantly, which is understandable,
Yeah.
But how do you reach out to those who have never in their searches come across these internet reliant people, right, who are on the net, and how do they? So hats off to you on that one. Credit where credit is due. Your idea or your approach of reaching out to other people who do not come across these results in their searches because of whatever reason, because they're not interested in it or they've never had reason to or the interest in it as far as prepping goes, using your channel to do that, yes, 100% guaranteed. I will say that you were on spot on with that. We need to reach out to different genres of people on the net, regardless of how much criticism or trolls it might draw in. But if just one person out of every 100 starts thinking about it, starts becoming part of the solution, not part of the problem, it's worth it. You're right. So
I agree.
It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to do it. And the more I went through it,
there's another thing to actually start changing it.
Correct.
For the better, hopefully. Right?
Because there's bound to be criticism from within the existing communities who only want to hear about this, who are only interested in that, and that's part of that's social media. I mean, don't get me wrong. Social media, people on social media are people on social media. That's one thing that I've learned now that I'm not going to say that anybody's immune to becoming a social media type of person / the type of people that are into virtual reality. We all are, in one way, fashion, form, or whatever. But at the end of the day, what is the goal here? Is the goal to be popular among a certain crowd, or to reach out to those who have never, ever, ever had any real one-on-one contact with the topic of prepping? I'd say that
so like
the goal of
diversifying.
reaching out to the new people, to those
Diversifying.
who exactly, but
Alright.
using the code or the algorithm, as people like to refer to it, the code or the algorithm, to our advantage to achieve that goal.
Mhm.
So you're right, you know, that is the goal, that is the point of it all, and we need to use what we have at our disposal. In this case, the algorithm,
Mhm.
you know, to our advantage to achieve that goal. And if we can get 100 people doing it, that's 100 potential people out of, you know, reaching out to at least one person who will listen, who will think about it. But once they start thinking about it, that's it. That's all we need to get
Yeah,
that
and
bug.
consider the things that we say, or whoever, right? Say, right? Consider what we say, all right? You know, do your own research, right? Use your own common sense with it. Apply it to your own situation, your own area, your own place, your own financial needs. I mean, requirements and all that stuff, right?
100%.
You know, it's just like Bob, right? He does budget things. I respect that, right? You know, I'm trying to learn from him too. You know, Shadow here, I'm like learning. Okay, maybe I should actually stock up with some more water, even though inside a little bit more, just a little bit more. I got enough out here, outside, right?
Yeah,
stuff like
definitely.
that. So
definitely something that we need to. I think that many of us, and I include myself in that. I'm not going to say that I'm immune to it. Jeepers. I mean, what do I look for? Other prepping channels. I mean, duh. But you get into a bubble, and when you're in that bubble, you start becoming part of that community, as the word is used on social media, and
exactly,
you start becoming accustomed to things. Anything, you know, and it's like you're afraid of anything. Not afraid, but anything different is not welcome. Or anybody with any questions or queries that may that show any doubt to what we believe is attacked. So no community, no genre is out there on the social media is innocent when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that, B Savage.
Oh, that's very nice of you. I've known B Savage from her channel. She knows that.
Excellent. So, yes, definitely.
It's that kind of thing, right? Oh, did I tell you guys? My friend who's never gardened before actually is trying, because someone gave him some little starters of some tomatoes and some strawberries. So, and I've been trying to show or explain a few things too, right? Like, you know, like pruning of tomatoes, right? You know, because you're gonna prune.
Well done, mate. All the power to you.
Right, and explaining what blight is to them.
Excellent.
Right, the purple that you see, this is not a good thing on the plant. And then someone else reinforced, the person that gave them the plant reinforced that statement to them. So now they know, oh, if I see purple on the leaves, that's not a good thing. You know, I should trim that out, right?
Excellent.
Stuff like that.
Excellent. So, great stuff. Excellent.
You know, and I was saying, like, you know, the leaves shouldn't touch the ground and stuff like that, because you'll get blight and stuff like that. Because obviously, yeah, because they're supposed to be like a dark green, like a grass green color, not purple. Purple's not the color you want to see. That's bad. So, and the idea is hopefully they want to do it again next year, and maybe they'll take the seeds from their harvest and continue the cycle back around, and next thing you know, it's like, hey, CR, yeah, I completed the cycle, man. I got the seeds and they're growing, and you know.
CR, there's another step in that process, mate, and that is getting accustomed to the taste of natural food and not the farmed GMO stuff.
Yeah,
because a lot of people have, and we all know
the taste, right? That taste,
yeah.
that how do you
the intensity of the taste being
right.
So much stronger.
Well, yeah,
like,
because I've been
wrong
showing some of the tomatoes I grew here, and it's just like, wow.
I'm a lover of tomatoes. You know, I enjoy eating tomatoes. I enjoy eating a tomato and cheese sandwich. I love it. any salad with tomatoes in it, I love it. And cut a long story short, the flavor of the homegrown tomato, not the way it looks, but the way it tastes, is just so different to that plastic.
Yeah, like it's like.
And I say plastic because it's bland.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. And then when you show people that, they're like, "Oh, maybe I should start growing some." Then they want to propagate that, and then next thing you know, more people. Then the next thing you know, hey, look, all these suburban and urban gardens are growing a lot of stuff now. And then next thing you know, oh, look at that, the food supply is increasing, or getting supplemented, right? Then the next thing you know,
the second step in that process is for people to become accustomed to the actual flavor, to the actual tastes of naturally grown foods, in comparison to what they've been accustomed to all their lives, which is the plastic. I say plastic because it's just bland. It's just, you may as well just try a piece of plastic for half the bloody veggies and fruits that are out in the supermarkets. And I know that sounds
basically
like
it has a little bit of crispiness or crunch or whatever, like a tomato or lettuce, but it's like it's just watered down.
No comparison. No,
yeah,
when it comes to
it tastes like watered down.
Yeah, there's no comparison to a homegrown tomato and the stuff that we buy in the shops.
Yeah.
Although I will eat the stuff from the shops. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say I won't eat it.
Of course, right? But you would rather prefer homegrown.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you don't need as many herbs and spices to add to the salad, for example, because it's got a bunch of flavor in itself.
Your BLT or your sandwich or something like that,
exactly.
or your sauces. It's just kind of naturally spiced or naturally seasoned, right?
Tasty.
With natural flavors.
Tasty.
Yeah, it actually you actually savor it. You just don't swallow it, right? You just actually.
Yeah. You don't have to add a sauce to it to make it tasty.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. What? I don't have to season this here? Yeah. It's add flavorful. All right. Correct. And it's one of those things you can't explain that in a video or in a picture. You can't explain taste, right? You just have to consume it and know firsthand how it tastes and be like, oh, this is what they mean about flavor, right? You know.
So it doesn't taste like
so intense.
What sort of tomato is this? Yeah.
I'm talking about like onions and all this other stuff. I'm like, I've noticed that more and more. It's just like I just love it now.
You're spot on. You're 100% correct. Onions is a very good example of it as well. In fact, any vegetable really. I mean, homegrown pumpkin compared to the store-bought pumpkin. Someone says, "Oh, it's still a pumpkin." No. This thing, it might be smaller or not as, whatever, pretty on the outside, not perfectly shaped, but you're not gonna. When you make the pumpkin soup out of it or whatever, it's like intense. Literally, it's a strong flavor. You don't, it's like, why add all the extra stuff to it when it's tasty on its own? But the one you buy from the shops, guess what? And here's the crazy part. If you take the seeds out of a store-bought pumpkin and plant them and grow it yourself, you will get tastier pumpkins than the ones that you got the seeds from. Just as one example.
Exactly, right? Exactly. So it's more of a quality than quantity, or an appearance thing, right?
Exactly.
Or even a color thing, right? Where
any doofus can grow pumpkins. Even if you have the clayest of clayest, the worst of soils, get an old tire, dump a few leaves and sticks at the bottom, old leaves and sticks dried out at the bottom of it, bit of cardboard, of course, so that it doesn't all fall through, and then chuck on all the potting mix or whatever good soil you have and plant the seeds. And the pumpkins will spread like crazy on their own. Literally.
Welcome, Ola King. Good to see you.
Oh, what about the crypto people when the internet went down? Going back to that, are there any reactions from them? what were the reactions from those people that are in the crypto scene who keeps talking about?
Yeah, I didn't hear much about that.
Alternative.
I might look that up and see if people posted anything, gets more info, gets more intel.
I can imagine how many of them were freaking out. Were there any losses? Were there any?
Yeah, because you can't. Let's say
damages?
you had internet access and this is your service provider, and you can't get in, and then what? I could have sold and made more, or whatever, right? And like,
etc. Yeah. That's a scene to look into on that topic, because they're all they're all constantly trying to convince everybody how crypto is the future. Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, digital currencies is what's planned for us in the future. But let's look at the downside of it. Let's look at their reactions. Let's look at how that community, which is 100% into that, reliant on the internet to do its monetary transactions daily, whatever. How did they experience? How did they go through that experience? What were their reactions?
Exactly. I remember. See, I forgot to mention that when this happened early in the morning. So this is before usually people wake up, right? So, you wake up and it's like, what? Internet's down, you're checking your router, you're doing all this stuff. The next thing you know, it's just like, my phone's not working. And then, right. Because you wouldn't know at first, right? You would not know. At first, no one would know at first, right? No one would know what the cause was. Because obviously you think, oh, maybe it's just from my side, right? I'm the only person or whatever. Then next thing you know, it's like, oh, no, actually this is like nation or worldwide. And then you start to understand the situation.
Like, but I'm saying the crypto scene in Canada can give us excellent insight now, after the fact, right? When they've all reacted the way they reacted. We can learn from their reactions as to what's going to be the general reaction when the digital currency system goes down, or the communications go down in a digital currency world.
Well, it's just like understanding a power outage if you've never experienced one, or a long one, from other people that experience like days, weeks.
Yeah, but a power outage is different in a way. Everybody's experienced a power outage. Everybody. But not everybody has experienced their communications going down.
Yeah, where it's like, where you have power, but you don't have ways to communicate or interact with other people online, or
and with the new digital currencies already being tested / well underway, and it being obviously clear that this is going to be imposed upon humanity on an international, worldwide level, let's see what we can expect from first-hand experiences from Canada, where it has happened, and the digital currency scene, the altcoin scene, or whatever you want to call it, right? The digital currency scene, the Bitcoin scene. There we go, the Bitcoin scene. Everybody knows Bitcoin. You see what I'm saying? It's like, let's learn from that. There's something to add to your playlist as well, to that playlist. The day the internet went down.
Yeah, I'll search up more on it. I don't know. I think the mainstream news.
It has to be a Canadian. It has to be a Canadian who does it, who can share his or her own experiences in that event. It can't be me.
Okay. I'll make a video or a live stream. I'll make a nice thumbnail, Canadian thumbnail, just for it.
You get my point. It can't be me talking about it or Shadow talking about it.
I know. We didn't go from inside the box, right? Inside the area, kind of deal.
Yeah. Imagine how many people in the crypto scene would now contemplate the notion of prepping after that experience, after that shock. I'm sure that there'd be a small amount of them. 1%, 0.5%, 2%, maybe even 3% of them would say, what I thought was reality is not necessarily as perfect as I thought it would be. And yeah, maybe I have to start preparing for other things, like, for example, when I can't use my currency. See my point? And the only way they
I see your point. And then another reason to diversify, right?
Correct. And the only reason they may get interested in that is because there's 2, 3, 4, 5 videos about them, literally about them, and their reactions on the various sites that they're active on out there on the internet, right? Whether it be forums or whatever, or whether it be Twitter, forums, wherever. And you're talking about them, not in a bad way, but sharing their experiences, their reactions, and giving your take on it as a fellow Canadian who went through the same thing but from a different angle, right? Because you're not in the crypto scene, quotation marks. You're not a fanatic in that scene.
Yeah, I wasn't directly affected, but
one of them might come across
stuff like that. People, it's like, hey, sure, I tried to get a hold of you, but I was on,
And guess what? Somebody types in crypto in their search or Bitcoin in their search or whatever, and they come across your video and they're like, "What's he talking about?"
Yeah, they might be interested in a bit.
And if just one human being starts prepping as a result of it, you have achieved your goal. You have done more for humanity than a million videos about bloody planting tomatoes. See my point? And I'm not getting all theoretical. I'm stating it as it is. Get into the if you look into the depths of the way we behave on social media, right? And if you look into the depths of how, I mean, you're monetized now, aren't you? Or are you not monetized yet? CR, are you monetized?
No. You can help me with that. By the way, you guys can help me with that. Wink, wink. I don't make a big deal about it. I don't make a big deal about it because I want to show that the channel is more than just that. I'm not saying it wouldn't help.
No, okay. I gave a fellow Aussie YouTuber, prepper, a bit of an ear bashing, just the other day, via a phone call, literally on that topic, right? Saying it's not a question of those few bucks that you might get monthly or weekly or whatever, right? It's not, even if it were to be $500 a month, just to give it a figure that's somewhat attractive, right? Even if it gets to that phase, that $500 is irrelevant. It's the algorithm, the coding that is relevant. YouTube code/algorithm will promote your videos not because of you, not because of the content, but because of the fact that the more people who click on it, more people will watch the video for X amount of minutes or seconds, and you may not get anything out of that, but they will get their 100% profit from that ad popping up and somebody going through the ad. So YouTube will do the hard work of promoting your content to everybody and anybody based on your tags, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are monetized. If you're not monetized, forget it. You're nothing. You're nobody to YouTube until they can make money off of you. And that's just business. It's got nothing to do with, but I don't want people saying that this or people saying that. Who cares?
That's a personal thing for me.
Yeah, but people who are going to talk, I'll say smack, excuse the French, talk smack about you being monetized are people who are not worth your time. Okay? The algorithm / the code. Code is law. When it comes to the internet, code is the law. If that code / algorithm says it will promote your videos, share your videos to anybody and everybody on the whole entire planet based on the tags that you put in on that video, that is the important part about prepping videos, is getting out to those who are not preppers. You see my point? So what do we need to do to help you get monetized, to be able to achieve that goal on YouTube and use YouTube in an effective manner to everything that it has to offer you and us and the whole world out there?
Well, okay, I might as well just go live after this stream. No.
What are you watching?
It's a watch time to start with.
The watch time. Okay, I'll give you.
I was kidding about that.
No, I'm serious. What are you lacking? The watch hours?
Yeah.
Okay. I guarantee you, my missus and I.
Okay. Well,
We will set up your. Do you have a playlist with all your videos on there?
I have a lot of playlists. See, the playlist I add there, it's not always just my content. I have specific topics, right? Like
Not the point. Do you have a playlist? Because YouTube does not have that play all feature for all your videos, right? And if it does, it plays the videos that are.
no.
Put.
I have playlists for specific things that I do. Or shown.
What you can do is put a playlist.
Right. I mean, like
called all. Okay,
like,
listen.
I actually have a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Work with the code. Work with the algorithm. Work with the platform, not against it.
I know the playlist do help. I know that.
Yep. Put a playlist, all my videos in one place. Call it whatever you will. All my videos, right? And all your videos that you have created from day one to now, click on them and add them to that playlist. So that when we want to watch your videos and your videos alone, right? Regardless of what they're about, that we can just click on that playlist and play all. And that's it.
Oh, I actually have a live stream playlist.
You have more than live streams.
Yeah, no, I know, but I have more than just one playlist. I have probably 30 some playlists.
And you have
the
other
topic's different, and sometimes I add other channel things in.
Yes, you do. I've noticed that. I've binge watched your channel in the past, right? Or binge watched. Had it played in the back. I call it binge watching, but had it playing in a separate browser in the back.
Yeah.
Now, I noticed that there were other people's videos, right? I noticed that there were other people's videos in there.
Depends on the playlist.
I don't want to waste my time on other people's videos if I'm trying to help you out to get to the point where you need to be more effective.
Well, this is why I do have certain playlists that are only my content.
Well, make one with all your content. That's what I'm saying.
I have a playlist like emerge.
I'm picking on you, but I'm picking on you for the right reason.
A lot of it.
Just do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a playlist with like.
Hey, stop avoiding the topic. Stop trying to not do it. Just do it. Simple as that. Be like Nike.
Okay, because you're older. Okay. You don't have to twist my arm.
Yeah. Do it. And when you've done it, shoot me a message or a comment somewhere so I can read it that you've done it. And both me and
it'll probably disappear. That's all.
We will hook up to your channel and do that for you. So that's two people, 24/7, 28 days in a row. We won't be able to make up the 4,000, but hours needed. But if we add a few other people onto that, doing that as well, in the next 28 to 56 days, we will get a 28 day. You see what I'm saying? Let's make it happen rather than talking about it. But you see my point?
Well,
and the crypto scene is just one example. Oh, you losing? Hey, Shadow, have you seen a jump in visitors? That person that I was giving a hard time to about that topic mentioned to me the analytics, which I don't bother to look at, but I looked at it yesterday based on that conversation.
Yeah.
And have you noticed any changes in the diversity or the people coming to your channel? Like what countries they're coming from and what cities and so on? Any changes
I believe I can see if I can find it.
Yeah, you're now monetized, and that type of information is very important. because it just it will shut the mouths of all those critics out there who just talk about monetization from a making money type of point of view. I'm sick and tired of listening to those types of lifetimes. Oh, they're only in it for the money. Yeah, there are people who are only in it for the money, and there are people who have become victims of looking at the money and the analytics 24/7. But
geography on mine, USA 289. Well, wait a minute. 21.4% from US, Canada 2.3%, Philippines 1.7%, India 1.1%.
Is there a history there as well, like previous months or previous years or whatever? Or are you able to screenshot that data and show the differences and changes? Especially in this sense, you got monetized. In that, the important part is to show that how monetization can be the feature called monetization.
I can see back to 365 days. So
excellent. You only got monetized recently. What, a couple months ago?
This year. Yeah. It was in the beginning of this year.
So yeah, perfect timing. So you can do an analysis of how that feature on YouTube has affected the results in the analytics for your channel, and put a lid on the topic of monetization only being about the money and nothing else.
If I look at the US, it's on views only. It's 5,016 views only from USA.
But you get my point. You can show the differences in the results from a year ago all the way through to today, the day that you do that. And it's just a case of doing the screenshots and just comparing it. You know, here's a screenshot from when I had 800 people, and here's a screenshot from today when I'm monetized, for example. And let's compare the results. And that way, the results are not about the money; they're about the reaching out to people. You see my point?
Yeah. Philippines on views, those who are from US is 21%. In Philippines, I have 1,240 views, 5.2%. Canada 3.7%, 871 views. Saudi Arabia 350 views, 1.5%. Sweden 1%, 246 views. United Arab Emirates 1%, 231 views. Australia 215, 0.9%.
Not all
UK 0.7%, 161 views. Hong Kong 0.6, 140 views.
Wow.
India 44 views and 0.2%. Cyprus 0.1%, 33 views. Taiwan 0.1%, 25 views. Netherlands 0.1, 18 views. Brazil 0.1%, 14 views. Kuwait 0.1, 14 views.
Wow.
Vietnam 0.1, 12 views. Germany 0.1, 11 views. Qatar 0.0%, 10 views.
It'd be nice to see a comparison of that on the day that you're making the video compared to, let's say, when you had 800-ish whatever it was, 700-ish, 500-ish, 600-ish, in that time frame, and compare the results, because that is directly a result of the algorithm, right, the code on YouTube, presenting your videos onto the screens of people elsewhere for them to make money. They don't care about you. They care about them and their budget. And to see the results, because like I said, it will put a lid onto that topic. It will put a nail in the coffin, well, assist in banging that nail down into the coffin on the topic of monetization only being about making money. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's very important, because that's a topic which I come across all too often in these squabbles that people are having among themselves within prepper communities, where, you're in it for the money, you're in it for the money, you're in it for the money. What money? And it's not a case of just the dollar figure. I'm sure that a channel with 100K or 10K, I think from what I could gather from channels out there, various channels, 10,000 viewers or 10,000 subscribers could equal about roughly $500 a month. And I'm just doing a very general figure there based on some channels that have relayed their earnings. So yes, there is money to be made. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, is that the only thing that can be achieved with the code of YouTube? What else does the code of YouTube, the algorithm of YouTube offer to channels such as yours, ours, mine, anybody's? Once it gets monetized, once that feature is hooked up, what happens to the diversity, the reach out to other people in this world? And it's very heavily based on the tags that we put onto each and every video. That's the important part you have to remember. You must put the tags onto the videos if we want to reach out to people that are not in the.
I always put tags on my videos.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. If there is it 100 tags? I forgot the limit. I haven't looked at it. Like I said, I'm not into the analytics.
500 tags can you put up?
Well, then put 500 tags on every single video. Diversify the tags. I know.
Sometimes you can get 500 tags, sometimes you don't.
Just copy paste them, mate. Copy paste them onto the ones that you're not sure about. Copy paste them. Don't worry about him being 100% relevant or irrelevant. Even if it's remotely relevant, copy paste a bunch of tags in there that are somewhat connected to that topic of discussion.
Yeah.
Even if it be in the smallest of ways relevant.
And the interesting thing is, if you're gonna look at the difference between men and women, it is 50.8% who are women and 49.2% who are men.
My wife gave me a hard time about that yesterday when I was reading that, because I had like 70%, with almost 70% females watching my channel, and she was like, "Oh," I'm like, Yeah, you know what she said? She said they need to make me look pretty, which is almost impossible, with Snapchat filters, and have me go live via a Snapchat filter so I look attractive to the women as well. She gave me a hard time, in other words. Oh, mate, too funny.
Yeah.
But seriously, that's information that we need to be shared among the preppers, so that the critics of channels, especially the critics of bigger channels, and that's not to say that some of the bigger channels haven't fallen into the trap of enjoying the cash flow. I'm not going to try and suggest that's not the case. We're all only human. Everybody would love to have a few $1,000 coming in daily, weekly, monthly, extra on top of what. And it'd be crazy if we didn't. We're only human. But is the only benefit that this feature on YouTube offers? And what is the goal of these channels, the prepping channels. If the only goal is to be popular and to make money off of it, then sure, then you don't want non-preppers coming to your channel because they'll become trolls. There'll be criticism. There'll be questions which are put forwards which do not fit into the bubble. You know, there'll be criticism. There'll be people who are outright against prepping popping up. But guess what? I'm sure that that's not important to those of us who are not really concerned about the extra 50 cents or the extra $500 a month that could be coming our way after monetization. I'm not saying that people won't like it. Everybody's going to like it. There's no doubt about that. And I'm not going to name any channels out there who are doing that because we all know them. We're all in that same bubble. We're all in the same niche.
Yeah.
You know, I'll do the following. There are two channels out there. They're very different in nature, but they're both people who are preppers / potentially homesteaders. One of them is a homesteader as well, but one of them's pinball, right? Preparedness.
Yep. Yeah,
I
remember him.
Yeah. And the other one is Alaska Prepper. They both have military pensions, right? They both are well established, and they can live without YouTube income easily. So, do they enjoy the money that comes in? Sure, they do. They're only it's crazy to even suggest that they don't enjoy the cash that comes in, whether it's $100 or $1,000 a month. Who cares? Every bit of extra cash is always welcome into every household. And anybody who suggests that they don't enjoy that cash coming in is a liar. But at the same time, they don't have to do what they're doing. They don't have to go through all that nonsense. They don't have to put up with the BS, with the noise, or the criticism, or the harassment, or the stress. They are literally in a position. Both of those gentlemen are in a position in their lives where they can just turn their YouTube channel off and live comfortably and have more time to do what they do, right, and achieve their goals without the extra few $100 that comes in weekly or monthly. You get my point? In my opinion, those two gentlemen are ideal examples of preppers who are doing what they're doing for more reasons than what somebody I won't name the channel, then somebody who has made a business and is 100% reliant upon that business for their cash flow out of their channel. Okay? There's the difference.
Yeah,
there's the difference. I'm not naming any channel because if I name it, guess what? There's 100,000 or 200,000 or 1 million subscribers to those channels, and there's going to be people there. Oh, you're just jealous. You're just no. I'm just being observant of what's going on and facing the facts and stating the facts without any. I don't give a stuff about those people. They don't give a stuff about me either. So what does it hurt for me to tell it as it is? Who cares? I don't give a flying stuff about them. They don't give a flying stuff about me. So I'd rather tell the truth than to try and be politically correct and not hurt anybody's feelings. Big deal, you know? On the same point, that information is important because there's a lot of prepping channels out there who are not concentrating on using YouTube effectively for everything it has to offer. And in everything that it has to offer, YouTube has set the rules up, not you and me, right? Not the prepper. YouTube has said, if you want us to promote your channel, your videos to other people out there more intensely or more often, you need to be monetized. So that is a fact, an undeniable fact. Now, if that is the criteria that needs to be fulfilled for you to get your message out to people out there, and you mentioned, for example, here, you said Sweden was like 1% of your viewership, approximately. I could be wrong. 1%.
Yeah, 1%.
How do you, a local native of Sweden, right? Person
Yeah.
living in Sweden, get more Swedish people to see and watch your channel. You see my point? How do you
Yeah,
use
I
the
see.
algorithm to your advantage on that?
Well, that is the tricky part.
But you see my point.
Yeah, I see your point. Mm.
And I'm saying you because we're both here face to face, screen to screen, talking one on one. We're not talking about other people's channels now. We're talking about our channels / your channel / my channel, Australian. Although I do have a good percentage of viewers from Australia. But how do I increase that? You see my point?
Yeah, I see your point.
And YouTube sets the law. They write the code. The algorithm is written by them. They're coders.
Yeah,
Code is law. Not the constitution, not the judges, not the juries, but the code. The coders and what they put into that code is the law when it comes to this platform, this website, this service. We need
I
to
agree.
comply with that law. And I'm not talking about complying, taking a knee. I'm talking about using it to its fullest capacity. And if more prepping channels out there were to realize this, especially those who have over 1,000 subs but are not monetized yet, if they realize that it's not about the money, it's about the getting the message out, getting people interested in what preppers are doing and why we are doing it. And I'm not talking about just theoretically, but hands-on as well, because different things interest different people. Not everybody is going to enjoy watching a bloody gardening video. Not everybody's going to enjoy watching a pantry video, a storage video. But somebody may enjoy watching you build something or make something with your hands. Somebody else may enjoy your listening to why you are a prepper. Somebody else may enjoy your video about your baton, that you just
Yeah,
purchased and why you purchased it. And yet they'll be like, oh yeah, I live in a city and I live in a high-rise flat and yeah, baton, never thought about that. That might be, what else has this guy got to offer? What else is this scene talking about? You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Maybe I'm going too deep into it, but I don't think I am. I'm just stating facts and facing those facts and telling other people that we need to start thinking along the lines of, it doesn't matter what the critics say. The results is what matters. Getting the message out to people, drawing people's attention to prepping as a general topic, as a general rule of thumb in this very uncertain world and these uncertain times.
yeah.
And
Especially these days, when the world is as it is now. So
exactly. And we're no saints, don't get me wrong. And if anybody out there says you're in it for the money, I'll openly say, if the money starts coming in, I'll say, oh, I don't mind the money coming in. It's great. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to say no to it. How I use it is a different topic. Will I use it for my own prepping? Will I use it to build a channel? Will I use it for equipment or whatever? That's up to me. But is that money relevant? And when does the money become so big that it's able to affect my mentality? Well, that all depends on the dollar figures, doesn't it? Am I in a position where I'm comfortable, like what pinball is, like what Alaska Prepper is, where the money, whether it's coming in or not, won't make any difference in them being able to be independent and self-sufficient? You see my point?
yeah,
Will I be in a position where I make a business out of it and become 100% reliant on the fear-mongering, on the channel, on my YouTube? That's a whole different ballgame, and that's specific to the individual channel. There's no general rule of thumb that covers everybody in that. Lately, I mean, what got me upset a few weeks back was some troll or some idiot giving Alaska Prepper a hard time. And I'm like, hey, that gentleman has been there and done that. He is comfortable. He is independent. He is self-sufficient in so many more ways than what 99% of the YouTube channels out there are. People, the owners of the YouTube channels are. And he's still going out of his way to do it. And to claim that the money is the only motivation, and yet they obviously haven't listened to his words, his message. They haven't listened. They haven't looked at his face when he's talking about these things. You can see in that man's face that he genuinely cares. Does he? And again, does he like the money? Sure he does. He'd be a fool if he didn't. But look at his eyes. Listen to his voice. He cares. Pinball, different type of character, different type of channel. Also about prepping and homesteading, right? Guess what?
Yeah.
Listen to his voice. Get to know the gentleman. Get to know the person, the human being. Get to know the mannerisms. And you will see that no matter how much he may enjoy the money, just like every other human being does, he also cares. He's not only passionate, but he genuinely cares. And there's the difference. It's not all about the money to those two gentlemen. It never was and never will be.
This is only a hobby for me, and it's
That's what
just a
I'm saying.
bonus. It's just a bonus, nothing more.
Yeah, but that is to you. It is to me. It is to Pinball. It is to Alaska. It is to so many people, regardless of whether you're a big channel or a small channel. It's not about the money, or it's not solely about the money once you're in the money. You see my point?
Yeah.
Very simply than that. But you get my point. There's a lot more to this than just monetization and YouTube popularity and likes and subs and this and that. A whole lot more. And to achieve that, you only need 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. You know what? I honestly, sincerely wish that all these communities, right? When I'm watching these live streams and there's, I don't know, 1,000 people or 500 to 1,000 people watching the live stream live in these prepping channels, survival channels, homesteading channels. I often think to myself, if 1 to 5% of these people were genuinely true to the cause in these hard times that we're facing, right? Every bloody survival and homesteading channel out there would have a minimum of 5,000 subscribers, regardless of the content, because these people would be wanting to get the message out there, and that'd be assisting every bloody prepping channel out there, whether it be Prepper Tribe, who is very unique in the way he talks about it, whether it be Uncle Al, who is also very unique in his own way, the way he talks about it, whether it be ShadowScoutSwede, who is unique in the way you present things, whether it be anybody, doesn't matter what channel it is. You see my point?
Yeah, I see your point.
So clearly these communities are just social media, virtual reality communities, just like in any other niche. It all comes down to certain factors that unfortunately affect the way these people behave online and the way they do things online. Thoughts, words, and deeds. They have the thoughts, they may even have the words, but when it comes to the deeds, boom, they fail. Or they have the words, but the thoughts aren't there and the deeds aren't there. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not picking on any individual when I say that. We've all been doing that. Every one of us. Every single human being that is on a social media platform has done that. We've all gone to the popular one. We've all gone to this is, there's 1,000 people here, there's 1 million people here, this must be good. It's entertaining. But there's hundreds of people out there trying to get the message across in their own way, in their own unique way. And there's 7.9 billion or 7-point-something billion people out there who are on the internet who have never heard about prepping or have never come across a prepper or a survivalist / a homesteader who is talking or relaying something in a way that is attractive or entertaining or interesting to them. And yet there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people in that niche on YouTube and other platforms, whether it be Twitter or wherever, who may be exactly what somebody in those 7-point-something billion people want to see and hear. and may gain their interest, may put that little bug in their ear and say, well, let's have a look at this. Let's start thinking about this. You see my point?
Yeah, I see your point.
After 2020, I dare say that is one of the, if not the most important goal to achieve as a human being who wants to see more people be independent and self-sufficient. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe I'm being too romantic when I say that, but it just hurts. It's somewhat frustrating. There we go. Frustrating.
Yeah, it can be frustrating sometimes.
Okay. So, and I'd love to learn from your experiences when it comes to this roughly 1 year of pre-monetization, 6 months of pre-monetization, 6 months after monetization. As also for informative reasons, not just for the prepping scene, but also for informative reasons for those of us who are not monetized. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What can we expect? What is the real deal to this? What is reality to this? Just saying. Where's Bob? He should have been on one.
Bob, he jumped off, dropped off.
Oh, okay.
He was in earlier, but he had to drop off. So
yeah, I came in late today. I usually pop in an hour or 2 or 3, 1 to 3 hours earlier than what I did today. So yeah, okay, my bad. Mea culpa. Have mercy on me. Sorry about the rant. Well, I'm not sorry about it. I just apologize for taking up so much of your live stream about that rant.
no problem. I was monetized in April. I believe it was. Yeah, in April of this year.
So you've got 3 months. Yeah, you can see you could do like every 3 months, every quarter, a video comparing the results. And it's just screenshots and numbers, really. Just comparing the numbers. That's a wealth of information. That's, first 12 months of monetization. Every 3 months, just a comparison to the 6 to 9 months that prior to monetization, which you still have in your stats, because like you said, it's a 1 year list data sheet that you have in front of you for various different things, and you can just compare the numbers, and the rest of us can learn from that. And I'm not talking about, you don't have to show the money if you don't want to. Up to you. There's the other stuff that matters more to some of us, or to most of us, to many of us there. You see my point? What to expect, what to know, so we don't have false impressions or or misleading information or partial information which can be misleading.
Uh,
5,000 people and you got terminated. Ouch. Was there a reason why it got terminated? Simply that. Someone play me my WH.
And actually, I was monetized April 18th this year.
Okay, Shadow knows about it. Okay. Yeah, Shadow, one day you can fill me in as to the background of the events that got the channel deleted or terminated from Simply the Net.
Yeah.
Not necessarily on a live, but on Discord. You can fill me in on Discord as to what happened or why it happened. because unfortunately we don't get to hear from those people who get deleted, whose channels get deleted because they're no longer on there. You don't find them afterwards. Huh, interesting.
So I haven't been monetized that long, so
Oh, 3 months. In your third
yeah.
month, so every 3 months, an update every 3 months for 1 year. I'm sure that will gain a lot of attention from people who are not necessarily preppers as well. See my point?
Yeah.
And yet you're talking about your channel and it's relevant and it's informative. And I'm sure that there's millions, if not hundreds of millions of people out there who would be interested in knowing the truth about what goes on after you get monetized and comparing it to what was going on before when you got monetized. Just say you could boost the channel with a lot of people who are not preppers from all over the world with that type of video series. It's once every 3 months. No big deal. Just a suggestion. It would help me. If it helps this old bugger, I'm sure it will help millions of others as well. Just some food for thought there. Use the code, smash the algorithm to its fullest capacity for everything it has to offer, apart from the money. Money, if it comes in when it comes in, great. That's fantastic. Like I said, it's just a bonus.
Yeah, I see it just only as a bonus, nothing more.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening where people, yes, angry people go out and destroy the. Unfortunately, yeah.
Actually, I feel a little bit sorry for Nanette in that case, that she done everything correct and appealed 3 times and no answer.
See, that's where community can come into it and go to Twitter and bombard, troll the Twitter account of YouTube. Because unfortunately, Twitter seems to be a means of communications with YouTube that if it's bombarded, it does get results. I've seen that on other channels with big communities.
Hey, Machiko, good to see you again.
Hey, Machiko.
Yes, you are, Nanette.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, she's working to grow again.
Oh, and that community that you're a part of with the Canadian bloke and those blokes from North America.
Darren Dobson and J. Mike.
That's a great community for once you get to that 1,000 subs. They're excellent. They're excellent. No doubt about it. Maybe they get even bigger as far as their ability to support others goes. But at the moment, once you reach that 1,000 sub mark, they're excellent. They're wonderful. Very, very positive community there when it comes to that. And they're not preppers. Imagine that. They're not preppers.
No, they're not. They are not preppers.
Yeah. They're great.
And what Darren Dobson says and what J. Mike says, if you want to grow your channel, go to different live streams, and if they invite you up to the panel, you take the chance to join the panel, tell them about your channel, and so people know what your channel is about. That's the only way you can grow. Yeah, well, and you need to work hard for it, but it is a easy way because you promote your channel that way, and I think that is a good thing.
There we go. Simply, I just sent you a comment on your video called "Hello YouTube Friends" from my WH.
My purpose of my channel, if it will monetize or have a revenue, I will help to my adopted orphanage for the elderly. Well, that's a good idea. And Nanette asks you, Jack, where is your channel?
Yeah, I just left a comment on one of the videos.
Yeah. In my main channel, I still have $160, but I can't open anymore. My YouTube.
Ouch.
Shouldn't
ouch. They pay
$160 is a lot of money for in Philippines.
or anywhere, for that matter.
Yeah.
But wait, shouldn't? I'm not familiar with the terms and conditions on that topic, but shouldn't? It would seem logical that they should pay that out, less the fees, administrative fees, or whatever. I understand that, but for them to just take that money, which is yours, well, understood to be yours, that doesn't seem right. I'm not, it's morally wrong, but I'm not sure how, or as per the terms and conditions, how one can go about claiming that money. Just saying, okay, you've done what you've done, you made your decision, whether it's right or wrong at this moment in time is irrelevant. Your site, your rules, your fact checkers, your panel of coders or whatever, thought control police. I accept your decision, but please send me my money and accept that I earned that with my content that I created. Oh, that's not the point. The point is they should be sending you your money, regardless of whether they may or may not reactivate that account. That's a perfect example. Code is the law. Their code, their site, their code, their law, their terms and conditions. Their right to interpret those terms and conditions as per the intentions of their coders, not as per what the old saying of "I'm only responsible for what I said, not for what somebody understood or misunderstood." Same thing goes with terms and conditions. YouTube is responsible for what they've said, not for what we have twisted out of it. I'm not saying that they're right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending them. I'm just stating the facts.
Yeah, that's just facts.
But when it comes to money, well, guess what? If you've earned that money, then it's yours. So then maybe other jurisdictions, other laws of the land do come into it. Or can come into it, should I say. Well, you need to tell them, not ask them, ask them, and if they refuse to reply, then tell them. And I'm only talking about the money now, I'm not talking about anything else. Because that does fall under different laws than that of the code. The services they supply to you is their law, their code. But when it comes to the money that you earned by the content that you created, there are different laws that are applicable in that. And I don't think that YouTube needs the headaches over 150 or 160 bucks. They don't need the, even the mention of it, that they stole your money or took your money or whatever, or they be holding on to your money for X amount of time and ignoring you. That's bad media. They don't need that. They don't want that. It's too small a figure in the whole grand scheme of things when it comes to YouTube or any business of that size. I don't know. I'm just sharing. I'm thinking out aloud here. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not being the devil's advocate or anything. I'm thinking out aloud. Just. Nobody has the right to take what is yours. That is called theft. And if they try to twist the wording around or for whichever way, that is then fraud. That is then, falls under a different set of laws then, which are the laws of the land. Both the land where they are registered as a company and both the land where you as a user are. Just got a coffee. My daughter made me a coffee.
Yeah.
And my missus is saying the only reason I got it is because she told us to make it for me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Like I said, this is probably one of the few places / live streams where I can just hop on and feel comfortable and speak my mind without holding back.
That is what the idea with my live streams, and everybody has the right to put out their opinions and what they think, and I don't want people feel unsafe or things like that. I just want it to have it nice and comfortable and safe. That's the idea. And I do my best to keep it that way.
Just be yourself, mate. You'll be right.
I am just myself.
Exactly. Don't change that about your channel, please.
I don't try to be someone else. I don't. I'm just me.
Hey, you know who I haven't seen pop up in my feed for about a week now, almost, I think, if not a week in full, is what's his name? Help me out here. bloody Texan. Oh, mate. Lone Star Survival. I haven't seen
Lone Star Survival. There is Lone Star Survival, I believe. And we have Second Star.
Second Star Survival. Sorry, my bad. Second Star Survival. My bad. My apologies.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him live in about a week, and he was doing lives almost daily, if not daily.
Yeah, daily live streams.
Yeah, I wonder if he's okay. Hope he's okay.
Yeah, I believe I haven't seen him today. Well, maybe he dropped him. Yeah, he dropped him earlier on the stream today, actually.
Okay, so he's okay. All right, that's all that matters.
But he was in just here for a short time.
All right, he showed up. He's alive and well. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Let me just double check. I hope YouTube hasn't unsubbed me to his channel. Hang on a second. Let me just double check that, because that has happened for other channels.
Yeah, it has happened to me as well. So.
Oh no, it says subscribed and the bell is black, so I clicked on the bell and it says so. I should be getting him in my feed, but I haven't seen anything in my feed. I dare say a week. Yeah, 12 days ago was his last video. So, yeah, over a week. Jeepers. That's interesting.
It's interesting.
Changing behavior. Oh well, I won't pray too much into that. As long as he's alive and well, that's all that matters.
Yeah, he's alive. But he has his job, and I guess that takes a lot of time for him.
Yeah, and he was getting into his live streams toward the last couple of months. He was getting a little into the, I won't say not depression, but into the, I don't know. He was getting to the phase where he tries to be real about things, and when you're real about topics, it's hard not to get affected emotionally, mentally, whatever the right term is, about what's going on around us. You know, it affects all of us. I mean, youngest to oldest, emotionally / mentally. And he was full on going all out, trying to be all out realism on topics which are fairly dark or fairly, not necessarily morbid, just negative topics and that negativity may have affected him a little bit. At least it's only human that it does affect him, you know, because he wasn't sweeping it under the rug, if you know what I mean. And he's underappreciated. When you look at the numbers on YouTube, the subs and this and that, he's way underappreciated for the effort that he's putting in to talk about real life thing or real or relevant things. Yeah, sometimes he goes into the supernatural and blah 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 and all that. Yeah, different things. Different people like different things. There's nothing wrong with that. But whatever it is that he discusses, he tries to be as real as possible about it. And for a person like that to not be appreciated in the virtual reality side of things, the live, the social media side of things, is kind of depressing in itself, you know. But then again, such is life, you know. I guess social media / virtual reality is a reflection of the reality around us. Hit the like button. That's right. Smash
Yeah,
the
that's
like.
who.
Ring the bell. Subscribe. Smash the
Yeah.
like button. Everybody and anybody out there, no matter where you are, smash that like button. Ring that bell. Subscribe.
Yeah, and the thumbs up do a huge difference. When you get many thumbs up, it affects the algorithm as well. Because that tells the algorithm this is a video that is something we can push forward.
Yes, Mad Shad on Fridays on his video series Lackluster Fridays. He has a rule of thumb to smash the thumbs down button on Fridays on that video every Friday.
Yes. Okay.
So he's messing with the algorithm in a different way. All these other videos get thumbs up, but on Fridays, Lackluster Friday videos, thumbs down. I love it. I wonder how the algorithm reacts to that. It's like, wait, just one video every Friday gets thumbs down galore.
I heard about a channel, and it was on a video. He got, I don't know why, but he had more thumbs down than thumbs up. And for some reason, people just got to the channel to see why do they get so many thumbs down so bad. It can't be that bad. Well, when it was not that bad. So but the channel got thumbs down, and so it can go that way too. Weird. I never heard of that before, but strange.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that in action, but I can understand how it does draw the attention of people. Why did he get a thumbs down? And then when they get there and they say, well, nothing wrong with this bloke expressing, or this person expressing their opinion. I might not agree with it, but hey, whatever was said was said. It wasn't said in malice or anything like that. It was sincere. So, well, yeah, you know what? That we're gonna this censorship, right? This thought control, the fact checkers. They have affected the ability of freedom of speech to balance itself out, and for people to learn right and wrong, via a open and transparent manner. They've destroyed that in so many ways by doing their thought control or their censorship or their neo-Nazi / neo-communist type of approach to people talking publicly about things. It'd be nice if social media out there could be more like Speaker's Corner in London, where anybody and everybody can hop up and say their piece. And sure, people can react to it any which way they want, and it balances itself out,
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that preventing someone from talking about, I don't know, I'll just pick a topic, cannibalism there, that's not political. And promoting cannibalism and saying cannibalism is the way to go, that's the way of the future. you know what? A person like that, if they were to pop out on a social media platform, that would be so wonderful. You know why? Because you'd see how many idiots on this earth are supporting that. And yet anybody with a grain of brain cell will, with half a neutron working in their brain, will be able to figure out, like, hang on a second, eating people is not it's not an intelligent idea. But just the fact that there's a fool out there promoting it would result in people realizing this is not a good thing, rather than somebody deleting that person or canceling that person because of the fact that they think it's not right. Let people, you know what I'm saying? It's like freedom of speech works for itself. It sorts itself out. It does the hard work via people's brains, common sense, common logic, via open and transparent discussions. But as soon as you throw in a thought control, a Goebbels type of approach to what's put on TV and what's not, or what's put on YouTube or what's not, or any social media for that matter, then I dare say, how did that end in Europe? How did that end for the people of Europe when the Goebbels type of approach was utilized in what people say and hear? It didn't end well. And why anybody would think that doing the same thing again will end well beats me. I don't get it. It's one of the definitions of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result each and every time. Yeah. And I said cannibalism because I think that the vast majority of us human beings can agree that cannibalism is not a good thing. I would hope so.
Yeah.
Even those who do think it's a good thing, I'm sure that they can figure out it's not a good thing, because when somebody starts eating away at their leg or their arm, I don't think they're going to enjoy that very much.
We have run for 9 hours, 1 minute, 7 seconds, and my time here is now 5:01 a.m. in the morning.
Fish finder. Yeah, we bought
Yeah.
a fish finder from a local store local chain store called BCF, which is boating, camping, and fishing. That's what the acronym stands for. And it's a BCF and good store, as their advertisement says. We bought that a couple of years back, and we bought a little boat, which still needs to be finished off, but no rush. It's not priority number one at the moment. But we got a fish finder because it works. It's not cheating. It's just using the tech to our advantage. Still doesn't guarantee the fish is going to bite, though.
I begin to think if I'm gonna wrap things up. I begin to get tired. I begin to get really tired now. So
yeah, mate. Hey, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the live stream.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure.
And what can I say apart from God save the Queen. God bless the King of Sweden as well. Stay safe. God bless. And out.
Indeed. Yeah, Nanette. It's early in the morning here, and I have run for 9 hours, 2 minutes, 54 seconds, and I'm really tired now. So it will be. Yeah, simply, Nanette. That's what's the idea. So thanks for hanging on, guys. I appreciate that. You are awesome. Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And I will see you in the next one. And I'm out.